thinking back. Drop the class, to establish that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was at it? Living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tried, tell him on. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. Big time. I'm a head time, the rare kind. Big time. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind. Big time.
Welcome to Qatar for the T100 Grand Final. For today's winner's glory, the chance for a seasons-long work to be rubber-stamped and verified, but failed to deliver, and it's a long, hard winter searching for the answers. So strap yourselves in, get comfy, because this is going to be epic.
Welcome to the red zone. It's the moment of truth. Do you got what it takes?
I think we could have one of the most epic final ever.
When it's right in front of you. Will you fall or take what's yours?
My goal this year is to turn up, race, and win every single race that I turn up to.
I think I definitely got it in me to beat him. I've proven it before.
I don't see the point of standing on the start line if I don't think I'm going to win the race.
I do back myself on the run.
There's a great feeling of just taking the tape.
On your mark!
Well, let's face it, everyone is trying to beat one man and one man only.
He's arrived with a bang.
A punctured lung, broken ribs, an injured scapula. What an incredible, logic-defying performance.
Jelle definitely has the ability to beat Hayden.
Hayden Wilde makes it 5 in a row.
This is epic. We haven't seen this yet.
There we go. That's it. That's the moment.
Wins. It's been an absolutely relentless performance. Finally, Lucy Charles-Barclay, you are our T100 London champion. Smooth race for Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Welcome to the red zone.
So this is it then. It all comes down to this. Qatar the setting for the T100 Grand Final, and a man who knows a thing or two about Grand Finals, multiple world champion and Olympic champion Jan Frodeno. Jan, it feels like only yesterday we were out in Singapore in April, but time flies when you're having fun.
Absolutely, what a season it's been. We've had all the highs, we've had all the lows, we've had all the weather conditions and all the courses, and we're here with a race that's wide open.
I mean, don't forget as well today that the points and prizes, they go all the way down to 20th position. So as much as we're going to be focused at the very front, this is a really important day, isn't it, for those lower down the rankings? Yeah,
Absolutely. Every single point matters here still for the rankings, because this is the end of season prize money, which is just phenomenal. And it's something that the athletes will have at the forefront of their mind.
Well, the men's race gets underway in just over 2.5 hours' time. So let's take a look, shall we, at where everything stands in the race to Qatar. And Hayden Wilde, very much in pole position, with it all in his own destiny. He knows a top 3 finish will guarantee him becoming world champion. Jelle is his nearest challenger. Jelle needs to win and have Hayden come 4th or worse to take the title. Below him, Mika Noodt has an outside chance. He needs to win and hope Hayden comes 7th or worse. And this is all down to the fact that we have more points on offer here than the other T100 races this season. The winner will score 55 points instead of the usual 35, and it's 46 points for second, 41 points for third. And this then is what it means in terms of the prize money. The bonus the athletes will be paid on top of the race result earnings today. A whopping $200,000 for the winner, all the way down to $20,000 for whoever finishes 20th. It's worth emphasising every place matters for that all-important prize money. So Jan, let's get into the runners and riders today. Start with Hayden Wilde, who has had an epic season so far on the T100.
Absolutely. I mean, you couldn't ask for more drama and for more unfolding. In Singapore, we weren't quite sure where he's at. You know, he sort of blasted onto the scene, and then he had, to me, still one of the most impressive comebacks I have seen in sports, endurance sports especially, where, you know, you don't have to shine for a couple of minutes. You're on for 3.5 hours and you have to perform. He did that of having his body more or less destroyed by a truck in Japan, and he has come back to break tape after tape after tape, and it's a phenomenal season from him for sure.
What stops him winning today?
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say, but coming from the biggest comeback of all time, this would be the biggest choke of all time. I understand at the grand final, it's only 18 points, and that means 3 places. But at the moment, it's very hard to look past Hayden, and it's definitely his race to lose.
Okay, his nearest challenger might just come from Jelle. He's the 70.3 champion just a few weeks ago, won that in emphatic fashion. What can he do today, Jan?
I mean, Jelle has come off a very, very strong season. You know, if it weren't for Hayden, it would be an absolutely phenomenal season. But that is the thing. You want to race when you're up against the very best in the world. But he's come away with a win. Hayden wasn't there. He hasn't beaten him since World Champs in 2024. And, we're going to have to see and wait and see if he can find that smidget of belief that will push him to his very extreme, because that's what it's going to take for him to beat Hayden today.
He's one of the few athletes who has beaten Hayden in sort of recent memory, pretty much a year to the day that he did so out in New Zealand. How much does that play on the mind of Hayden, that he knows Jelle, when he has a good day, puts it all together, he does have his number?
I mean, he does, or he has had in the past. That's the kind of thing, right? But momentum is a thing that swings. It's been swinging in Hayden's favor. But, they were joking about sprint finishes, which Jelle has obviously had an upper hand in. And still, Hayden's like, even if it comes down to a sprint finish, it's going to be a tough day for you, buddy. It's just that confidence versus the underdog. We're going to have to see how he manages it.
Okay, Mika Noodt also might be able to provide a challenge. He's on an amazing run of form, 3 second places in a row, 5 podiums in a row, no less. And I wonder, Jan, he's sort of had this mid-season break, hasn't he? He might be a little bit fresher than some of the other athletes in the field.
Well, definitely, certainly his pre-race voices have been a lot more confident. He's, spoken to how he's been at altitude, how those blocks normally have a huge shift in performance. He is going to need one of those, but he is definitely an upward trending athlete. He has the beauty of the position that he is the hunter without too much expectation. Nobody's expecting him to win, except for himself probably, and that's a great starting point and somebody who could be good for an upset, I think.
Okay, let's briefly talk about Morgan Pearson as well, our winner last time out in Dubai. There were a few little mitigating circumstances for that race, but he will be keen to prove, won't he, today, that he's got what it takes to beat all of these guys on his day.
Well, Morgan is the reason we should switch on. I mean, he is living proof that things can happen and that things can go wrong. You just need to be able to count right for starters. And, you can have the biggest upset of your career possibly. And I do think he's in very strong form. Rumors coming out of his camp is that he's been preparing well. Things have been going well since Dubai. So let's wait and see what he's got in store for us.
Okay, so that is the men's race, but our attention is going to turn towards the women's race, which gets underway in a few moments' time. Let's take a look at the Race to Qatar standings and how it's all shaping up for them, because it's very much a 3-way battle to become world champion. It's very, very simple. If Kate Waugh, Derron or Lucy Charles-Barclay win, they are our T100 world champion. And interestingly, if Lucy was to win and Kate was second, they would finish on 174 points each. Our world champion, though, would be Lucy if she wins the grand final here in Qatar. So yeah, let's get into this women's race. It's a super exciting battle, a 3-way battle. Let's start by talking about Kate and what she can do today. She's had an amazing debut season, hasn't she, on the T100, stepping up from short course and making the middle distance look, she'd taken to it like a duck to water.
Absolutely. I mean, biggest margin in history, winning margin that is, with over 6 minutes in Singapore. Extreme conditions. Conditions here today with the wind just picking up, probably not as extreme, but I think she's prepared, she's hungry, and she just brings a good energy to this field where she is looking to make the race aggressive. She's looking to put everything together. And it's for her mainly about dealing with the pressure and how she can deal with it on the first time around.
Would you say she's the most complete athlete we have?
Well, she is probably the most resilient athlete who's around and just kind of able to deal with any kind of conditions. She's beaten both these ladies before. She hasn't beaten them both at the same time. London was obviously famously where they dueled it out to the very last few kilometers. She came just shy in the images here where we see in Dubai, where, Derron came past her on the run. But I do think that was before she's had some time to reset and prepare with Hayden actually in the area, so she'll be on her best form.
So we just saw there, like you mentioned, Jan, Julie blast past Kate Waugh in Dubai. I wonder, she's had this injury, hasn't she? She had a pretty significant time out from the sport. She's back and she looks fitter and stronger than ever, doesn't she, Julie Derron?
I mean, Julie has been building throughout the season. She had a rough start, and you know, if you look at her coach's methodology of preparing, she's somebody who's, you know, going over the whole course of the season. It's been a rough road for her, but I think she's coming here in top shape.
Okay, let's move on to talk about Lucy Charles-Barclay, a 70.3 champion just a few weeks ago. She's had an incredibly consistent, brilliant season in triathlon. Quite a contrast to her 2024 season, which was plagued by injuries, was quite frustrating for her. How impressed are you with how she's bounced back?
I mean, she is the queen of resilience, right? She has got the lowest lows and the highest highs, and she's had it in this very season. You know, her comeback in London after the very disappointing for her DNF the last year, and she won in front of a home crowd. She is always wearing the crown of the crowd favorite. She is very much aware of that role and carries it happily, but it's also very heavy to carry when things aren't going her way, as they did in Kona. Then she got a 70.3 world title. She's had wins on the T100 Tour, which she hasn't had before. And it's just a question for me of how much energy she has left in the tank to tackle these ladies one more time.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if there is perhaps a weakness to her fight today, perhaps it is the fact that she's raced an awful lot, and we still don't really know the effect that Kona's had on her. Clearly it didn't have a big effect on her a few weeks ago at the 70.3 Worlds, but the end part of the season, this is where it's really going to show, perhaps?
Well, the thing is, one is the energetic kind of, you know, where your body's at and where the fatigues are at. I think they analyzed the kind of shortcomings that they had, and it was some very clear physical limitations. And then the beauty of a setback like that is it gives you spite. And spite can be a tremendous fuel to really get you going, and it's just a question of how much of that she's got left.
Okay, let's talk about some of the other contenders who might be a factor here. Ashley Gentle, she's had a topsy-turvy season by her lofty standards that she set on the T100 last year. One final race in 2025. What can she do today?
Emotional roller coaster for her. You know, she's just publicly come out and she said she's just had a miscarriage, which has been extremely tough for her. But I do think she's very much aware that her days are not endless doing triathlon, and she's been the queen of the T100 many, many times. She loves the warmth and these kind of conditions, and I think for her, it's going to be one of those end of season races that could be extremely good or just go south.
Okay, talk to me a little bit about kind of team dynamics and particularly nationality dynamics. We've got two Brits in that top three going for the world title. Jessica Learmonth, what could she do today? How could she help or hinder the chances of those three?
Well, between Jess, Kate, and Lucy, you know, we've got some serious bike firepower and serious swim firepower. So these three ladies could certainly make a breakaway. However, team tactics have been tried and trialed in triathlon for decades. They haven't worked at the Olympics, you know, on the biggest days where the federation has put all the pressure on. But who knows? Maybe the PTO, it is the Athletes Association where people actually can make tactics. They've denied it, but I would definitely deny it if I've made a plan.
Okay, time will tell. We can take a look at our winners from 2025 T100 season. And there we go, confirmation that it was Kate Waugh who won out in Singapore, Julie Derron in San Francisco. Taylor Knibb not with us this weekend, she won in Vancouver. Then Lucy Charles-Barclay, her first T100 win in London before Ashley Gentle got back on the top step in France. It was then a double Brit, Lucy Charles-Barclay in Spain, Kate Waugh in Wollongong, and of course not long ago, a few weeks ago in Dubai, it was Julie Derron who emerged victorious. So yeah, not long to go until the women's race gets underway. I'd love you to take us into the mindset now of what's going on, though all the pressure, all of the expectation, but this is where those guys have to deliver.
You know, the tough thing about a series, when you have a series like this, is you have a narrative, and technically somebody can win and be a world champion without winning a single race. These ladies have won 2 races each. It's going to take a win 100% to be the world champion right here. And I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, because that is what we race for. We race for titles, we race for the big days, and it doesn't get any bigger than this.
Okay, this is it then. This is what it all comes down to. We've got a 3-way battle to become a T100 World Champion. Kate Waugh, Jelle, Derron and Lucy Charles-Barclay all going for glory here in Qatar. Let's head down to the swim start.
And wearing number 6 from Great Britain, Lucy Byron. Wearing number 5, ladies and gentlemen, from wearing number 4 from Australia, Ashley Gentle. Wearing number 3 from Great Britain, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Wearing number 2 from Finland, Jelle. Wearing number 1 from Great Britain, Kate Waugh. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So away we go for one final time in 2025. The race to Qatar ends here, and what a treat we have in store today. A three-way battle to become our T100 World Champion. Kate Waugh leads the standings, never off the podium this year on the T100. How will she deal with the pressure of today? And then we've got Jelle, Derron, who blew Kate away in Dubai a month ago. Does she have what it takes here to beat both her and Lucy Charles-Barclay, who's bidding to become a two-time world champion this year? The quality in this field is immense, and Jan, it does not get much better than this.
And just like that, they're underway. It's a world title on the line, and we see a wide line of athletes. Already the first dropping back on the right of your screen, ahead of the Lusail Towers right here, racing for that title.
Yeah, absolutely. This swim is going to be key. Kate Waugh, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Jessica Learmonth, those are the athletes to keep your eye on out in front. You can bet that they're going to be setting the pace and trying to build that gap to Jelle, Derron, who you would think wouldn't be at the front of this swim and will leave a lot of her work, a lot of her talents to be done on the bike and, of course, on that ferocious run that she's also got. And that's Sarah Perez-Sala there in the red cap as well as part of that front pack. So Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front as things stand.
Jessica Learmonth right there. Then we see a lot of white caps, and we are looking for orange to see Julie Derron. So you can see the pace is being put on, and these ladies know they have to set a ferocious pace. That is probably the one chink in Julie's armor, and they're going to put the pressure on.
So 2 1-kilometer laps of this De Boer swim course before they make their way out and onto the bike for 80 kilometers. And it's then an 18-kilometer run to finish things off before we crown our T100 World Champion.
Interestingly enough, too, when we arrived on site here, there was no wind. It was calm as a lake, and you can see it picking up bit by bit. Yesterday, in the swim familiarization, wow, we did have the wind pick up, and it was quite choppy. The water content here seems extra salty. It really does give you that extra bit of buoyancy, but also if you happen to swallow any of it when you come too close to the other competitors around the buoys, it's something that's going to sort out your sodium needs for the rest of the day.
So Jan, come on, take us inside the minds of particularly Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay. What are their tactics today? How do they win this race? How do they take it away from Julie Derron?
Well, it's really interesting for me to see over the course of the season, Lucy Charles-Barclay has probably the first time in her career consistently developed the ability to play several cards. Her run is now strong enough that she can keep up with the best. But she races like she only has one tactic. She is always going off the front, super aggressive. As we see her breathing 2 strokes. She's always said her stroke is made for open water. Even though she comes from the pool as a background, she does not necessarily have the most elegant technique, but it's just so efficient in the open water. Great high turnover and being super aggressive early on here. Well knowing that, you know, this is something. Do you trust the process? Do you trust your run enough? Against Julie Derron, it's probably the smart move to make. Go off the front.
Well, that is exactly what she's doing on this opening lap of 2 on the De Boer swim course. And we'll get a slightly better perspective once we zoom out here and perhaps go up to our aerial shot of just how far they're able to gap out in front. Not a huge lead at the moment. Early stages, of course, but they will make the turn eventually before they head back onto the beach to the Aussie exit. We'll get our first timing splits of the day from this women's race. The Lusail towers there in the background looking rather splendid, it has to be said, in this wonderful part of Qatar that we find ourselves in for the grand final. And that there, a slightly better perspective because we're able to see those front 5. And Lucy Charles-Barclay still out in front. Jessica Learmonth in second. Sarah Perez-Sala in 3rd spot. And that green cap there of Kate Waugh. No surprises, it has to be said, to see what's happening so far in this race. That red buoy there, that is where these athletes will start to, or the furthest point of the course, I should say, before they start to come back towards the shore.
Wide around, definitely not coming too close to the buoy. As I think there's another three swimmers, as we see the orange cap of Julie Derron just come around. So it's not too far just yet, but we are about 400 meters into the swim. So still some time to create a gap. The pace is on, but so far that rubber band is well intact.
I'm going to do some rubber band check-ins across the day, Jan, see how intact it is. But yeah, certainly at the moment, things going very well for Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front. And this, I think, is going to be a really interesting race for Lucy. She obviously had the disappointment of what happened in Kona, that DNF, which was so heartbreaking to witness. She came back into the fold with a win at the 70.3 World Championships not so long ago. I think that surprised quite a few people with just how well she was able to perform, given how tough it looked out there in Hawaii. And then to be back here on a start line, I think there were perhaps a few people who wondered if she would even make it back onto a start line for the rest of the 2025 season. So to see her back, to see her fighting fit so far is really, really good to see. And she's given us an awful lot to shout about today in terms of this battle.
Absolutely. There we get some eyes on Julie Derron, and she is in the middle of this tumble dry. You can see her stroke is crammed. She's fighting around the athletes, and they're on top of each other, which is where you don't want to be.
So yeah, just looking there at Julie Derron, she from this angle, I mean, it might be a little bit further as you sort of get in there, more of an aerial view. But Jan, that doesn't look like, from the outside, a good place for her to be. Is that fair?
I would agree. Right now, these athletes are super tightly bunched. Considering how much space they've got, it's almost like those two in the middle are not trying to give an inch. Everybody's fighting to be on the feet of the person just ahead. That's why they are so crammed. You know, you could argue they've got a kilometer either side of space, but everybody's trying to get into the draft of the feet just ahead. And what you can actually see, there is a tiny bit of a gap because these athletes are really hindering each other. As Julie's just falling back between those two ladies, probably choosing to then go around, which normally is the smarter option, because the ideal place to be is to sit on someone's hip. You can essentially surf their wake, and it just gives you a little bit of an advantage to sit on the front. But, you know, we're looking at this, it really is not far from Lucy Charles-Barclay in the front. Like, that's maybe a 10-second gap at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes, as difficult as that position looks, ultimately all that matters right now for Julie Derron is how close she is to Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front. Okay, Jan, we have a new course for us on the T100. Take us through it.
All right, let's have a look. We have a 2-lap swim course, 1 kilometer as always, an Aussie exit, 285 meters of transition, a little connecting piece before we have a bike course taking us around Lusail. There are some F1 style tunnels, 6 laps of 13.3 Ks before we have another 6-lap run course to crown the T100 world champion.
Yeah, an awful long way to go until we get out onto the run course, but we're very much looking forward to seeing this battle unfold over the course of this race today. And don't forget, the women's race obviously taking place now. We've got the men's race taking place in around 2 hours and 20 minutes time. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Grab a cup of tea, get comfy on your sofa, because we are in for an epic day of T100 racing. You can say that for sure.
Grab a cup of tea, honestly. Grab the popcorn, it's on, it's action, it's a world title. Just because there's 3 Brits at the front. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, please.
We'll leave you at home to make your drink of choice. You know what mine is. Exactly that.
You can see the field really getting strung out now. The single line is generally a sign of the pace being on. It's really quite deceiving at times on the side angle. It almost looked like they had a head current, which makes no sense considering they're swimming, you know, within the bay. I don't think there's much currents of an issue, and if anything, they've got a tailwind right here. But Lucy Charles-Barclay is putting down the hammer. Yeah, the 4 athletes between her, Jess, Sarah, and Kate, a tiny gap, a body length of a gap, if that, at the moment. But that's what the Aussie exit is good for. We're going to see the gaps, and very often when you get up and all the blood and lactate with it flows from the arms into the legs, you have to run up, jump back in. That's really where athletes can make a difference, and we're going to see in just a couple of 100 meters what the actual gaps are.
We certainly are. And yeah, Lucy Charles-Barclay currently in pole position, to use an F1 reference. It does look quite choppy out there, Jan, I have to say. And just looking at the time here, 11 minutes, and they're still not at the shore.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's exactly what I mean. I don't know, for me, like a perception, it almost feels like they're swimming against the current, and maybe that's just the wind blowing the water onto the wall, then it's bouncing off. Having a bit of a current. Hard to tell. 5, 6, 7. So we get a close-up of the athletes. 8. Still no sign of Julie. I think that's India Lee right there. Oh, and then there is a little bit of a gap, and Julie is the one who's fighting for the feet. You can see she's really shortened up her stroke, which is just what you got to do in these choppy kind of conditions. It's underwater that counts, but she has an extremely high turnover here. You can see how much quicker she's turning those arms than anyone else. And that's really the sign of somebody who's extremely fit, who's maybe not the most natural swimmer, but somebody who is coming and forcing their way through the water. Like you said, 12 minutes. We haven't done 1 kilometer yet, so there's definitely some currents and wind at play here. I
mean, it looks slower on the way in, just from, and I appreciate it can be a bit deceptive, certainly from these camera angles and when you've got boats moving, but it just to the untrained eye, it definitely looks a little bit slower. But Lucy Charles-Barclay currently out in front. She's got the sight of the pontoon just ahead of her here. She'll make a sharp right-hand turn, make her way out of this De Boer swim course and onto the pontoon. And we'll get our first timing splits of the day.
And this is going to be interesting because that pontoon is built specifically, but it's also very slippery. We saw a few of the athletes slipping yesterday. This is something where you really want to be careful, make sure you get your feet. It's tough to make up positions here.
Yeah, Sarah Perez-Sala just stumbling a little bit as she came out. Lucy Charles-Barclay taking a bit of extra time there, I think, just to make sure she didn't have any problems, any slipping. All the athletes almost looking a bit coming out a bit gingerly, it has to be said.
Absolutely.
And I think just wanting to avoid any injuries, any mistakes at this part of the race. But here we are, first timing splits. Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front, Jessica Learmonth in second, Sarah Perez-Sala in third, Kate Waugh not far behind in fourth. Georgia Taylor-Brown there, sticking with that front pack as best she can. Taylor Spivey in sixth, Holly Lawrence in seventh, and India Lee in eighth place.
And those gaps are bigger than I expected them to be. That's half a minute already. And the thing is now, as we saw on the way out, it took them about 5.5 minutes to get out. So it's significantly slower on the way back. So it's not only the perception. And as an athlete, you feel that. If you're familiar with riding a bike, tailwind, you feel like $1 million. You think today everything is on. And you look at your power, it's kind of normal, but you're just going along 40, 45K an hour. In swimming, I always found it to be quite similar. When you're going with the current, you feel like things are flowing. But I think somebody like Lucy might actually appreciate it because she knows if it's hard for her, it's harder for everyone else. That's when it's worth, or when it pays off to have good technique and when you can do less damage coming over cadence and stroke rate.
That's a really interesting comparison to put it on the bike. I think it just, mind goes back to San Francisco and that race, and the currents that we had out in the bay over there were mighty strong. We had some of the fastest swim times we'll ever see for a 2-kilometer race, and obviously that has the advantage for those who are perhaps less strong in the water, that it kind of neutralizes the efforts of those out in front, because there's a limit to how much they can impact on the swim. But it looks very much like on the way back in here, that's where the challenge lies for these athletes. I wonder, the men will be watching on, no doubt, from a TV screen, I'm sure, and just taking note of what's happening here in the water. They, of course, Jan, had a swim familiarization, didn't they, yesterday, and they will have got used to the water conditions here, but different day, different temperature, different, you know, there's so many factors and variables that are there to trip you up in this wonderful sport of triathlon.
The biggest difference is it's race day. Honestly, the conditions yesterday were quite similar. It was also choppy. Athletes were getting used to it. And everybody was talking about the exit on the Aussie exit being a little bit slippery. But it's race day. This is where it counts. This is what everyone gets ready for.
There's going to be, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions today, Jan, about what a race day, what a World Championship final actually looks and feels like. But in the swim, let's sort of talk specifically about what that means. And actually, I guess the start of the swim, that moment where you're on the pontoon, where you're waiting to be announced to the fans standing on the side. You know, are those the kind of the worst moments for an athlete, where you just want to get in the water, I assume, right?
You do, and those are definitely the most tense moments. In rare occasions, I think there are athletes that can make a difference even in that moment, because that's when it's the last time you really interact and have a chance to look each other deep in the eyes and just, you know, let your intentions be known. But yes, of course, those are the moments where you just like, let's get in the water and get this over with most of the time. And, you know, let all that training, all the preparation take over. And I think the reason why it's so anxious is the age-old saying, you can't win a triathlon in the water, but you can definitely lose it. And I think that element of fear and that element of, you know, reluctancy is probably what makes that moment so incredibly tense.
And what about adrenaline? How does adrenaline work, particularly in the swim?
I mean, adrenaline comes in probably more when you're in a pack situation like this, you know, when you're not able to swim as well as you would like, when other athletes are hindering you, when you know that pack slightly up ahead is moving and you're not moving as well. As we interestingly see both Jess Learmonth and Kate Waugh for the first time coming to the front and helping Lucy Charles-Barclay, I think they know that if they work together, they've got a much better chance. And, you know, Lucy loves setting the pace, but we see Kate coming around here aggressively and setting that pace. I say aggressively, I mean, it's not like a cycling move in swimming, is it? You know, there's nobody who's sprinting past like Julie Derron did to Kate Waugh. But I think that's why I kind of, let's call it semi-final, like we had in Dubai, is so interesting, because you want to play your cards, you want to win a race, but at the same time, there's still enough of a gap to really create a difference. And, you know, like we talked about in the men's race, for Hayden, it'll have been a warning shot, but also for these ladies, they know how good Julie Derron now is, and that will probably unify them to try and get 3 British athletes at the front.
What's just in terms of the gap and the difference that we're looking at? I mean, if they were to come out the water, what, 2 minutes ahead of Julie, would that give them an extra bit of confidence?
I don't think it's necessarily a timing gap. It's just if they see they've got a clear gap, they're going to be moving. And this may be the first time ever we've seen Lucy Charles-Barclay between 2 athletes, as they both have a little hiccup and she's back in the front by herself.
It's an interesting position that Lucy Charles-Barclay finds herself in here, because she's normally so far out in front that we don't normally see her necessarily in and amongst the other athletes. But here she is. I mean, she's now obviously gone back in front and maybe just decided to take the initiative here herself.
Well, you saw that Jess actually did a backstroke, and she's like, oh, well, it doesn't look like Lucy wants to back off, and the pace is high enough, I might as well sit on. And Kate was fixing something in her neck, so I assume that her swimsuit may have come slightly undone. These zips have a specific position so that if they're up, they basically open by themselves, and if they're down, they're locked. And it can sometimes happen that, you know, somebody just knocks the zip and then it opens at the back. And so it looked like she was trying to fix that, and it's back to where we were. As we can see here, top 18 athletes within a minute. Sort of 3 significant packs forming through the later stages of the swim.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned that that potential issue there for Kate Waugh. I mean, I spent, I think, a couple of hours trying to work out how my suit was supposed to reattach after it coming undone. Thankfully, not in a race. But yeah, those suits are super clever. But when they go wrong, when they're not supposed to, they're quite difficult to work out. But interestingly for Kate, you know, this is a grand final. The pressure's on for her, and there are going to be little moments like that where things aren't going 100% the way you plan them. And I would imagine, Jan, it's all about how you react, isn't it, to those key little moments that dictate how the next set of racing is going to go.
Yeah, I think there's little doubt. I mean, for me, that sort of stuff infuriated me, and it took me a good decade to be able to channel that anger and actually give it a direction, because otherwise it's just a lost energy. But yes, of course, they are the little things where you're like, really, this is what thousands of kilometers and hours of preparation have come to, and now I've got to deal with this as well. But it seems like she's comfortable back in 3rd position, comfortable is obviously a relative term. She's setting herself up really well here at the moment. She's using as much energy as she needs to stay in this pack. She's sitting on Jess's feet, and Lucy's still out. As they turn, you can really see how things slow down, and I do wonder if it's the currents running through the bay. Maybe that's how it is. I certainly did not notice that yesterday in the swim familiarization, but I also am no longer a measure of fitness compared to these athletes. That is a huge gap.
Wow. And given that we know this is a really difficult part of this swim course, that gap is probably just going to keep growing as the athletes in front, the stronger swimmers, are able to make their mark here.
And Julie also coming around 5th in that pack. I do feel like, is that maybe the 2nd and 3rd pack that have come together into one slightly larger 2nd pack? But yeah, it's really between these ladies and the rest, and it's crazy. That's what I was trying to speak to earlier, is you cannot win the race at this stage, but pretty much anybody who's behind, you know, the 14th athlete, which at the Aussie exit was Grace Tech, can really say goodbye to any front aspirations during this final.
I wonder if the person or the people watching this, particularly the men's race getting underway shortly, I wonder if they'll be looking at this, particularly with Hayden in the water. If there's a chink in his armour, particularly with the swimming coming back from the injury that he sustained this year, that could be an interesting prospect. Certainly, seeing what Hayden can do in this very, very tricky part of the course. But for the time being, Lucy Charles-Barclay isn't thinking about that. All she's thinking about right now is being at the front of this race, trying to gap the rest of the pack as much as possible. She would have expected to be with Kate Waugh, Jessica Learmont, certainly at the front. But the key battle now is going to be how far ahead can she get out at the water from Julie Derron. Remember, we are in a 3-way title battle to become our T100 World Champion. And as this race unfolds, as this race develops, those are going to be the key battles that we're going to be looking for. Worth mentioning, of course, as well, this is a really important race for every single athlete you see taking part. Every race is really important, but particularly today, because we obviously crown our T100 World Champion, but we also allocate the prize money that the athletes have been fighting for in the race to Qatar across the year. Those athletes down in sort of 10th to 20th position, they all could go home with a huge amount of money. 10th spot gets you $70,000 in those overall rankings, all the way down to $20,000 for 20th. So there is plenty on offer for these athletes, and expect to see battles right to the very end, right to the finish line today here in Qatar. So that the skyline of Lusail city, second largest city here in Qatar after Doha. It's been a fantastic experience to be in this part of the world, a welcome change, particularly for those of us who are based in the Northern Hemisphere, to get some sun late into December. Of course, it's pretty late, isn't it, to be for these guys to be racing in the triathlon calendar. I think there's some pretty tired bodies, some tired minds out there in the field. The plus side, though, is that they know they can absolutely empty the tank and go into the Christmas break, go into January, knowing that they gave it absolutely everything on the T100. They had absolutely nothing left, and that is what I'm sure we're going to see from Lucy Charles-Barclay, Kate Waugh, Julie Derron, and all the other athletes who are in and around this title battle today. But this is it then. They're going to come out of the De Boer swim course onto the pontoon, and they'll make their way 285 meters to the first transition zone. And we saw the athletes coming out pretty gingerly from the first lap. I wonder what we're going to see here on the second lap. They got used to it there, and yeah, a little bit quicker there from Lucy Charles-Barclay, who's out in front. Jessica Learmonth in second, Kate Waugh in third. You can see Sara Perez-Sala there just struggling to get her footing after being horizontal in the swim for so long. But this is the run up over the pontoon and down through this first bit of blue carpet. Long way to go before they're on the final leg of the blue carpet on the run leg. They're going to make their way past our commentary box in the baking heat, it has to be said, here in Qatar. And Kate Waugh there passing Jessica Learmonth, choosing to run this a little bit quicker to seize every possible advantage, because you can bet Lucy Charles-Barclay is going to be setting the pace here on the bike. It's all about who can stay with her, how much of a lead can they have going into the run part of this course. It's not a short run by any stretch, it has to be said, as they make their way into the first transition zone. And Jan Frodeno has made his way down. Jan, over to you.
And we've got Kate Waugh right in front of us. She sprinted out of the swim. She has done a super smooth transition, taking the bull by the horns. First out of transition, absolutely flying, willing to create a gap. Sara Perez-Sala is out second. And we have got Holly Lawrence coming out, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Jess Learmonth, and Georgia Taylor-Brown. That is a serious power train on the bike that's going to make it extremely difficult for the next group to catch on. Somehow India Lee's got herself into the position that she's just at the back of this group, and she is going to have to put the power down. Taylor Spivey just off the back. It's going to be a tough one. She chose to put socks on. Interesting choice considering she's just off the back, and is going to have to chase hard. Try and stay away from the next group. They're out on the bikes. A slightly slower transition from Taylor Spivey there, and we can see them as the next athletes come in, and we've got a chase on. My guess is this is about a good minute, as we've got Julie Derron right in front of us. She is eager to get on that bike, fumbling slightly with her suit. It's all got to go in the box, trying to avoid any penalties. Super smooth as fast, as she's going to try and make her way by herself, try and chase these ladies. She's going to look for some help, but Paula Findlay is probably her best bet of getting any firepower. Got Caroline Paul coming through there, and Imogen Simmons, her comeback as Group 2 comes through. We've got about 10 bikes left at this stage in transition. Interesting, Ashley Gentle being here, and Matt, it's back to you. Let's tell us what's happening on the bike.
Thank you, Jan. You mean you can't also tell us what's happening on the bike, Jan, as well? Jan there down in transition. Great insight to see, to be up close and personal with these athletes as they are in that really critical part of the race. And just looking here at the timings of that transition time, Jan noted it, how quick it was from Kate Waugh. 1:36 the time of her transition. That was, well, 6 seconds quicker than the likes of Holly Lawrence, quite a bit quicker than the likes of Jess Learmonth as well. Significantly quicker than Lucy Charles-Barclay, who did it in 1:52. But yeah, they'll obviously continue to make their way out onto the bike course as we see the final few athletes coming out of the swim. That is Ashley Gentle, winner on the T100 this year, and that's Lucy Byram as well, just behind her. They make their way out onto the bike course. So Kate Waugh now right at the very front of this bike leg, and an impressive transition time, as I was saying. She really meant business there, already gapping 20 seconds to Lucy Charles-Barclay. If she's going to win this, and don't forget, each athlete, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Julie Derron, and Kate Waugh, if they win the race today, they are our T100 world champion. It's a very simple equation. It helps those of us like myself who wouldn't put maths as their strong suit. Let's keep it nice and simple. And yeah, as I say, one of those wins, they get crowned our T100 world champion. And those tunnels are going to be a feature of this bike course. They'll provide a bit of shade, a bit of respite from the baking sun that's beating down. Jan, I mean, you obviously were just in transition. Give us a sense of the conditions out there in the heat.
I was quite surprised. It's actually warming up. There is direct sun, and you know, sometimes we've got a bit of cloud cover, but we had none of that. And so I think it's gonna warm up significantly if the wind doesn't pick up more. Probably a bit more than the last couple of days, I would even say. So it's always a gamble the athletes take, but I think everybody came here preparing for a warm race, and we certainly know that Kate Waugh has been in the area in the Middle East preparing, so I think this would be a walk in the park as far as conditions go for her so far.
Yeah, we got a sense of just how much she enjoys the warm conditions when she obviously won in Singapore, probably the most brutal in terms of humidity and heat, and that is a race that takes no prisoners. If you can win in Singapore, I dare say you can win in any conditions that the world throws at you, because it's incredibly extreme.
It is extreme, but in that sense, it's also something that brings the field closer together. You know, anybody is having an off day. It looks like Julie Derron actually, well, this is a bit of a stalemate. Whoever is trying to pass who, and that's Julie Derron trying to make the pass of India Lee. She needs to make that pass within the designated time window. I think 25 seconds is what it is. That looked like a bit of a stalemate there for a second, as we have these completely closed highways. I mean, what a privilege. They are swept with a toothbrush the day before. I mean, it is absolutely pristine roads and racing conditions. See Lucy Charles-Barclay here coming around on that slight incline. This is about as close to a hill as we're going to get on this course. As she's going for the pass, Georgia Taylor-Brown just ahead of her there, trying to make sure that Kate Waugh doesn't get up the road by herself.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way through the field, and she's made light work, hasn't she, of those who she's just overtaken. And I think, has that put her into second spot?
No, I think it's put her into fourth, because it looks like there's someone ahead. Then there would, my guess is there's still Jess between Kate and the field. But you can see how costly that transition is. And oh my God, look at that bottle just balancing off the back. She can't see this, but another bump and she's going to lose that bottle nutrition and have to hope for the referee's grace that this would not be a littering penalty. You can see, even on these very finely kept roads, it's just difficult how basically what happens is that the athletes don't train with a full amount of carbohydrates. And if you pour an extra 300-400 grams of carbohydrates into those bottles, that increases the weight. And with the weight, they just become like little
dumbbells or something
that just sit there, and they just bounce out so much easier than they do in training. And yeah, it's actually a little bit surprising that after so many races and so many nutritional mishaps, there are still athletes out there without secured bottles.
So that is Lucy Charles-Barclay overtaking Sara Perez-Sala, and it's a good opportunity just to remind you, if you're joining us for the first time on the T100, about the rules we have, the drafting rules. You have to be 20 meters back from the athlete in front of you. That's measured from the leading edge of the front wheel. If you want to make a pass, you have 45 seconds to complete it. You'll see the little light on the back of the bike in front. That will start to flash red. That's when you have 45 seconds to complete that pass. And if you don't, well, you'll get slammed with a drafting penalty. And we've seen our fair share of those across the T100 this year. Important that you stay on top of that, because, Jan, in a battle that's going to be tight, there's going to be ebbs and flows today, but the last thing any of these athletes want is a penalty, which is going to make their job infinitely harder.
Absolutely, you want to try and avoid that at all costs. I mean, that's why the T100 has adopted the Race Ranger technology, so there's, you know, you've got a visual signal on the athlete just ahead of you right now. It's that square box at the bottom of Lucy Charles-Barclay's seat. It's not lit up because there's no one who's close to her. She's obviously passed Sara Perez-Sala, and she's not been able to hold on. But yes, she will very desperately be starting to look for the light of the next athlete ahead of her, because at the moment it looks like, I'm guessing both Jess and Kate have written off the front.
Yeah, 27 seconds at the last count was the difference between Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh. So she's making inroads, it's fair to be said, but she'll want to get close to Kate Waugh and Jessica Learmonth out at the front as soon as she can. As I think Imogen Simmons just going past Julie Derron there.
Well, we talked about the British train. This would then be the Swiss train. Some serious bike firepower in there as well. Imogen obviously having her comeback after a difficult time, been cleared of all accusations and is clear to race. So she's not wasting the opportunity.
And these are the situations, Jan, aren't they, where you have to be a bit careful, because there's 4 athletes there, all within seemingly at the moment legally 20 meters, but you've got to keep your concentration, particularly if you're Julie Derron, you've just been overtaken. It's then on you, isn't it, to drop back to make sure you're 20 meters behind Imogen Simmons.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've got the time to do it. Naturally, if someone's passing you, you have to drop back, but that's why we saw her freewheeling straight away. It can just be a little moment of rest where you're, you know, where you're getting like a micro rest in order to charge again. But yeah, as they fly back by the local architecture.
But interestingly now she's caught up, hasn't she, to Imogen Simmons.
Sections.
So she needs to make this pass, and she has.
Yeah, Imogen probably being a little bit timid through the technical sections, or just trying to avoid the athletes in front, whereas Julie knows she has no time to waste. She needs to get to the front of this pack. If the pace is not on, if they're 10, 20 watts shy, she's going to have to take charge.
Yeah, this is a difficult moment for Julie Derron, I think, in the race, because she needs to clear these guys as soon as possible if she wants to minimise that gap. I mean, at the last count, it's already 1:48 back from Kate Waugh out in front. So she needs to clear these guys as soon as possible, and doing that on the technical slower sections is probably a good way to minimise the effort if she can do that, which obviously she's done now. So she's sitting second in this pack, going for whoever's out in front. We'll get confirmation as soon as we can of who that is.
Well, I hate to disagree with you here, but that is actually the clearest, simplest situation in a race. It's make or break. Like, she cannot play it safe. She cannot wait for later on. She has to go. She needs to try and chase to keep that gap steady. I don't think she would have a chance if she was too far behind, you know, Kate or Lucy with the running shape they're currently in. And so there she is.
Yeah,
taking the front of the pack.
Ellie Salthouse, she's just overtaken. We're going to get used to going very dark and then very bright as we go through the tunnels here in Lusail City.
Ooh, the British train. We've got Kate and Jess, 2 of them together for the first time probably we're seeing, and riding very fairly, but this obviously helps with pacing. I think Jess is somebody, you know, she needs to look for a gap on the bike. She needs to create some kind of damage on the other athletes to push herself up as far as she possibly can. You know, she's dreaming of another podium. Currently 5th in the rankings, but we saw the differences in points that come up, which means, you know, if she can move a spot or 2, that's also several tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
In the overall ranking. She never goes bad.
It's not bad, is it?
Absolutely. Makes for a nice Christmas. She's already told me she's looking forward to going all out on Christmas and the great thing for these athletes is actually having such a long season. It's the first time ever that they'll have Christmas as an off season. And I know that's at the back of a lot of athletes' minds, because normally Christmas morning is the time when you need to do a long run so that you can afford to chill out for Christmas lunch. And that is probably, at least on Jess's mind, I know something she's very much looking forward to.
That's a fascinating insight into what Christmas is like for elite athletes, as us mere mortals are tucking into our turkey and whatever you do and however you celebrate around the world. These guys are are having a slightly meaner time of it, and that is Lucy Charles-Barclay. And Jan, you were right, that bottle right at the very top of that bottle cage has finally bitten the bullet and has come off, and it will remain to be seen if it's water, if it's nutrition, but that's not an ideal situation to be in, is it, for Lucy?
Nah, that would be nutrition for sure. You don't need water at this stage. You can pick up water from the aid stations. She obviously has some integrated hydration in her bike, so she's not completely out of luck. But quite honestly, it just wouldn't be a Lucy kind of thing. Like, I'm actually glad she's lost this now. She's probably got her bad luck out of the way and can get on with it. I think Lucy's definitely somebody who can turn adversity into positive momentum. And yeah, it does surprise me, because you see the majority, if not, I don't know, 95% of all athletes having now put rubber strings around their bottle cages. And I know Reese is probably listening. Mate, that's on you. You have to make sure the bike's mechanics are 100% set up and the bottle is secured.
Reese, we're on the balcony looking out over the swim course if you want to come and speak to Jan yourself.
The beauty of armchair experting, yeah. You know, we've got the best seat in the house.
We certainly do. All right, all season long our athletes have been competing to earn points in the race to Qatar, knowing today is the day we crown our world champion.
Race on our hands. Oh my goodness!
So all season long we've been trying to work out, and athletes have been going for glory and trying to add points onto their race to Qatar standings. As we see the whale shark there, that they're sort of suspended between the 4 towers here in Lusail. Jessica Learmonth there just maybe getting a split from someone out on the course.
Yeah, because we've got all this data to the left of our screen and wherever else. But as an athlete, you're out there by yourself and you're really looking for a trusted face that you can tell, because both these athletes would be quite happy if Lucy Charles-Barclay does not join them. We can see, however, on the data that she's closing second by second. She's slowly clawing back that gap and growing the gap pretty much to anyone else. I mean, Julie Derron is already 2 minutes back. I quite honestly did not have that on my bingo card this morning.
What's a gap that she can do on the run?
You know, we would have always said 2 minutes, but not with the shape that both Kate and I think Lucy have shown throughout the season. I mean, just very composed and much more complete athletes than they were at the beginning of the season. It's just, you know, it's such a long narrative, but that also gives athletes time, and you face off against each other more and more often. And, you know, if anything has come of it, it's that Lucy's run is back to the best it's probably ever been. And I think that's something at the forefront of her mind. I interviewed her a couple of days ago, and, you know, she said her best is yet to come. She feels that she's still improving, and she feels that, you know, all the battle scars that she's received over the years are making her stronger. And, you know, she's got these 2 ladies in sight now, and that's definitely something where I think she will be in a happy position going off the bike together with Kate Waugh. And if they work together, then I'm not sure even Julie, you know, can have much of a gap. In Dubai, what was it? Was it about 2 minutes that she ran faster?
Yeah, I think it was. We'll try and find out exactly what the gap was when she came off the bike. in Dubai, because that will be a very interesting comparison to see what she can do here in Qatar.
I don't think Kate was on her finest day in Qatar. Quite honestly, she seemed a bit tired and she seemed a bit deflated. And I think it could have been the very helpful motivation that she needed for this final, because when everything's going away, it can be tough to get out of the routine and, you know, push yourself all the way into December, which is something these athletes haven't done probably ever.
Yeah, a very late race in the season, all about motivation. Who is going to have what it takes to be our world champion? Yeah, Lucy has spoken quite a bit about this season being a very different season to 2024, when she was plagued by injuries. She obviously pulled out of the T100 in London. She didn't look the same athlete that has dominated world championships and that we all came to know and love. This year, though, she said she feels fitter, stronger, and more like the best version of myself than ever before. And I think it's fair to say we're really seeing that, aren't we, Jan?
Well, let's be honest, she is really the only athlete that has not dedicated, well, not dedicated, but that has spread herself across every distance and every form of racing and is having success with it. Kate Waugh is dedicated to the T100 series, like the same way that Hayden is, and she's trying to piece this puzzle together and has really created a bit of a masterpiece, in my opinion.
I mean, how difficult is it to balance the different distances across the season, particularly when you're fighting at the pointy end like Lucy Charles-Barclay is, to get your brain, to get your body back in each format? Is that quite a difficult challenge?
I think it can be extremely difficult. Like, we've seen it in the men's field, we've seen it in the women's field, and I think it's just long distance racing can take so much mentally out of you, more than the physical, that it just makes it extremely difficult to maintain that kind of form, and it is very, very tricky to balance. It also adds more racing. I mean, there is already, by triathlon standards, a lot of racing on the calendar, and really putting it all together requires that bit of luck. Not many people can take a setback like Hayden Wilde and almost use it to your advantage in terms of, you know, mentally seeing that you've rested up more. As Lucy Charles-Barclay has made it to the front of this pack, interestingly enough, I mean, really, she's only had to close this gap because she had a slow transition. That is the only reason. She's just had to put out a massive effort to try and get there. She's obviously, you know, got 4 laps to keep working, but it's going to be interesting how these gaps unfold. Julie Derron has also taken about 10 seconds out of the leaders as we see the first change in lead since the swim. Jelle Learmonth coming by. Interestingly enough, at the same time that Lucy rides up to them, she wouldn't even have seen that. But yeah, it's obviously a sign that Kate is fatiguing a little bit from the early effort.
You say there that Lucy Charles-Barclay put in a massive effort. I'm just curious to know exactly how much that is going to bite her in the back later. So Jan, you were just talking there about the effort that Lucy Charles-Barclay has had to put in since transition, since that slightly slower transition. I mean, what impact will that have later on in the race, if at all?
Well, I mean, she's definitely fit enough to deal with it, but it's one of those things, it's, you know, if it comes down to a head-to-head running situation, we saw really in London, it was Kate that probably faltered a little bit more than that Lucy would have actually accelerated in the last kilometers. And it's probably not going to show up for a while, but you just never know. It's something that could be avoided. It's something that could have gone into creating more of a time gap towards Julie Derron, or it could have just made it a little bit easier as Jelle Learmonth has just taken to the front and, you know, created that gap to be big enough that none of the race ranger lights are lighting up, meaning that the athletes are well outside the 25-meter zone, which is, you know, you want to be as close as you can, as you legally are allowed to be. Because even at 20 meters, you are getting a slight benefit, and, you know, that herring's just a little bit closer to try and catch.
Okay, well, let's hear from Lucy Charles-Barclay. Here she is reflecting on a season that's included 2 T100 wins.
I guess off the back of 2024, my main concern was actually, can I string a season together anymore? I just had so many injuries and health problems that I kind of took a step back at the end of last year and was deciding, okay, how do I get myself healthy? How do I make sure I have a season where I'm injury-free? And I kind of took a few months to just really step away from racing, focus on myself, look at getting strong, look at getting healthy. And obviously I found out last year that I had celiac disease, and that was a huge change for me. And I kind of thought naively that, okay, I've got the diagnosis, now I'm going to be healthy. But in reality, it took about a whole year to actually get myself healthy again. So on the start line in Singapore, I think my main goal was just to finish healthy. And then doing that was like, okay, that's one big box ticked, I've got a race under my belt. But yeah, at that point, I never imagined to be able to be sat here having 1-2 races and then have a 3rd and 4th as well. I think it's definitely exceeded my expectations for the year.
And as if by magic, there she is, passing Kate Waugh out on the course to move into 2nd spot here at the T100 Grand Final here in Qatar. And that was perhaps I wouldn't say a decisive move, but she certainly let Kate know exactly where she is, as Kate was very much at the front of this race, now finds herself back in 3rd from Jess Learmonth out in front.
It's a letter of intent formally delivered. I am here for the world crown, and I'm going to do whatever I have to and whatever I can. That's what I love about these 3 ladies. They're not shy to say they all want this world title. You know, in triathlon, sometimes everybody can be very cautious about their statements, but they know that's all they're here for. It really is winner takes all at the end of the season. And ironically, these 2, if they were to go 1 and 2, Lucy would be ahead, then they would be on equal points. It would just be the merit of the fact that the grand final takes precedence and that she won it, the higher position. That's how close this race is, and this season is.
Yeah, exactly. All on the line. This amazing 3-way battle that we've got on our hands here for the T100 world title. Lucy Charles-Barclay, Julie Derron, Kate Waugh, all with an equal shout, you have to say, because if one of them wins it, it's very, very simple. They are crowned our T100 world champion.
But look at the stats on the left. Julie has she's just gone from 3 minutes to 3 minutes 40. Did she give a transponder to the wrong person?
Interesting, that.
That does not look good. I mean, she didn't. No, okay. The stats are just a little bit up and down, fluctuating at the moment.
Yeah, 2 minutes is I think is what we got at the last count on the live timing. So yeah, she's sticking in, isn't she? But she's certainly not making huge inroads on that front pack. And you would assume that the pace isn't going to slow down throughout this race.
Well, she did also say to me her best is yet to come. She feels like she's in good shape, but not in great shape. I think that, you know, it seemed like a minor crash, but especially on the running side of things, when your body is out of whack, it can be extremely difficult to gather momentum. And I think she's a patient athlete. I think she's somebody who's very process-orientated and really wants to focus on getting just that. So I don't think she's panicking, but at the same time, yeah, she wouldn't make die-hard effort until the closing stages.
The splits that she's no doubt being given out on course, what are those splits going to be? Are they literally going to be to specifically Kate Waugh or Lucy Charles-Barclay, or are they going to be to the front of the race?
Well, luckily that is kind of the same thing at the moment, right?
Well, if Jess is still in front, I mean what's my question more is about how much has she got the world title on her mind versus how much has she got the race win on her mind? I know they're kind of the same thing, but what's she thinking?
Yeah, I think, you know, she's somebody who's focused on winning races rather than on other athletes. It's very difficult in your mental preparation to focus on others. You know, that being said, she's probably very glad that she's got someone with the bike power of Paula Findlay just ahead of her to try and set some sort of pace here. Interestingly enough, she does not have an aero crank at the front of her bike, you know, with aerodynamic optimizations taking place all the time. And she's still got a 2x crank at the front, which I guess on this course you wouldn't really need. But back to the point, she is somebody who's very process orientated and very much focused on getting the most out of herself rather than focusing on other athletes. You never know who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. And we can see how it changes. You know, right here we can see Ash Gentle, the queen of the T100. She's almost 4 minutes down. She's had an extremely tough lead in. We talked about the miscarriage in the lead up where that she communicated. And, you know, she was somebody who was at the front of everybody's mind last year at every single race. And the same thing can happen within a season. Athletes, you know, show amazing promise, and then when the actual championships are on, it's just such a different ask to perform on that big day.
Yeah, amazing bravery to go public with that. We're thinking of her and her husband, Josh Amberger, who incidentally retired last week from professional triathlon. So as things stand between them as a couple, there's now only one professional triathlete in there, but what a power couple they've been in this sport. And yeah, we wish them well. So we're going to be able to get a little bit of a side-by-side here between Julie Derron and Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jan. I mean, that gap there in speed is there for all to see.
It is, but they're in slightly different sections of the course, so you can see that Lucy's already heading towards one of the tunnels and probably coming off a slight downhill. Interesting to me is more the difference in cadence. You can see Lucy riding a very efficient, very smooth cadence, whereas Julie comes from a coaching background that very much believes in riding off strength. And the advantage of riding strength is that you ride with a lower cadence, which keeps your heart rate lower, but it's more taxing on the muscular system. So you can ride higher power, essentially below your threshold heart rate. And it's a very effective training tool that a lot of athletes use. But normally it's said to be more efficient to run off a slightly higher cadence, which is what Lucy's showing right here. But then again, Julie's disproven that theory many, many times. And it just shows how athletes have very individual ways of getting themselves ready for what is the final discipline of the tri.
I mean, when you're a professional athlete, I guess even when you're an amateur athlete, how do you find the one that works for you? How do you find the right methodology? Is it a case of try and test it and see what works?
100%. I think, you know, if you look at a regular training build-up, every athlete probably has some strength training in there somewhere. And strength training on a bike is that you go to a hill and you choose what is called a big gear, meaning a low cadence of around 50 to 60 RPM. And you know, some athletes can do that extremely well, and other athletes really struggle. And if you can do it really well, and it's something that you practice and you make it your own, then it obviously has its advantages. But it is definitely something where we see the individuality of every athlete coming out, and you have to find your own way of what works for you.
I love the idea that there's going to be age group athletes, amateurs at home now going, that's 2026 is my year of lower cadence cycling, and I'm going to take this into my triathlons next year.
As every trend, it's been recycled for about 50 years. I don't think strength intervals and cycling are something very new. If you're into your bike gear and cycling at all, you know it's probably one of the most efficient ways to get strong quickly. And even those people who live in flatter areas or in cities are now finding that indoor training is the way to get those kind of strength intervals going, because it's just such an essential part. Strength endurance is really what makes or breaks a triathlete.
Well, that is Ellie Salthouse there, just overtaking Julie Derron, sharing a bit of the pacing duties here as they sort of battle into ninth spot. Go on, tell us why, Jan.
Well, normally you see such integrated systems, but here at the very bottom of your screen, you can see that bike computer just sort of bouncing with the vibrations of the road, and normally it's something that's tightly tucked between your hands. But you can just see there's no space. She's got her hydration sort of all the way to the front. It doesn't look like it's aerodynamically optimized, but who knows what works. That's another thing about aerodynamics. The real only way is to go and test, and that's why we see professionals definitely, but more and more athletes going, even amateurs going to wind tunnels to optimize their setup, because it makes such a difference, especially on a course like this, where better aerodynamics just mean free speed.
Free speed, no one's going to be turning that down. Is that something that's come into the sport, would you say, in the last, what, decade? A much more focused approach to that?
When I say free, it's free of effort. It's definitely not free of cash. The cash expenditure is getting bigger and bigger, but it's definitely something that's come in maybe only the last 5-6 years. I mean, you used to have plenty of pros who would wear all sorts of outfits. Now, other than Sarah Perez-Sala, no one would dare ride without sleeves or kind of long leg suits, just because aerodynamically they're so much faster. Georgia Taylor-Brown taking her time there to make sure she gets the nutrition, or rather gets the water. The aid stations have actually been changed around so that the water is more readily available. She's got plenty of nutrition safely secured at the back of her seat there. But you could see she really slowed down after the slight uphill section, turn around, make sure she gets the bottle to cool herself down back into the aero position, which, yes, is something that is a trend that's just gone absolutely viral in triathlon. I mean, it is the reason, I don't think many normal cyclists even get into time trialing, internationally speaking. But in triathlon, it's become all about finding the small watts that just come for free by placing your bottle somewhere else, by having a shoe cover, by having a different suit, by having a different helmet, and all these things. It's just really impossible to say what is the fastest helmet, because some helmets work for some athletes. And so, much like shoe technology, it's something that's hugely evolved over the last few years.
Really interesting, and it's going to continue to evolve, no doubt, over the next decade. Just worth mentioning, that's Georgia Taylor-Brown, of course, as we've already mentioned, but she's been having a different race suit for every race, which is brilliant, and they've all been themed around the location. This one is pearl themed, given we are in Qatar, which of course is famous for its pearls, and a fantastic suit to finish the year with. I mean, she's had... Sorry, Anne, go on.
Is it a wink to Qatar, or is it a wink to Vincent?
Who knows? No comment here, but she's had a fantastic couple of weeks since we last saw her out in Dubai, with a win in Phuket, and also win in Bahrain as well. Fantastic few weeks for Georgia Taylor-Brown. Interestingly, Jan, with those wins there for Georgia, you might say the strength of the field was lower, right? In both of those races, there weren't as many pros as we're seeing on the T100 or some of the other races. But a win is a win, and both her and Vince actually won in Bahrain. Saw photos of both of them together. It must be really nice moments as a professional athlete to still get wins like that.
Yeah, I think that's really what it is. I mean, the depth of field is concentrated so much around the T100, but there are, other opportunities, and we saw the course in Bahrain was so fast that it was actually a world record performance. So over the 70.3 distance, that was a world record. Whereas here, she's sitting in the top 5, a minute off the leader, and we're kind of, not even halfway through the bike. She does look fairly comfortable at this stage, looking around at every U-turn. It's kind of the advantage of this kind of course, is that you can see where the competition is. But yes, to your point, it just creates a positive momentum, and I think much of this year for Georgia has also been about discovering, about finding other races, seeing new kind of places after being through the gauntlet of the British short course Olympic system, which was brutal and is brutal every 4 years. We saw it in Paris. It's just, it takes a lot out of these athletes, and that's the beauty of our sport in general. You know, we've got some great locations on the T100 series where athletes can travel the world, but there are also other traditional races like the Phuket Triathlon. I think that's been around for probably 40 years. I mean, I've raced it, so it must have been around ages ago. and it's a fun way to go and see the world.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Georgia Taylor-Brown does next year, it has to be said, because she sort of set her stall out fairly early this year, very low expectations in terms of what she was hoping to achieve, and just wanted to try a few things. She's called it in interviews a sort of gap year, as it were, to go and try new stuff. And well, she's certainly got the talent to back up spending more time in on the T100 and this distance of racing. As we see the Lusail Towers there, standing well splendid above the Lusail city skyline here in Qatar. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see what she does next year. Yeah,
it'll be fascinating all around. I agree. I'll be interested to see what she's learned about herself in this year. You know, you go out and travel and you just find where your passion's at. But she's not the only one. You know, we haven't seen much of Els Visser yet today, but she's announced her retirement. If I was a betting man, I'd say she's probably not the only one. And so it'll be interesting to see who joins us in the T100 series next year.
Well, here we are in Qatar for the T100 Grand Final. The women's race, of course, underway right now, but don't forget the men's race gets underway in just over, or just under, I should say, an hour and a half's time here in Qatar. In the heat of the day, these conditions are getting a little bit more spicy, it has to be said, as we reach just past 11 o'clock here local time in Lusail City. And that skyline has been dominating the views of both our cameras, but also, of course, the athletes who are on this bike course at the moment. We really are in for a treat today. A three-way battle to be crowned our T100 World Champion. Lucy Charles-Barclay, Julie Derron and Kate Waugh, all with a chance of winning. Whichever one of those guys wins, they will be crowned the T100 champion. And yeah, and I guess I've been saying that all day, but there is still the possibility someone else wins this race and really does throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, that is the beauty of a final, or the curse of a final, that things can go wrong. And you know, I've been at the receiving end of that. I have lost the final needing a top 5 for a world title and finished way down in probably the biggest choke of my career. You can see one athlete choking, you can see two of them, but all three of them is hard to see, you know, mathematically in my eyes. Jess Learmonth, yeah, being 5th at the moment, but yeah, Ash Gentle in the runnings. Again, mathematically all possible. And yeah, well, think of Kona. We thought the race was done and dusted. And, you know, the lead changed maybe, what was it, 15K from the finish, and then it changed again 3K from the finish in something that was just completely not foreseeable.
Yeah, my mind also goes back to the World Series final in Wollongong, Australia, where it was a straight shootout, so we thought, between Beth Potter and Cassandra Beaugrand, and neither of those athletes ended up going home with the prize. So yeah, do not go anywhere, because anything can happen. And we've also feel like commentators curse. We've been talking as well, haven't we, Jan, about how smooth these roads are, how wonderful it is to race in this part of the world, and all that is true. But you're only a puncture away, you're only a mechanical away from something going very, very wrong, and potentially having a 2, 3, 4, maybe longer minute stop. And yeah, that is potentially a huge threat to all of these athletes. It would be mighty unlucky, and you don't wish that upon any triathlete at all, but the possibility remains.
Well, of course, all the punters at home are going to be talking about the Dubai event as well. And you got to say, T100 has gone above and beyond to put lap counters. I think we've got digital ones, we've got automatic ones, we've got backup ones, just so that everybody now has several opportunities to make sure that, you know, we're not crowning the T108 world champion here. But yeah, that's something that's happened since Dubai, and the team, as always, working incredibly hard to make it as good for these athletes as can be.
Yeah, listening to athletes' feedback and acting on it, that is certainly what the T100 have done. Okay, well, that is Kate Waugh, who currently sits at the top of the Race to Qatar standings. She knows a win here today will see her crowned the T100 world champion. Let's see how she's been feeling heading into this race.
Nervous going into Friday with myself, Lucy and Julie all kind of fighting for that top spot. But I think it makes for exciting racing. I think this season's been really cool to see like different people dominating at different races, and I think that's what everyone wants to see, is like a tough competition. Yeah, it would mean so much to me. I think I've spent my life dedicating myself to triathlon, and to earn a world title would be incredible. It would be my first ever senior world title, so obviously it would mean a lot to me. I guess I just don't want to get caught up in like that potential result right now. I think I just need to focus on executing the race I think I can, and the result will follow.
Worth just noting as well, Kate Waugh, one of 5 Brits in the top 5 at the moment, which as a Brit I love to see, but yeah, I'm sure we'll have a slightly more neutral view on the whole thing. Yeah, and the
Very
thing that's
neutral, annoyingly good, annoyingly good.
The thing that strikes me about that interview with Kate actually is that she seems to be talking really wonderfully about the pride that she has for her effort this year. And I think I'd love to get your view really on athletes and professional athletes, and how easy or difficult that is. I mean, I've heard Andy Murray speak recently about how he wished in his tennis career he actually just took a seat back and just went, oh, hold on a minute, I'm beating the world's very best, I am one of the world's very best, and just taking stock slightly.
Yeah, I think for most athletes that's something reserved to after their career. I never found myself in that moment during my career, and it really is interesting how the fuel you have changes throughout the career, right? I think that hunger and that desperation is something that, you know, might not be sustainable and might not drive you into happy retirement, but it's something that drives your performance day in, day out. And Kate is somebody who, you know, technically looks like an overnight success, whereas not as many people would have recognized her efforts before Singapore, and all of a sudden she's winning, and yet it's been 15 years of getting ready and preparing. And that's the thing with back-to-back racing. Yeah, she says it in the interview, I wonder how much of it she actually does at home over a glass of red wine or a flat white or whatever her choice of poison is. But it's very, very interesting to see how athletes perceive themselves throughout their career, and not many of them really ever take the time to appreciate much more than their last session or their last race.
Yeah, it's been just a remarkable season for Kate. When you remember that she, you know, it was her first ever T100 race to win on debut, to win by a record-breaking margin, is quite remarkable. And you can see her there. I think she's about to overtake a supercar, which is a Ferrari, no less. There you go. Don't say our athletes aren't very fast. They are so quick. They're overtaking supercars. But I'm sure Kate Waugh is not thinking too much about the cars she's surrounded by. She's got her eyes firmly focused on the front of this race.
Maybe that's what she's thinking of, putting her winning 200 grand on, should she win. It's a $200,000 check on top of what she gets today, so 225 grand for, well, it's a season's work, but it is a season's work that hinges on one single day. Not bad.
I'd love to see that on Instagram. One of these guys winning a race and then just splashing it all on a Ferrari. Why not?
Yeah, you can see. I haven't quite found the Instagram image in my head that I find good, but who knows? She does spend a lot of time in Andorra, so plenty of those around.
It's a lot of money. $200,000 is what first place will get you in the overall standings. The race to Qatar. Second spot, $170,000. Third spot, $150,000. This is serious cash for our triathletes here, and will make their Christmas, I'm sure, even sweeter as they enjoy their holiday, enjoy their off season, as we've been talking about so far. So that is Lucy Charles-Barclay, and all of these guys really sitting at the front of this race. Jessica Limont also in there, Kate Waugh in there. It's about 8 seconds the gap at the last count between those front three, and then quite a big gap back to India Lee, 59 seconds to her and Georgia Taylor-Brown. Decent performance this so far from India Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. She's come out, and considering she's been prepping at home, yeah, she's showing a strong day, still within a minute. The two of them seemingly working together quite well. As we see the other gaps slowly but surely extending just a bit.
Yeah, sorry, Jan. I was just going to mention the sort of season that India Lee has had. It's been a slightly topsy-turvy season. I mean, obviously she won our first ever T100 race in Miami last year, so I think would have had pretty big expectations going into this year. But a third place, a podium finish in France, the best result that she's had. 7th in Spain last time out. And yeah, has been just battling, I think, with a few issues with her body, not being able to come back from racing out in Kona. Had a few rough races this year, but she's back, and I guess if you finish this year on a real high, like she's certainly looking to do today, yeah, and it makes Christmas all the better. It makes January, gives you that extra motivation heading into 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top 10 get an automated start for next year for the early races, where the whole T100 format changes and they're not going to be contracted athletes anymore. But, you know, all in all, it just shows how little magic is required. It really is day in, day out. Consistency just trumps any of the kind of magic tips, because I get asked all the time, you know, what's the one thing? It's just not that simple. And I think India Lee is just such a testament to just enduring, keeping going, getting her preparation, you know, in a solid, managed way. Yes, she has to deal with some injuries. She's dealing with conditions back in the UK, where she prepares, you know, in her garage, essentially, wearing, you know, a plastic suit, so her core temperature comes up. And it's just solid, consistent work. And I always say, you know, that there are just no hacks. It's simply hacking away at every single day. And that's what India Lee's phenomenal at over the years.
What about that aero position? I'm just looking at the I'm not an expert in this, but the helmet going straight smoothly onto the back, that looked good from my untrained eye.
Yeah, it looked very, very smooth, and I think she's somebody who's, you know, played with that position over the years and made sure that her bike setup is just there, and she's not leaving anything to chance. If we compare her to the images we had earlier of Kate Waugh, you know, her position seems far more upright. But I also know that's tested. So she's been to the wind tunnel, she's been to the track, and it can be very, very deceiving as to what's fast and what's not. But I agree 100%, this looks very smooth.
Yeah, finding the right balance there of speed, power, aero efficiency. That's what all of our athletes do across the season. Well, I mean, Jan, would they go back? Would you do an update? If you're someone like Kate, who's obviously fairly new to the TT bike, would you perhaps go back in January and February in the off season and take another look at it, just check where your body aligns?
If you look at professional cyclists, they they check all the time. So at least once a year, you'd go back to the tunnel. You see, obviously, there's so much tech that's developing. And recently, over the last 2 years, we've just seen that nutrition is now kind of the aerodynamically probably most efficient tool to use, because everybody's loading up their handlebars and putting all their nutrition to kind of close the gap between shoulders and arms and just create an aerodynamic unit. That brings a lot with it. It makes the bike, at least in my opinion, incredibly uncomfortable to steer because there's so much weight resting on the forks that otherwise you just don't have. And those are the kind of developments you need to check and kind of play with. As Kate Waugh is not happy, I think she's waited too late to drop her bottle, something she's not happy with.
Interesting. We'll see if we can get
it looks like they're going up.
Replay of that.
Yeah, if they're going up, she's still allowed to discard a bottle. No, they're going down, which means, hang on. Let's just wait. Yeah, so they're going back down, which means this was after the aid station. And I wonder if she's just left throwing her bottle a little bit late, which would, in that case, be considered a littering penalty. But you got to remember, we're getting images from the moto cam, not the referee's cam. So we don't know if somebody's even picked up on that. And then it's still up to their discretion. And personally, I would hate to see a world championship decided over pettiness like that. Okay, so she's got it. She's using it. And then on the right, you see the sign just ahead of that gentleman. That's Lucy throwing it just on the line.
So
and I think Kate as well. I think that was on the line.
Yeah, I think it was okay. I wonder if she's just gesturing towards the motorbike there. Oh.
Sarah Perez-Sala. Having a chat.
Just having a chat at 50 kilometers an hour or whatever they're going down this hill.
You can see, you know, the technical officials, they're here. And you got to remember, these guys travel around the world and these guys dedicate their time, a lot of them voluntarily, to these events. Not all of them, of course, but you know, there's a human side there. Nobody's trying to catch anyone off. Nobody's trying to interfere the race. You could see that he obviously gave her a warning. They nodded, thumbs up, on goes the race. And that's really how you want to have it. You don't really want to see the sheriff who tries to put himself into prime time.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that's a really important point. We definitely don't want to see any sort of penalty deciding this world title, because we very much want these athletes, as they're mighty impressive that they are. I want it to be done purely on their sporting prowess, their athletic ability, but it's very much a part of our sport in order to make it as fair as possible. So we can do a little time check here for Julie Derron. We haven't seen her for a little bit. She is, well, still a fair way back from the front pack, still a fair way back from Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh. 2 minutes, 4 seconds at the moment. So I guess, Jan, from a positive perspective for Julie, she hasn't let that gap draw out any further.
No, she's been top 10 all day. In the swim, she was around 10th. She's here. What do you think? Are we gonna, I mean, imagine if she runs 2 minutes quicker than Kate, and assuming Kate and Lucy run together, like, we're halfway through the bike. This is, yeah, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, the race is very much on. And a really exciting prospect if we were to get Julie Derron fighting and taking down and chasing those athletes at the very front of the race. Just worth mentioning as well, Jan. I mean, if you remember back to Dubai, she was actually came into T2 with both Jess and Kate. So she was able to win in the end by 3 minutes and 13 seconds. But that was with a kind of, I guess, a standing start of them all going together. There wasn't the deficit that there currently is. I mean, that's not to say that there can't be a bit more of a deficit or less of a deficit, as we obviously have still got 40 kilometers of this bike lap to go.
And it's much easier to be pushing yourself while you're chasing. Like, once that gap is 2 minutes or beyond, it really is, you know, there's no point in pushing yourself to the wire. And I've said it many times, I'll say it again, a race is a test of exhaustion for everyone bar the winner. And you know, for her to have to chase, even with the girls up the front, or the ladies up the front, excuse me, being on their very best, this could be a real nail-biter.
That's why we're here. That's pretty exciting prospects, and yeah, fingers crossed we do exactly that. All right, a little bit further down in the field, Holly Lawrence here, currently looking good in 6th spot. Best result of the season, or I should say equal best result of the season in Dubai, a fifth place there, matched her result that she got in San Francisco, returning to racing since becoming a mother, traveling around the world with her daughter Poppy. And she's been training out and about. I think she spent a bit of time in Girona over the last couple of weeks. Didn't choose to go home, chose to not do a long haul flight with her young baby. And, yeah, potentially the right call, as she's looking very strong at the moment. So,
and just what we needed, another Brit.
Yeah.
Another Brit, top 6. We are out of Brits, almost out of Brits. We've got a couple more down the line, but yeah, top 6.
Top 6, and yeah, it's all on Sarah Perez-Sala, Hannah Berry, Paula Finley, Julie Derron to spoil the British party here. But yeah, if you're from British Triathlon and you're looking at that, you're thinking, wow, job well done. Certainly so far, very, very strong British contingent here on the T100. So that is Holly Lawrence, but we'll turn our attention to Julie Derron. And let's hear from her now, shall we? This is what she's thinking and telling us what it would mean to become our T100 World Champion.
Winning the T100 Championship, I actually haven't really thought about it that much. But of course it would mean a lot. Especially after such an up and down year, to come out on top at the end would be really meaningful, and also give back to all the people that have stood by me this year. I know I haven't always been the easiest to deal with, but they always encourage me, and they believe in me, my coach, my family. So to finish off on a high, that would be really cool. Having 3 girls, being able to win the overall title, and it coming down to this one race, whoever beats the others is going to win, is a really unique situation. I think for us athletes it doesn't change that much, because we all want to win every race. So we're going to go out and do the best we can. But I think for the spectators, it makes it super entertaining, and I feel like there's going to be quite a few people glued to the television and, I don't know, crunching the numbers, looking at the seconds, and just trying to anticipate what happens. And I think that's going to make the women's race more exciting than the men's race, for sure.
Do you really believe, Jan, she's not been thinking about winning the T100 or being crowned a T100 World Champion?
I think it's something she actively pushes from her mind. She strikes me as somebody who likes to work in the quiet. She doesn't necessarily enjoy the limelight as others, and you know, she prepares most of the year in China, I think, for a reason. She, you know, kind of is prepared to live in a hotel room, which sounds great for a while, but she spent months, several months, staying there preparing, because I think that's much of how she operates, just out of the quiet, out of the limelight, and then all that comes with the crown is great, and you work for these titles, but at the same time, if you realistically put yourself in that scenario, it comes with the limelight, it comes with attention, it comes with pressure, and a lot of athletes don't actually want that. And so I think it's a very smart tactic to really focus on athletically being as good as you can be, rather than focusing on being a world champion because of all the extra asks that will come with it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's her just overtaking Hannah Berry. The sort of this tussle going on and changing hands quite a bit as Julie Derron tries to place herself in the best possible position she can be going onto the run. Yeah, very interesting what you're saying there, Jan, about sort of taking yourself out of the limelight. Obviously, what Julie Derron has chosen to do, and I think she's definitely benefited as well from that sort of. I mean, obviously, short term it was hugely problematic to get injured. It was a kind of a small injury that she thought initially. I think that's something sort of bump in the road and whatnot, but actually had a really big impact on her season, and she was struggling to get back fighting fit. She took a bit longer out than perhaps she thought she would, but in doing so is definitely arriving on the start line freshest of our front three athletes, you have to say, with the lack of racing in her legs that she's had over the past few weeks. So that's Julie Derron, who's currently sitting in 8th spot. Jessica Learmonth here, right at the very front of the race, and that's another good look at her excellent helmet. What do you make of her position, Jan, on the bike? Someone who's obviously an incredible cyclist that we've seen on the T100 this year. Compare her perhaps to India Lee and what we were talking about just a short while ago.
Well, I think she's very much gone through an optimization. You can see she's chosen to have, I'm not 100% familiar with the front wheel if it's a tri-spoke, but you know, it's one of those things that's come out of the Hube labs. Hube being a brand that's very much into aerodynamic optimizations. They've had some strong aerodynamicists. A guy called Dan Bigham, who's he's a bit of a genius around aerodynamics, optimizing, pacing, all these kind of things. And through him, I think the brand really started a bit of a program of trying to get these athletes set up as good as they can be. And Jess looks just that. She looks smooth. If you compare her actually to Holly, that's probably visually the easiest one to see because we just had eyes on her. She's quite steady on the bike. She's smooth. There's some movement, but it really is just this gentle rocking from side to side. But yeah, she's smooth and she's very quick, and she's shown that many times on the T100.
Yeah, she certainly has. She's had 3 podium finishes so far this year. I dare say she's not done yet either, with Qatar being our final race. Here she is reflecting on the challenges she's faced this year.
I don't like to use it not as an excuse, because I think it's more than doable to travel around the world being a professional athlete as a mum, but I just think sometimes it's quite tough going, and I've had ups and downs this year with sleep and you know, like racing off no sleep and things like that. So I think my overall performance as a whole, I'm proud of, that I've been able to race so many times and still be up there in the standings when going into the season to start with. I never thought I'd be able to do that. So I think for me to have a successful day, I need to be up the road with 3 people, maybe even 2, and get a decent gap, because like I said, my run is not where, it's not far off where I want it to be, but it's not good enough for the start list that we've got today. So I'd just like to make the race hard and make the bike hard, so then people run slower, is the idea. So yeah, probably a breakaway of maybe 3 would be ideal.
Yeah, it's been a really good debut season for Jessica Lim on the T100. She's really suffered with running injuries, hasn't she, Jan, this year? And is it almost even more remarkable that she's been able to get 3 podium races, given that she's barely been able to do any running sessions, any speed sessions?
I honestly love that interview so much. I mean, as athletes, myself included, you kind of fret over the little things that might have gone wrong. And there she is, she's like, I don't want to complain about, waking up in the middle of the night, and her role as a mom just going out and absolutely crushing this season, having to deal with injury on top of that, which is clearly related. If you're not sleeping, your body's not recovering as well. Those are kind of things, and she would never put the blame on it, which I really, really like, and how she's gone and shifted from, being somebody who sweats all the little details to just doing as much right as she can. And that attitude is what's got her here to this position. And good on her. She asked for 2 athletes, best case, to be up the front with her. That's exactly how it's come. And they got 30K to go to do a bit of damage. So let's see what they do with it.
Should have requested this before we came on air, but we need to get a compilation of all of Jess's words to camera throughout the season, because as well as being an amazing athlete and someone who's achieved an awful lot in this sport, she's just one of the great characters and communicators, and she's always an amazing interviewer. Whenever we've spoken to her after the race, she always gives you some fascinating insight into what's going on in her head. But equally, I think back to Singapore when she was shouting towards the motorbike, telling them that they were too hot. She's provided us with some amazing racing, but also some entertainment, and she's got her own podcast as well, which I thoroughly recommend you check out if you want to do a deeper dive into the life of being a professional triathlete. Because as good as she's been on the T100, she's also, like I said, a fantastic communicator as well.
This is interesting. Hannah Berry coming through, and Paula Findlay obviously being one of the strongest cyclists on the tour on her day, for sure. But Hannah Berry is a real powerhouse who's coming through. To be very honest, I haven't quite seen where she's come from, but this could be interesting in terms of those 3 athletes working together. And we can actually see down the road just there was quite a line attached to the back of that. And really, in these tunnels, the good thing is you've got no excuse to not see the race ranger, do you?
Yeah, you can imagine being pulled into the referee's office saying I didn't see it in the tunnel. I don't think that's quite going to fly. All right, so 30 kilometers left of this women's race, and not long to go either until our men take to the course. That there, Jelle Geens checking in his bike, getting everything ready, because he is going to hope he has what it takes to take the battle to Hayden Wilde. Hayden, of course, in pole position in the race to Qatar. But Jelle Geens, you have to say, the man who has what it takes, who's already beaten Hayden Wilde in the past year. If anyone can do it, you'd put your money on Jelle. And that's him there, just putting his finishing touches to his station. As we see, I think that's Rico Bogan there, just in the background. And we've got just under an hour to go, Jan. What's going through the minds of those men right now?
It's really interesting, because you see it throughout the hotel, and you kind of, see athletes' energies and body languages and just how they're acting and what they're saying, obviously. And it really is fascinating how the positive momentum for Hayden has really meant that the pressure has almost lost its teeth a little bit. The bike just doesn't seem as strong for him, and it's almost everybody's just trying to see what is it that he's got. And yeah, it's extremely tough. I'd love to look into Jelle's actual thoughts, but his whole communication and his whole wording has just been very timid around, where he sees his opportunity. He knows he's beaten him. He knows it's been a long time and a lot has happened. And he's grabbing at straw, saying, oh, well, it could be a sprint, it could be this, could be that, but how much actual belief there is, I'm not quite sure.
Be really, really interesting, that battle. I almost feel like Jelle has kind of talked his chances down a little bit. You know, yeah, and you've obviously spoken to him this week. You've done a few interviews with him, and he's been very, very cautious. And I just wonder if maybe he's keeping a little bit back, and maybe he might surprise one or two people today. That's certainly what we're hoping for. We're hoping for a close battle right at the very, very front of that men's race. So just under an hour there until they take to the De Boer swim course. But obviously a long way to go yet in this women's race before we crown our T100 champion for 2025. Is that a little shake of the head there from Kate Waugh?
I thought that was. Yeah, I thought that was. But you saw there was a little bit of a gap on the climb. I mean, again, this is circumstantial after a couple of turns. I think it's all safe. Also very interesting for the triathlon history fanatics. You've got aerodynamic optimizations going on. Everything has been fine-tuned. And then, just like people did 20, 30, whatever years ago, she sticks the gels to her top tube and just rips them off one by one. I mean, it's efficient, it works, and I'm sure she's tested it. But if you look at the gap also from her helmet to her shoulders right there, that's what you spoke to on India Lee. You know, it's not a smooth line. Again, she has optimized for it. She has been and tested it, but sometimes there are also orthopedic kind of limitations that you need to put in, because every time you go lower, you close the hip angle, which means less blood flow to the legs, which is why very often power you can put out on a normal bike is actually higher than the power you can put out on a time trial bike. Little bit geeky, but again, she's chosen to be further up at the front, opening her hip angle and giving her better biomechanics to push more power.
I think it is significant when we talk about Kate Waugh. She's been kind of uber cool, hasn't she, all year. I don't think we've seen anything from her in terms of on the races where she's been sort of saying words, or, you know, the only time we've seen her kind of do anything to the camera, for example, is when she's been winning. She's had that kind of look to the camera in the final few meters of those races. But there's already, I would say, just a couple of signs there that she's maybe a little agitated. A few things of, you know, in the swim, she had to make an adjustment in the swim. Something happened before they went into, when she was taking on some water. She had a few words with whoever was behind her. So these are the moments, aren't they, Jan? This is pressure. This is the world title on the line. And you might just start to see a few slight changes in these athletes as they realise what's at stake.
Well, is it that, or is it just her personality developing? Because she feels like she belongs. You know, in the beginning, when you join a new group and you're kind of timid, but she knows her place. She knows she deserves to be here. Is she just more comfortable and letting out her emotions that otherwise she would have held back?
It's just like school, isn't it?
A little bit.
New kid joins the class, and yeah, the same dynamics exist from school all the way through to professional triathlon. All the good bits, anyway.
So Jess, one bottle down. I'm assuming she would have discarded that because she does have it secured, and she actually checked on it earlier on when we saw her on screen. But yeah, makes sense. 26k to go, and she's getting rid of nutrition one by one.
So just approaching then the well, just a quarter left of this bike leg before our athletes will make their way to the transition zone, lace up their running shoes, and 18 kilometers stands between them and deciding who is going to be our T100 World Champion here in Qatar. It's been a fantastic venue so far. So you can just see the whale shark in the background. Sorry, Anne, go ahead.
Matt, no one laces their race shoes. No one laces their shoes to go running.
Okay, fair point. It's a yeah, more a figure of speech. But yes, well, I mean, tell everyone what you do now. It's almost like slippers, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. They've all got elastic laces, so you can just slip into the shoes, which is actually significantly more difficult than the new super shoes because the way they're constructed and the way they're kind of held together. But everyone's got elastic laces. What I find interesting here is that the motorbike is on position 3 of this group. So it's right behind Jess. And that means that Kate she can't be there because where the motorbike is kind of where Kate should be if this group was all intact. It'll be interesting to see if she's coming back or... Oh, yeah, she's leaving a bit of a gap there. I don't know if she's playing it super safe or what's going on there. Again,
Yes.
in this perspective, it doesn't look like much, but that was definitely probably 50 meters, I would say.
It's the longest gap we've seen, I think it's fair to say, between Kate Waugh and the front two so far. We'll certainly keep our eye on that as the final stages of this bike leg unfold. Now, across the weekend, we've got plenty of age groupers here taking part in the Age Group World Championships for the T100, including Ollie Ollerton. This is his story.
Yeah, my name's Ollie Ollerton. I'm a former UK Special Forces soldier. I came from the shadows to the spotlight in 2015 with a very popular TV show in the UK called SAS Who Dares Wins, based on our Special Forces selection process, where we put a number of people through a very arduous mini version of Special Forces selection. We are now at the T100 in Doha after I accidentally qualified for the World Championships in my age group. You know, when you look at triathlon, when you look at Ironman or anything like T100, 100Ks. I mean, when I started telling people I was doing that, it was the first triathlon, I used to get some very weird looks. And a lot of people going, oof, why are you doing that for your first one? When it comes to my mental health, I think there's a lot of people in this world that just simply don't understand that we should always be aiming for something bigger. We are a continuous improvement model. And when we're not doing that, we go into a flat spin, and that's when people start to get depressed. And simply, sometimes it's just your system saying to you, come on, we need to step up a little bit. We need to change the pattern of behavior. And a lot of times, because I've been through mental health battles myself, you know, it makes you become very insular. And when you become very insular, don't change the pattern of behavior, the wall builds on the inside. Before you know it, you're so constricted, and that leads to further issues. So always aim for something bigger and never doubt your abilities.
Yeah, amazing insight there from Ollie into his triathlon journey. And if you want to go on your own triathlon journey, you can scan that QR code to find your next race. We've got plenty of amazing locations next year. We're going to start on the Gold Coast in Australia before we head to Singapore, Spain, San Francisco, London, Vancouver, France, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and of course, we'll finish again here in Qatar. So scan that QR code and that will take you to all the information you need to know. Jan, I wonder what you think about someone accidentally qualifying for the Age Group World Championships. I think there'll be a few people sat at home going, hold a minute, that's not fair.
I stood next to him. We had this opening, whatever, fun run thing. And I stood next to him, and the guy is chiseled. He's chiseled like a Greek god. And, you know, it's accidentally through, I don't know, 40-odd years of physical intensity that he's gone through, and he's just been able to channel it into a triathlon. So I think he is the exception, and certainly a very fit human specimen.
Gentle giant, I think we'd say, because yeah,
doesn't look that gentle as an SAS soldier either.
He's a very smiley chap, but the minute he doesn't smile, you do get a little bit scared for yourself. But yeah, no, fantastic to see Ollie with us this week. And yeah, I mean, you've been taking part in a fair few events here, Jan, haven't you? Part of the fun run the other day. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? How fun was your fun run?
It was fun. It's always fun. it's one of those traditions that's come around with. There's always an opening 5K run or a closing 5K run, such as we did in Dubai, actually. The music
we
run.
did, yeah.
And in Singapore, it was cancelled because of thunderstorms or postponed super late. But it's just a fun way to get amongst it for the whole family. It's good fun just for everybody to get together. They glow and kind of light up Lusail and the towers and this place at night just looks spectacular. There's great vibes, and yeah, it's just a good way to get around to it. Mo Farah was there, so it's a good way to come and join the T100 crew.
Yeah, absolutely is. I can speak with first-hand experience here. Running a 5K race with the great Jan Frodeno is a real experience that you should all try and experience yourself if you can, because my goodness me, what an incredible runner you are. I know that might sound like stating the obvious, but for an amateur athlete, it's fantastic. And yeah, look, what a show that was down at Lusail between the towers. Drone show as well, Jan. Yeah,
this
amazing.
is not AI. These are real images, and that's a drone show at the back. Like, it is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, what amazing hosts the Qataris have been for us on the T100. We're going to get to come back here for many years to come, which is fantastic news for us, fantastic news for the athletes, because yeah, they take care of us in this part of the world. Great to be here.
And Lucy doing Lucy things. She has no doubts. She has no reservations of going at the front, playing it tactically. You know, many athletes here would be like, okay, come on, Kate, get to the front, do some work. But yeah, there is a little bit of a gap. I mean, if you remember back to Singapore, that was kind of the distancing that her and Jess had for much of the day. So, you know, the draft at 20 meters is obviously not as significant. Who knows? Maybe Kate is, yeah, playing it safe, but every corner you can see both Jess and Lucy looking around. They're like, oh, hang on, we've got a little gap here. 21 Ks, that's still, you know, a good quarter of the bike course left, and you can do some damage in that time.
Yeah, I mean, the battle, it's fair to say the battle that Kate has on her hands right now is with Lucy Charles-Barclay for this T100 World Championship. So that's the person that she'll most have her focus and energy on, working out how far ahead she is. Of course, Lucy did beat her in Spain, outrun Kate Waugh in Spain, so she might have that at the back of her mind. But do not forget as well that, you know, Lucy has raced an awful lot recently. She's had a you know, coming off the back of Kona, that you know, sort of DNF that she had there with the issues that she had, and obviously coming back and winning the 70.3 World Championships as well. That's an awful lot of energy, both physically and mentally, that she's gone through and spent so far this year. And we are right at the tail ends of the 2025 season. So really, this comes down to who's got enough left in the tank, who has got something saved for here in Qatar. And we're going to find out, aren't we, over the next hour or so.
Let's just imagine, though, she does win it. What an epic season. I mean, again, highs, lows, and everything in between, but to go into Christmas with another world title, and arguably the most competitive world title our sport has seen in terms of overall racing, that would be quite a thing.
Yeah, she doesn't look right now, Lucy Charles-Barclay, like she's struggling or feeling any of that fatigue in this bike part of the race. When do you think it would bite, Jan? If she is feeling fatigue?
Well, I mean, you know, you ride for show, you run for dough. That's another one of those triathlon sayings where it really comes out, and sometimes you can have really good legs and it just sort of fades a bit on the run. But I struggle to see her feeling this good, putting on this much pressure, and then leaving nothing in the tank to run. You know, she does have the endurance, she does have the experience, and her shortcomings in Kona were nutrition-based. Don't want to get too much into it, but yeah, I definitely know that she made some mistakes that she's easily able to avoid, and that's really been her only faltering throughout the whole season.
And also the lead at the moment that she's got over Kate Waugh in 10 seconds is as evidenced by the first transition zone, Jan, when Lucy was significantly slower than Kate. Kate, obviously coming from a short course background, her transitions all season have been lightning fast, so she can make up that time no problem in the transition zone. And interestingly, it just looks like she's managed to get a little bit closer to Jessica Lim up there. That gap has come down a bit, I'd say.
It's so interesting how these races unfold, and I mean, yeah, let's go into it a little bit more. So really then, I mean, this is becoming very hypothetical, but maybe that gap in T2 is what caught Kate off guard, and she just went over a limit, seeing there's a gap, spent too much energy early on just trying to create the gap. Again, it's all very much philosophizing and hypothesizing, but it really is interesting how things can unfold and how there's just such a complexity there that you can never see. That, you know, Kate had a clear gap off the front, and Lucy's, yeah, now making a gap.
So that's the battle at the front, Jan, but just looking a little bit further down, and obviously as we've mentioned, this is a three-way battle for the T100 World Championship. Julie Derron currently in 8th spot, 2 minutes 8 seconds behind. What's going through her mind in terms of that gap? Is that still a gap that she can come back from, that she can take to both Lucy and Kate?
Yeah, I mean, we always did talk about 2 minutes being the gap. I'm slightly contradicting myself because I said the two, you know, both Lucy and Kate are capable of probably running in the zip code of Julie Derron on their best day. But yeah, 2 minutes, top 10, where she's been all day. It's been very consistent. Even Hannah Berry doesn't seem to be able to contribute much to getting them much closer. And yeah, this really is an absolute nail-biter that we in no way have decided that the world champion is coming from this lead pack.
Yeah, it's a really exciting prospect, isn't it? I think it's set up wonderfully for the run leg at the moment. And that's Georgia Taylor-Brown in 5th spot. 1 minute and 5 seconds behind the lead for Lucy Charles-Barclay. And I just wonder, Jan, in terms of the other athletes, I mean, as I say, we've been so focused on those going for the world title, but it's not to say that other athletes can't be a factor, can take points away from those who are looking to make that top 3.
I mean, a minute down in the final quarter of the bike. I think she's having a great race, and it seems like she's almost raced herself to fitness, having done so many events. And we know she's an extremely strong runner, and her pace certainly hasn't been the issue. It's been, you know, the back end and keeping the pace high enough for long enough. So you just wonder what her racing to fitness has done, but even she could run herself onto the podium. I don't think, you know, a minute compared to someone like Jess Learmonth is much of an issue for Georgia.
Set up beautifully then for the final part of this race. Interesting what you're saying about running yourself, or racing yourself into fitness, I should say. Is it the case that these races actually do increase your fitness, that you get fitter from racing in moments like this?
I never managed to get it right, for sure not. But there are athletes, I mean, it's probably a tactic that's more known from cycling, where athletes would race, you know, 100 days, even more during a year, and you would basically just show up and sharpen your tools on race day. Considering Thailand, Bahrain, Dubai, it's been a long travel journey for her as well, and you're not resting, you're not recovering on a plane. It doesn't matter if you're sitting at the front or the back. You know, travel is not recovering. So it's hard to see, but she somehow seems to have gotten it right. I mean, again, fast course or not, she got a world record last weekend, and yeah, it seems like she's making the most of it.
Yeah, fastest ever 70.3 time. And you can see just how hard Georgia Taylor-Brown there is working. 90% of her maximum heart rate compared to 85, 86% at the front, 83 for Kate Waugh. All of the athletes give their heart rate data over to the T100 at the start of the year. And that's how we get to work out the percentages, just how hard they are working out on the course. I'm sure wanting to save a bit of energy, a bit of effort, of course, for the run leg later on.
Yeah, but Georgia and India both working really well here, kind of been sitting in that 4th, 5th position and holding strong. Like, we've seen these gaps blow out, whereas a minute, this is the only hill we've really got, that off-ramp on the course, which, you know, it's short, but it is significant. Some of the athletes did speak that, you know, it does make a difference. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Was that special needs? Or is that nutrition? No, that's water.
You don't normally see an athlete slow down that much to get water.
And she must have missed it early on. Someone must have been there. I mean, you can see the salt marks on her suit. She's obviously sweating profusely. Wow. Shaking her head again. Oh.
So something clearly not right here for Kate Waugh. Shake of the head. Trying.
And we didn't see a volunteer, so she, yeah.
So, Kate Waugh here, out at the pointy end of this race, 12 seconds back from Lucy Charles-Barclay, getting some timing splits there from friends, from family out on this Qatar course.
And her needing to slow down a little bit there has created a gap. The other athletes obviously chose not to, assuming that's a special needs table. Whatever it is, it's one of those racing split-second decisions. What do you do? Oh, we can see the lap counter. We can see somebody ringing the bell. Hayden Wilde, thank you very much. You have just created a job on the T100 Tour. No, all jokes aside, honestly, I mean, humor is the only thing that helps sometimes. But you can see how much effort has been put in. And I got to say, like, the team has come and turned this around. It's been a short time to get aboard, to get all these technical measures in place. It's good to see, although I don't think in this kind of conditions gonna miscount again.
I mean, once is crazy, twice is insane. So yeah, changes have been made, let's say that, across the T100, thanks to the athletes voicing their opinions and concerns, and very much it's all been acted on, and you can see those changes there, as Jan said, a lap counter and also a bell as well to tell these athletes that they're on the final lap here in Qatar, making their way around the streets of Lusail city, second largest city here in Qatar behind Doha. Of course, plenty of sort of, I guess things that are left over from the World Cup. One of those is very much Lusail City, key part of the World Cup that was held here in 2022, including the stadium. We had the quarter-final last night in the Arab Cup, which took place here. I know a few members of the T100 team went to that. Not the athletes, I should say. They're all tucked up in bed, I'm sure. So that is Derron, and the task ahead is simple for her. She needs to get to the front of this race. She needs to win to be crowned our T100 World Champion. She takes the bell alongside Paula Finlay, and that really is her #1 mission now. We know that her bike leg is not the strongest part of her entire triathlon arsenal. That is in fact the run, and that's why we're so excited here in the commentary box, because we might just be treated to a Derron who's going to hunt down, chase down Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Oh, and the two front runners, the three of them, they've done everything they can. Is it enough?
So 2 minutes 11 the gap. Derron has, 2 minutes 8 seconds I should say, the gap she has to Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front. Kate Waugh going as well for this T100 world title, 13 seconds back. She slowed down a little bit. She was right in the mix with Jessica Learmonth there. Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front. She has dropped back a touch. I wonder what has been going on there. If she's perhaps struggling, if she's keeping something back for the run. Phenomenal runner is Kate Waugh, but so is Lucy Charles-Barclay, and so is Derron. We saw what she did in Dubai, winning by 3 minutes, 13 seconds, outrunning Kate Waugh there, but that was a month ago, and you can bet that the motivation was there for Kate to work hard. She's been training out in Abu Dhabi with Hayden Wilde and Hannah DeVet, part of that training setup, and very much enjoying, I'm sure, working with 2 other athletes at the top of their games as well. It's been a long season though. When I saw her the other day, she was very much looking forward to her holidays, which I don't think are far away after this race. But she's got to empty the tank now.
Clawing back bit by bit. It was 18 seconds, now it's 11, which is interesting whether, you know, Julie Derron is choosing not to, or whether she is unable to make any dent in that gap. It's kind of always been between 2 minutes and 2:15, exactly there. And Kate putting in a surge, and, you know, feels like she's able to close that gap within a fairly small space of time. And yeah, Lucy up the front, just being flawless, doing Lucy things. And I wonder if Jess is actually not able to help the pace here, or whether she's also trying to save herself as many biscuits as she can for the run. Much energy left in the tank, because she, of course, knows she, on paper, even though she spoke to her form coming together, she doesn't have a chance to run with the other 2, but perhaps a chance to fend off someone like Georgia Taylor-Brown with a minute behind.
Well, absolutely. Still plenty of prizes, points to be handed out this year, because all season long our athletes have been competing in the race to Qatar.
We have a race on our hands.
So all season long, that's what our athletes have been fighting for, and this is the Race to Qatar standings as it stands. If Lucy Charles-Barclay is to win this race, she will finish on 174 points, ahead of Kate Waugh on 169 and Julie Derron on 149 points. And interestingly there, just like you were saying, Jan, Jess Clearmont still with plenty to fight for in that 4th spot, 142 points, and if she were to finish 4th there, she would get a nice $120,000 to take home. So as much as she's perhaps not in this race with the women at the front, she's very much got a lot. She's got a lot to fight for, I should say, over the coming hour as she makes her way onto the run course. I think interestingly for Julie Derron, that has her obviously finishing in 7th place as it stands. I would bet with her running ability and with her pace, she'll be making up a fair few more places than that. But at the moment, that's how it stands.
She's almost been stoic. She hasn't really given us much. I feel like her position hasn't changed much. Her cadence certainly hasn't changed much. She'd be sitting around, my guess is somewhere low 80s. And yeah, whoa, there comes someone flying by. Is that Lizzie Arena? No. That's Lucy Byram.
Yeah, wow. So Lucy was quite a way down out the swim. And as obviously...
She was with Ash Gentle.
Yeah, she was. I'm just going to get that up now. Yeah, she...
Oh, wow. What's going on here? Everyone's all passing together at the same time.
Concertina effect out on course. That's Holly Lawrence just passing Hannah Berry there. But yeah, just going back onto Lucy Byram, she came out the swim.
She was out with Ash Gentle, and
she was.
They were down quite a way, and I think she has just. I mean, she's had the toughest of tough years. Of course, her partner passing away earlier in the year, and it's just, I can't even imagine the kind of heartbreak that she must be going through. And she's obviously directing the frustration, the anger at something, and what a moment for her to come through and just rip through the field as she did. I mean, it literally looked like a full pro cycling attack. She'd gone straight to the front of this bunch, and you can see she's racing with a bigger cause.
Yeah, absolutely. So good to see Lucy back on the T100, and yeah, our thoughts, of course, throughout this year have been with her and her friends and family. Yeah, fantastic to see her back. So that technical official, which we just had on the right, oh, there you go, you can just see there on the motorbike. This is a really important part of the race now, because Julie Derron is right in the mix here with, what has she got? 1, 2, 3, 4 athletes ahead of her. And with a technical official there, with the race ranger flashing in front of her, she's got to be really careful not to pick up a penalty here, because a penalty would make that gap 3.5 minutes, and that could have a really serious impact on her ability to fight for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Julie's sitting at the back, you know, almost unfazed. But this will be interesting, yeah, how Lucy tackles this climb. This is you know, it's just a bridge, but it is a significant little extra effort that you just put in to get up there. And she's just taken her heart in her hands and just decided to rip through this.
I was going to say, the orange there on the back is legal, blue is legal, but you're playing with fire if it starts to flash red. That's when you have 45 seconds to make the pass, otherwise you're going to get a drafting penalty. And that just goes to show there those rankings that you can see. Lucy, the 5th best biker that we have on the T100 this year. No secret that she's struggled in the swim. Run has improved, it's fair to say, but the bike is absolutely where she earns her money on this series. And you can see there on the side, just sort of a visual representation of the gaps there between the various groups. So 7 seconds at the moment between Jessica Learmonth and Kate Waugh, and 55 seconds back from her to India Lee, Georgia Taylor-Brown. It's another minute back to Paula Finley, who's kind of out there in the middle on her own. Before then, we've got this group, which we've just been focusing on for the last few minutes or so.
That was 3 Ks ago. So Paula is now behind Lucy Byram, and yeah, that group is, I think, back together. But Lucy, there we go. There's Paula right in screen. So that was a little while ago, but regardless, I mean, they are together, and they're just, I think with Lucy coming through, this could have some impact on the timings. Just this late in the stage, it's always one of those things, do you attack the last kilometers to try and get an extra 10, 20 seconds onto the run course, or do you conserve your energy? And Lucy's making it very clear here that she has no intentions of waiting for anyone.
I mean, how does that play into the hands of Julie Derron?
Well, I was thinking that, but then she just looked quite composed and unfazed at the back. It's almost as though she didn't change a gear, she didn't change her power. Again, we don't know if it's whether by choice or because she can't. If I were a betting man, I'd say it's because she's choosing to. She knows what she needs to do to transition to get herself in the best possible position, and she has that much confidence that she can run several minutes into the leaders. Whether that comes true or not is really up to the front leaders, because we can see here with a big effort, Kate has managed to get back on. I think Kate's probably a stronger cyclist than Julie, you know, if it was an all-out time trial, but what that means for her run, only time will tell.
I mean, that's amazing work that Kate Waugh has done there to get back onto the front of this group, because that gap was pushing 10 seconds at one point. She's obviously been able to get back there, been able to put a few of the issues that she's had behind her. much more positive effort, that you'd say, from Kate Waugh.
Well, it's where spite comes into the game, and she is like, you know, whatever the reasons were, if she comes out and has something where she can focus her nervousness on, where she can, you know, channel the little bit of anger that's coming up through spots, then that's extremely powerful. We all know, you know, being angry is something that a lot of athletes actually use. Famously, Michael Jordan used to make himself angry artificially through other things and just use that as his fuel.
Did you ever make yourself angry?
I did. Took me a long time, but it works.
I won't ask you what over. So that is a mighty impressive effort that Kate Waugh has put in. She's now right in the mix here with Jessica Learmonth and Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front of this women's race. The men's race not long to go until we see those guys take to the De Boer swim course. We'll be following their progress, as well as, of course, the climax to this women's race. It's a real feast of triathlon today, so don't go anywhere, because this race is nowhere near done. And confirmation then, just under 15 minutes to go until we get that men's race underway.
Interestingly, also what's going through Lucy's mind right now, because she doesn't know why Kate is yo-yoing. You know, she would have seen that she has a gap on any of the hard turns or the 180 switchbacks, 180-degree switchbacks. But she's probably seen that she's back on and just wondering what on earth is going on. She would have had that hope. And those yo-yos mentally, they're the things you need to deal with best. Like right now, she needs to focus on her run and getting herself into transition and making no mistake there. But at the same time, she probably won't be able to just block out completely that, you know, she thought she was rid of Kate. Kate's back. What on earth is going on here?
Lucy, of course, losing a bottle early on. And I just wonder, will we see an impact of that on the race? Will she have enough nutrition as sort of a backup if that was to happen, which of course it did?
It did, but to my knowledge, Lucy races on Moreton, and Moreton is available at the aid stations here in gel form and also in bottles. So, you know, I think the main thing in these kind of conditions is that you need water, and she still has enough energy and fuel in the nutrition or in the bottles between her arms.
She certainly does. We'll find out just how much energy she's got left in the tank as this race starts to conclude, of course, on the run course. Interesting.
Look at that.
Sorry, go ahead, Jan.
Sorry, Julie, just first time under 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It does seem like Lucy's effort is, I mean, she's making significant inbounds on the front runners, and it seems that Julie's going with her under 2 minutes. We really do have a race on our hands here.
That's good to see and good to hear. Because yeah, this race is set up beautifully. A charging Julie Derron through the fields. Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh trying to run away from the threat that Lucy Derron possesses on the run. Final time, I think these athletes are going to go up this hill, one of the very few hills on this bike course. It's pretty flat. And there we go. Those are the splits that the athletes can see. Makes a lot of sense for whoever's doing that to be on the slow part of the course. It means that obviously the athletes are going past and can actually see it, take in, absorb what they need to. It's an important job. Obviously friends and family supporting these athletes around the world. Coaches, managers, you name it. There's a big group of people that are here. Triathlon very much an individual sport on race day, but Jan, I'm sure you can speak to testify just how much of a team sport this is when you add in all the people that surround an athlete in the ecosystem.
100%. I mean, people think, you know, in Formula One, it's quite obvious that if you you know, if you don't have a team, oh my goodness, not another one. Not again. Dropping bottles after bottles. I think she must be really hot for her to be that desperate. Take the water. Yeah, she's using it to cool down. Oh, bottles going everywhere. Litter zone end. Yeah, I think if she could have chosen, she would have held on to that a little bit longer.
I mean, interestingly, sorry, just to go back on that, like both Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jessica Klimoff also slowing down in that situation, which perhaps just goes to show that the conditions today are tough. I mean, just from looking out from our commentary position, there is some cloud cover. We've had a bit of cloud cover, but generally speaking, the sun has been beating down on these athletes all day.
Yeah, there is a bit of cloud cover, but really it's more of a haze, and that doesn't help you as much. Like even now, we're getting a little bit of sun here in the commentary booth, and it's just, it warms up quickly. As we see Kate coming through, getting herself ready for the run. Yeah, everybody's definitely preparing for the run, and it'll be more interesting now to see actually what the second group does. If they're also in that mindset, or if they've just been managing their effort to really close the gap on these last, you know, kilometers. We've got 1,000 meters left to roll in.
This will be fascinating because
as Kate comes around, making another statement, and we know she's the better at transitions.
So for all of Kate Waugh's troubles in this bike course, she's now neck and neck with Lucy Charles-Barclay on this final bit of the bike course as they head into the second transition zone, and she makes the pass no less over Lucy Charles-Barclay, who's been leading this bike leg pretty much for the entire time, and that is a sign, if ever there was one, that Kate Waugh is here and she's here to stay. And I just wonder if that maybe has taken Lucy Charles-Barclay a bit by surprise. Like you said, Jan, she will have seen that Kate Waugh is behind her for pretty much the whole race. This is a bike course that has out and back sections. That means that athletes get to see exactly where the others are in and around them. And right now, Kate Waugh is going to go into that second transition zone, start the run. Well, go into the transition zone. We'll see if she starts the run in first place, but we know how good she is at transitions. The short course background coming to the fore. And here she goes, just onto the coast here, underneath the palm trees, past our commentary position. We're going to see her very, very shortly indeed make her way onto the blue carpet of the transition zone. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what she looks like coming off the bike.
Off and first, no one making any mistakes. Oh, Lucy very timid off the bike there. She would have definitely lost a few seconds to Kate Waugh. She actually came to a full stop, whereas Kate Waugh jumped off her bike. See these athletes ripping off their helmets, putting on their shoes. Easy does it. And some ice water. Kate is off. And now start the time.
And that's fascinating, isn't it? Kate Waugh
5 seconds.
Well in front, and we were talking about the gaps. 10 seconds at one point out on the bike course, and right now she's building a huge lead over Lucy Charles-Barclay. Wow, that's how you do transitions. If any of you are watching at home, age groupers, amateur athletes, my goodness me, what a transition that was for Kate Waugh. And she's put herself in the absolute driving seat here to take the fight and take the T100 world title.
And my guess is she's going to need those 15 seconds. Julie with a vengeance. And I don't think Lucy's going to leave it all up to her either.
17 seconds the difference between Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay in transition.
India Lee, what a performance from her. Great ride today. Socks on.
Yeah, fantastic performance this so far from India Lee. I say plenty to fight for these athletes in well, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. This could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars. So huge amount on the line for these guys as they come, I should say, onto the blue carpet of the transition zone. That's Julie Derron, neck and neck there with Lucy Byron. So this is where Julie Derron needs a smooth transition if she's going to catch up to Kate Waugh and Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front. This is really, really critical that she's able to make this as smooth as possible, and that's quick. Ice down the tri-suit, straight out onto the run course.
Yeah,
you get the timing difference back, and that's 1 minute 44.
Oh.
What did we say about 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's 20 seconds she's made up just from the last lap to the start of the run. At the moment, everyone's looking pretty smooth. We'll have to wait another kilometer or two until we get a better gauge. But again, this being a great position for Julie, because she's got a few athletes between her and Kate. So every single time she's got that carrot that she can chase and really, try and get her very best run, because that's what I think it's going to take.
So some athletes making the transition look smoother than others. We can have a look here at Jessica Learmonth coming in, and she was just wobbling around a little bit, wasn't she? And the bike goes on the floor. Actually wouldn't have lost a huge amount of time there. That could have been potentially a lot worse.
I think you saw Lucy actually lost the most time there, because she basically stopped until she took her leg off. So yeah, again, same as at the start of the bike, she's put herself into some, I would argue, unnecessary pressure, because they're kind of things that you can practice with a bit more flow. It's not an extra energy exertion, it's just a matter of practicing and visualizing that transition.
So as things stand, you can see there, Kate Waugh would be our T100 world champion. She would score 183 points, more points on offer, of course, here at the grand final in Qatar. Lucy Charles-Barclay would finish second, and Julie Derron would finish third on 152 points. But a long way to go, and I imagine Julie Derron is going to add to her points tally as she makes her way essentially through a sea of British triathletes there. Lucy Byram, who she's already passed, India Lee next, Georgia Taylor-Brown in fourth spot before Lucy Charles-Barclay, Jessica Learmonth and Kate Waugh right at the very front of this race. And you can see that this run course very clearly a course where they're going to be able to get a sense of who is where. That is just some cones, and they're going to come back along this part of the part of the course. They'll have it in their sights. They'll be able to see how far Julie Derron is behind. And
she's already made inroads on India
there.
Lee. That's India up the front, who probably didn't have the faster transition. And she's already catching the first athlete, which again mentally is just so much more rewarding than being caught. Oh, that's a solid gap. That is a solid gap. Kate Waugh off the front, and she is, you just saw Lucy at the very end of your screen coming in then. I would bet that that time has increased.
Yeah, it's going up, isn't it? 22 seconds, the gap at the moment to Lucy Charles-Barclay. And my goodness me, what a run battle we have in store. This is what we were hoping for all morning when we were talking about it, Jan. This was the battle that was at the front of our minds, and I think we're going to be treated here to a fantastic part. As you just see, I think that was that was Julie Derron there, just in the background, going past with the motorbike.
She looks good. What do you think?
Yeah,
she's looking pretty good.
I mean, I'll bow to you as the better runner in this commentary box, but she does look good. She looks smooth.
Yeah, you've watched her all season though, and when she comes together, I understand the early part of the run is probably her strongest part, but so far, also from a time gap, she's holding consistent to Julie within the first kilometer.
Yeah, worth remembering that gap when Julie came through transition was around 150. So that's something just to mark your cards and remember that. So the women's race getting underway and fantastic, but for the time being, we're going to go over to the debord swim start for the beginning of the men.
Wearing number 35 from the United States of America, Morgan Pearson.
Now my walkout song.
Wearing number 34 from Germany, Nico Bogen. Wearing number 33 from Germany, Mika Noodt. Wearing number 32 from Belgium, Jelle.
Let's get it.
Wearing number 31 from New Zealand, Hayden Wilde.
Drink a whole bottle, wake up and repeat. She took a look, mixed it with the chill. Now she said 3D. I go in the jungle and they got a coat. I bet I come out with a meme. I bet I do this for the fam, cause it's bigger than me. Color stones in my infinity link. And then the fact of a masterpiece. I call them twin, good every.
Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So this is it. Away we go here in Qatar. The final race of the 2025 season. 100 kilometers stands between Hayden Wilde and taking the top prize here, becoming the T100 World Champion. He's been close to faultless all year, returning from a bike crash that could have finished his career, let alone his season. But pressure does funny things to people, and this is the ultimate pressure. You can bet those behind him. Jelle, Mika, Noodt are going to want to spoil the party. Jan, where is this race going to be won and where is it going to be lost?
100%. I don't think this is going to be a 100k victory lap. You know, Mika Noodt's made some strong statements on where his form is and how hungry he is. You can definitely tell. But man, Hayden is just a calm, cool cat. He's collected. He knows what he wants. He's actually, by his terms, had a very consistent block here in the UAE, preparing for this race, staying locally put, and it's going to be tough for the competition. You can see someone at the bottom of our screen is taking it out aggressively, because that is maybe the one place where Hayden has shown some vulnerability, especially when he's raced shorter distances over the season. And yeah, we'll see if Dubai's been a wake-up call, or we can continue to celebrate the biggest comeback in history, or whether this will indeed be followed up by one of the biggest chokes.
That's a good billing from you, Jan Frodeno. I mean, if there is a weakness to Hayden's arsenal, it is the swim, especially since that bike crash. He's been talking about having a lot of pain, he's been having to have extra work on that shoulder where he came off the bike in order to make himself more competitive. He found it really difficult to be competitive in Olympic distance triathlon when he was racing in Wollongong and other races that he's done this year. the middle distance, the T100 distance, obviously is a much more preferable distance for him because he can make that time back on the bike. But yeah, this is where it's going to get really interesting, particularly now we know that today's conditions, it's good on the way out for these swimmers, but at the end of their lap, on the way back in, it's a tough swim.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's probably 2.5, 3 minutes until they turn around, and then yeah, we'll see what that current we saw earlier, and if it's still there, as we go back to Kate Waugh running towards her first ever world title, or is she in fact just running away from the athletes, breathing down her neck?
That's a good way of putting it. I wonder what Kate thinks is happening right now. I mean, that's what we can perceive in the commentary box, but how as an athlete do you try to make sense of the pressure here? Because let's be honest, this is the maximum pressure really that an athlete can go under across the season. You know, 33 seconds, Lucy Charles-Barclay currently back. Julie Derron chasing them down, 1 minute 38 seconds back from Kate Waugh. But this is pressure, right, Jan? This is where all of the year starts to show. This is where, you know, ultimately the big prize is handed out when you want to be on the best form you can be.
Yeah, I mean, and these athletes are running right by here, and we could actually just get a very short glimpse where Kate was just trying to get a time split. She was desperately wanting to know what's going on at the back. She would probably be comforted to know that she's only lost a handful of seconds to Julie Derron. Julie has picked up India Lee, as we saw, make her have a much better transition and make light work of that deficit. But in terms of the front two, in terms of Kate, she hasn't actually made up any time. Kate has ever so increased the lead to Lucy Charles-Barclay, but we do know that from sort of kilometer 12 onwards, it's Lucy's game. So it's a great time to switch on and watch.
Absolutely. If you just joined us, this is a very, very good time to switch on, like Jan said. And the tactics now that Kate's got to employ at the front of this race, obviously she's still got the might of Lucy Charles-Barclay behind her, 35 seconds at the last count. But Julie Derron, 1 minute 40. Is it a case of race your race, try not to put in efforts that you don't need to put in? Because if she storms out now, and if she does try to build a lead over someone like Julie and Lucy, I just wonder if that's going to prevent her from having stuff left in the tank at the back end of the race when we do have a charging Julie Derron.
It's so individual, and it's so hard to tell, but I think the fact that she is pulling away from Lucy would be extremely motivating her right now. I hope it doesn't, you know, push her over the edge, but the way I used to pace these things was to leave just enough in the tank that if it came down to a sprint, I'd still have that much energy left. And that always just allows you to go, you know, just tethering on the red, but you don't want to go over, because especially with these kind of hot, warm conditions, it's hard to come back from.
Well, we were saying, or Jan, you asked me how comfortable Kate Waugh looked just as she started to go onto the run, and I deferred to your higher judgment as someone who's obviously done this sport at the highest level. What we can say, and what is factually evident, is the performances that we know Kate can put in the heat. And say the cloud cover is going in and out, but it's still very, very warm out here. I mean, our commentary box is nicely exposed actually to the elements, it has to be said. We've been feeling the breeze all morning, but it's also very, very warm out here in Qatar. And after her performance in Singapore, where she won by a record margin, we know that she's able to deal with the hot conditions better than most other athletes in this field, it has to be said. And yeah, right now, just what are we, 4 kilometers or so into the run leg. She looks good, she looks comfortable, and that right there was Lucy Charles-Barclay going behind. So a real visual representation there for both of these athletes as to how far in front Lucy is.
I think
Kate is, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, exactly. As Kate settles more and more into this run, I think she's also finding strength. I mean, mathematically, you know, the shorter the distance, obviously the faster someone chasing needs to run every single kilometer to chase her, try and get her down. We got eyes on Julie there going the other way. So as you were saying, this out and back is brutal because they have a reference now and she can time herself. She knows that traffic light is exactly where they met last time, and whether it extends or stays the same. And at the moment, you know, we have our time splits on the left of your screen. We can see Julie Derron hasn't made up anything, really.
Yeah, negligible, you would say at this stage, certainly. And just by way of a quick update with what's happening in the men's race, which you can see at the bottom left of your picture, we've got Morgan Pearson out in front alongside Vincent Louis. No surprise to see two of our strongest swimmers on the T100 at the front. Wilhelm Hirsch is just behind. And then interestingly, Jelle Geens at the back of that front group. And that's really interesting to know that he's in the mix there, right at the very, very front.
True that. It, unfortunately for Jelle, still doesn't give him enough firepower on the bike to work together to get him to that run with that same sort of gap. But it's interesting, even on that little image, you can see it's the same as before, where it just feels like, visually, it looks like they're going slow. It looks like they're almost swimming upstream.
Yeah, through mud or something like that, doesn't it? It looks so much more effort than it does on the way out.
Definitely where I think the better swimmers will be looking to make a gap, but it does look like it's a long stretched field. And long stretched is what Kate Waugh is doing to this gap. I think she looked a little bit nervous, a little bit flustered through the first couple of aid stations, and is now seeing that, in fact, this is, it's up to her. She's got it. She's got a good day. She's got good legs. She's done the work. We weren't quite sure what was happening on the bike. She was going back and forth and obviously showed that her intentions were clear going into transition 2, ripped through transition 2, and has taken that time advantage and held on to it.
Really interesting. Looking at the Lucy Charles-Barclay is dropping back here, 57 seconds back from Kate Waugh. That's really started to extend, and you would say Kate Waugh is running at her pace. Julie Derron has not been able to make many inroads in that at all. But it looks like Lucy Charles-Barclay is dropping back here, and I just wonder, is that the beginning of the end for her World Championship challenge here in Qatar? Time will tell, of course, but a minute back at this stage of the race, that's a long way to come back from it, especially if Kate continues to run this well.
Well, at 12 kilometers to go, a minute is only 5 seconds per K. So it's definitely within the realm. You look at Georgia, who seems to also be catching Lucy. Yeah, it's a long season, and if anyone can muster it, but mathematically, 5 seconds per K sounds a lot easier than it is to pull off at the very last laps of the T100 season.
Yeah, exactly. At this point in the year, you're right, Jan. You know, you've had a lot of races. A lot of these guys have raced 10, 12 plus races this year. That's an awful lot to put your body through. Not forgetting the injuries and the niggles that they've had to deal with across the season. And yeah, right now I think this battle, although that has actually gone back down now to 48 seconds. So we'll keep our eye on the gap between Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kate Waugh at the front, and also keep our eye on what Julie Derron can do here, because she just overtook Jessica Learmonth, and she's now making her way further forward. Kate Waugh as well, you can just see, lapping some of the other athletes that are also in this race. So right now, Kate Waugh in pole position here in Qatar. And we'll keep our eye, obviously, on that. But we're just going to turn our attention to the first timing check that we're going to get from the men's race here in Qatar. As that looks like Morgan Pearson, I think, out in front. No, beg your pardon, that might not be Morgan Pearson. Let's just get the timing chip, shall we? Because that will give us a definitive answer.
Orange cap is Hayden Wilde. Then we've got red Martin van Riel I saw in there somewhere. Difficult against the light to see.
Yeah, that's Morgan Pearson in second by the looks of it.
And again,
Pants on Louis there, out in front.
Yes.
Fantastic swim so far from him.
Mika Noodt on his feet. That was Rico Bogan.
Oh, and again, yeah.
Just catching themselves. Ooh. I think that was Hayden on the right.
So this is a really tricky part of the course that, Jan, you were talking about earlier in the swim familiarization. A few athletes struggling, slipping to get out, and they might do well to do it at a slightly slower pace on the way out. To, you know, what a terrible shame it would be for any injuries or any issues to be off the back of that. So much better to lose a few seconds than get yourself out the race. But let's go through that. Sorry, Jan, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think you heard anything except your pride if you face plant on one of those things. But you can see how the technical officials, they've sort of stuck grip tape across the pontoon to try and make it as grippy as possible, because carpet doesn't really work. It's plastic and water, that's going to be slippery. But the story for me is Hayden Wilde not even losing 20 seconds, and that is for now well within his comfort zone.
Yeah, if he's that far back, or double that if you like, because they've obviously got another lap of this 2-kilometre swim course. So if you were to double that 40 seconds back, I mean, he'd be licking his lips at that, I think, and have a lot of faith that he'd be able to get that back. So at the moment, this is the order of the men's race. Vincent Louis out in front, Morgan Pearson in second, Samuel Dickinson in third, Menno Koolhaas in fourth, Wilhelm Hirsch in fifth, Jonas Schomburg sixth, Martin van Riel seventh, Jelle Geens eighth. Only 10 seconds back from the lead. Important to note for Jelle there, of course, bidding to become our T100 world champion. Rico Bogan in ninth, and Mathis Margirier is 16 seconds back, ahead of Hayden Wilde in 11th.
That seems fairly similar, at least the front runners, to Dubai. And I just remember Morgan Pearson sort of out-sprinting Vincent for the fastest swim. You've got to remember, some of these athletes actually have financial incentives from their sponsors, so that they're the fastest suit. We'll see what happens at the end of lap 2.
Okay, so back to the front of the women's race. And we'll get our latest timing splits, I'm sure, soon. Last count I had a minute that Kate Waugh is in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay. And that gap to Julie Derron is sticking around 1 minute 40. It's stubbornly not coming down. And with 11.5 kilometres left of this race, Kate Waugh is in the best position she could possibly be. She couldn't have dreamed of a better position, I would say, when she had her breakfast this morning. This is the exact place she wants to be in order to put herself in the best position to become a T100 world champion. Second ever T100 world champion. She'd be joining Taylor Knibb, of course, who won it last year. Incredible company that she would be keeping on the short, but very impressive list of T100 winners so far this year. And she makes her way past the aid station.
Let's not forget, this is somebody who received death threats over Olympic qualification last year. What a way to stick a middle finger to somebody who comes out and just, you know, would go and issue a death threat over something like that. Come back, the highest of highs. So impressive. And yeah, now she's just got to keep it together. Keep it together. 11 Ks. Julie Derron picking off Georgia Taylor-Brown. They are definitely the two fastest athletes out on course. But this is the long out and back straight where Kate will be able to see Julie and seeing that that gap hasn't moved. But also Julie being able to see Lucy Charles-Barclay just up ahead. So she knows after all of this, it's come down to our three favorites, currently being 1, 2, 3.
It's like we...
And 11 Ks to go.
Couldn't have written it, could we? That's your top 3 in the championship. Also now your top 3 in the race. And don't discount someone like Georgia Taylor-Brown here to get a podium. We'll wait to get a bit of a better picture on how Lucy Charles-Barclay looks. I would imagine it's not going to be that long until Julie Derron catches up to her. It'll be very interesting to see a little bit further up the road there what Lucy looks like and how her race is panning out. She was obviously leading the bike leg of this the whole way pretty much. And right at the death, Kate Waugh was able to overtake her, got out of transition quicker and is now in front of this race. So we're just with Julie Derron here. That's her white cap bobbing in the bottom left of screen. And this, a wonderful image as we get to see Kate Waugh out in front, motorbike just ahead of her. Not even a glance over, Jan.
Nope, nothing. I'll tell you what, those eyes move behind the sunglasses. That's why you wear tinted sunglasses. But she's just, yeah, she's composed, she's doing well. Julie is running well. It feels like I've seen her more fleet-footed. It feels like we've seen her run a little bit lighter. But again, that is the thing. When people say, you know, a flat bike horse is relentless because you never actually get to sit up and have a break, and that really impacts your running. Kate looking very fluid, looking almost light on her feet. They're running the same pace, more or less, give or take. But she's just giving us a really solid impression. But again, the second half of the course, as a betting man, I would say belongs more to someone like Julie, who still has the advantage of chasing.
Well, that's it. This race is anything but done. As the time will continue to go down, no doubt, from Julie Derron all the way to Kate Waugh. It's very much the chase is on, isn't it? And it's going to give us, watching on, an amazing spectacle here in Qatar. I don't think the athletes themselves are going to be enjoying it that much unless you're Julie Derron and you do end up winning this. And there you go, just a reference there for the speeds that these guys are running. Average pace of 3:38 minutes per kilometre, doing a 5K in 18 minutes and 12 seconds. And when you consider what they've done today, when you consider that they've swum 2 kilometres already, they've done 80 kilometres, 80 rapid kilometres on the bike, to go and do an 18:12 5K is mighty impressive for these women.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's 36:30 kind of 10K pace, and if you look at what they do in Olympic distances, yeah, that is quicker, but nobody's time trialing 80 kilometers. As we get eyes on Lucy, she's still composed, she's still putting one foot in front of the other, but she alluded to it earlier, it's been a long season. It's been probably the hardest thing.
She's got some blood, hasn't she, coming from her knee?
No, that's...
Is that tape? Oh, sorry.
That's kinesio tape. That's all aerodynamics.
It's a very neat cut, if it was a cut. Sorry, Jan, as you were. Ignore my
No, it's a very valid point.
My lack of physio knowledge.
No, it's very observing for you to pick it up, because it's something that was kind of the last things that I was a part of developing, is getting, instead of socks, which would be faster than skin, has an aerodynamic kind of property, the same way that, you know, you cover your arms and legs, because the friction that a suit offers is less than skin aerodynamically. You put a little strip, but it has to be precisely placed, and that basically gives a little edge to attach the airflow, and you can do it without wearing you know, aerodynamic socks. And it's something that you do in non-wetsuit races, because you can wear those calf sleeves underneath the suit, but it would cost more time if you were to actually put them on in T1. And so that's why you stick it on before the race, and you've got aerodynamic advantage.
Well, every day's a school day. aerodynamic advantages here on the T100. I mean, goodness me, we're talking a few seconds here or there, but really that does make all the difference. And as we saw in the transition zone, we saw exactly how much difference that makes. I think when Kate Waugh does look back at this race, provided she does end up beating Lucy Charles-Barclay, she can't say she won it in the transition zones by any stretch, but those little tiny psychological advantages make such a massive difference in a sport like this. And yeah, she was there, but Kate was quicker, it has to be said. So just in the back of shot there, you can see the running of Julie Derron and Georgia Taylor-Brown, who is stuck with Julie Derron here, it's fair to say. It looked like she might be leaving her for dust, but that has not happened. Georgia Taylor-Brown, a fantastic runner, a winner last weekend in Bahrain. She also won another race in Phuket as well, and whilst not the strength of field that we're used to in the T100, and that's the pass. That is the pass there from Julie Derron and Georgia Taylor-Brown, who both get out in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay, who is slowing down here. That was a masterclass in overtaking, you have to say, but equally, wow. Lucy much, much slower than Julie Derron and Georgia Taylor-Brown. And this is where we're going to see what fight Lucy Charles-Barclay has in her locker. Kate Waugh won't have seen that, she won't have known that that's happened, but that might just be that for Lucy Charles-Barclay, unless she can claw back something else.
Well done, Kate. Go, Kate. You got it.
So great support there for Kate Waugh. As I say, we've got a load of age groupers here this weekend, all competing in the Age Group World Championships. They've all qualified from their respective T100 races this year. Fantastic atmosphere out here in Qatar, in Lusail city. I was flying over with a lot of them. An awful lot of bike boxers on the plane on the way here from the UK. So out come our male athletes from this De Boer swim course, learning the lessons perhaps of the exit from the first lap, gingerly getting their way out onto the blue carpet. They're going to make their way 285 meters down onto there, and they're going to get their first look now at the order, as I think that's Morgan Pearson, is it, just out in front. Looks like Vincent Louis, who led them out the water. Samuel Dickinson with that unmistakably red tri-suit in third spot. And this is a long area, and we're going to go down to Jan, who's down in transition.
Alrighty, we're here waiting for the first man to arrive. It is really a question of how much of a gap can they create to Hayden Wilde, and who can get through this transition without fumbling. We see the ladies passing through. Georgia Taylor-Brown is looking around to see where Vincent is. As we see Morgan Pearson coming through again, once again, same as in Dubai, he creates the gap on the way out. Samuel Dickinson, Vincent Louis, everybody's here. Let's see who's got the quickest transition. We have got Jelle Geens. He has just arrived at his bike. Smooth transition. Be quick. Morgan Pearson is out. We have got Samuel Dickinson out. And Jelle is right here. Quick look out there. Go get him, buddy. Strong group. We've got Jonas Schomburg. And we have got Menno Koolhaas. So there is some firepower. As we see, Rico Bogan having a terrible swim by his standards. Oh, Mika Noodt also tough. And this is some serious bike power. Hayden Wilde coming through, looking smooth, putting on his helmet, and he has got a look of determination on his face. He's put some ice down his chest. Boom, in last, out first. This man is not messing around. He is looking for a world title, and I have a feeling he's gonna make this his day. Back to you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Jan. Amazing to get that close to our athletes going through the transition zone. And fantastic to see. I think this men's race is really well poised, as as much as the attention has rightly been on the women's race so far, with that three-way battle that we've had coming in here for to be the world champion, make no mistake, this men's race is going to be just as exciting. And the question is, what can Hayden Wilde do? What can Jelle Geens do, who's comfortably ahead of Hayden at the moment? He knows his way to beat Hayden, well, he's got to surely be ahead, hasn't he? Or there or thereabouts into the second transition zone as they make their way onto the run course. A long way to go in this race as they begin 80 kilometers on the bike. And I think interesting with those transitions, seems like today those who were able to do that quickly, particularly those short course athletes, the ones who've been either racing last year short course or racing actually this year as well, they've been racing short course, and have they been able to nail down those transitions. Critical part of triathlon, the fourth discipline, as it's known, becoming very, very clear that is a key part of this race. So Morgan Pearson still out in front. Sam Dickinson right there with him. Jelle Geens in third place. And we'll obviously keep you updated on the men's race as it progresses, but we really have to keep our eye on this women's race because it's changing by the minute. Julie Derron, Georgia Taylor-Brown making the move a few moments ago on Lucy Charles-Barclay. And Georgia Taylor-Brown, as much as our attention has been on the battle for the T100 World Championship, a third place, if she was to secure that here in Qatar, would be comfortably her best T100 race to date. Fourth in Dubai, of course, a month or so ago. Trending absolutely in the right direction, and it might just persuade her that this is where she belongs. This is the race format. Obviously hugely accomplished short course athlete, Olympic champion, but yeah, what a treat it is to see her on the T100. And right there, you can see the impact that pass has had as Lucy Charles-Barclay has dropped back in the pack, now fourth. That now puts Julie Derron comfortably in second spot on 168 points. As things stand, Kate Waugh would still win the overall Race to Qatar standings. She would be crowned our T100 World Champion. But that time is going down. It was hovering around the 1 minute 40 for quite a considerable period at the start of this run leg, but we've got 7.5 kilometers left. 1 minute 17 seconds between Kate Waugh and Julie Derron. Oh, Jan, this is going to be tight, isn't it?
It's 10 seconds a K, so it's still in Kate's hands, but you can also see, like, Julie has found her stride. Like, she is looking more dynamic. I'm really surprised that Georgia is on her shoulder, as I'm actually looking at the wrong screen. Excuse me. There we go. Now we get eyes on them. Sorry about that. And Georgia Taylor-Brown sticking with her, which is, for one, fantastic to see. It was very interesting because they coincided as I was down in transition, and they ran through. And the only thing Georgia cared about is where Vincent was. She was only looking over to see if she could see Vincent. So I think that shows that mentally she's just free to fly, right? And they're looking to push the pace. I wonder if this is something that actually helps Julie, or if she's just in her own zone, trying to fight till the very end. Because, yeah, 70 seconds, 10 seconds a K, normally not within the realms, unless Kate blows up.
Well, that's it. As much as you say 10 seconds a K is the difference. And there you can just see the pace difference, which is pretty much neck and neck. Just goes to show how tight this battle is. But yes, okay, 10 seconds okay, but if Kate drops 5 seconds and Julie picks up 5 seconds, then they actually do work itself out, doesn't it? And yeah, that's that time offset easily. So yes, it sounds a big gap, but in practice, particularly as we reach the end of this race and the battle and the long, hard T100 season is in the legs of these athletes, do not go anywhere. This is just as exciting as it was right at the very beginning.
And that's the thing. Once fear enters her mind, once she starts thinking about Julie eating away at the lead, that can be something that really translates into her leg speed. It's something that, you know, she really needs to keep the momentum going, grabbing 2 bottles there and just cooling down as much as she can.
So Kate Waugh there picking up a couple of bottles, cooling herself down. The sun actually has just gone in, it has to be said at the moment, so a brief respite from what has been a very warm day here in Qatar.
Now I can tell you, down in transition, it was warm. Like, once the sun is on you, standing there, yeah, again, through the high rises of Lusail, there is, you know, there's some shade, and also the wind gets channeled, which means you have kind of very clear direction on either headwind or tailwind. But yeah, when you're running through the sunny bits, it's definitely worth running an extra 2 or 3 meters to run in the shady line. Shady as in literally.
Good to clarify. Just looking a little bit further back there, so obviously Lucy Charles-Barclay currently sitting in 4th spot, Jessica Learmonth in 5th. She's got a nice little slot there in between Lucy and Ellie Salthouse, and if she was to be able to finish in 5th place, I think she'd be very, very happy with that. That would, I'm sure, comfortably firm up her place in the T100 standings. Ellie Salthouse, good race from her in 6th. Holly Lawrence 7th, Sarah Perez-Sala in 8th, Caroline Pohl in 9th. She's managed to come through the field nicely here on the run part of the course, and Lucy Byram just there rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, that means that Ellie Salthouse has kind of made up 2 minutes, though, almost, on that gap. We can see she's actually just passed Jessica Learmonth on the standings there, as we get an aerial shot of these umbrellas that they've kind of built everywhere for just a bit of reprieve from the sun. This will be eyes on Kate Waugh, running towards her last lap, as the gap has seemingly stabilized once more.
Yes, that was it. At one point it looked like Julie was catching, and catching quite quickly. Exactly like you say, Jan, it does seem to have stabilized a bit, which if you're Kate Waugh, those are the words you want to be hearing, because a chasing Julie Derron in any race is a scary prospect for those out in front, but particularly if you've got a world championship on the line. You can just see there by that 10, that is the lap counter that now exists for these athletes on the run course. So it's right at the very start of the run lap, which means that the athletes will have a whole lap to make sure they're on the right lap come the end of the race.
Yeah, as we get an updated counter, 1:36 minutes, so it really is, yeah, it's holding steady. 2 laps, that's all she's got to do on this slight incline leading up to the last 2 laps between her and a first ever world title.
Well, that's it. When you put it like that, it's the simplest equation in the world, isn't it? You've just got to do, she will have run at this pace, she will have done this in training, I'm sure. She'll know exactly what she's got to do. But of course, they haven't done that on a world championship stage. How difficult is it to sort of simulate this part of the race, the pressure, the adrenaline in training?
Well, think about if you're standing centre court Wimbledon and you've got a match ball against, you know, whoever it is, Federer, and you still have to convert it. There is so much there. You've landed that serve thousands, hundreds of thousands of times in your life, but it's just different when there is a title, when there is money, when there is the prestige, and quite honestly, childhood dreams attached to it. Like, I think many athletes start their journey wanting to be a world champion. And it's a daunting moment when you're about to kick in that door and be the next world champion and fulfill that lifelong dream.
Yeah, we heard Kate talk in her interview, didn't we, about how she's dedicated her whole life to triathlon. I mean, that's nothing new for all of these athletes. To get to this level, the very top of the sport, you absolutely have to do exactly that. But this is a long time in the pipeline for someone like Kate Waugh, 26 years old. Spent a significant proportion of her, I'm sure, junior and adult life training for exactly this moment. So that's where we are as in the women's race. Let's take a look, shall we, at what's going on in the men's race. In the bottom left of your screen, that's Jelle Geens, of course, currently in the lead of the race. Oh.
Was in the lead. God, that's Hayden Wilde coming through like
oh wow,
like he's sitting on a motorbike.
There we go. So Hayden Wilde, like a steam train, coming through and taking the lead of this race. Certainly caught me by surprise. Don't know if that caught Jelle by surprise as well. But yeah, they're now going to have to get into the correct order, make sure they don't get any drafting penalties, or those athletes behind Hayden Wilde, make sure they don't get any drafting penalties with their race ranger just on the back of Hayden's bike there.
Smart moving though. You can see why he's just such a good racer. He comes flying by and he uses that section. As soon as he's gone past, he knows they need to slow down. He stops pedaling to recover from his effort and then settles back into his rhythm, as do these two ladies working together. Georgia Taylor-Brown is really impressing me with this run performance, back to where I would have seen her be at her strongest. And speaking again to the point of racing herself fit, it's a fine art.
Just want to pick up on something you mentioned there about in terms of Hayden being a super smart athlete and almost operating at a level above the other athletes from kind of a race dynamics point of view. And I wonder, in triathlon, do we talk enough about the kind of actual race craft, the art of racing and tactics and being there with your fellow competitors? But yeah, exactly like Hayden did there, that was just so smart, the way he was able to overtake.
Racecraft and the art of racing is something that's been brought about by the T100 series. We haven't seen this on longer distance racing. It's something that's required in Olympic distance racing when, you know, the gaps are just so much tighter and athletes are together in big packs. But that is the beauty of going through the gauntlet of Olympic distance races, of qualifying, of much tighter margins than we see in longer distance racing traditionally, is that you just need to fine-tune every little bit. And you know, the T100 has brought that about from these athletes, that they face off against each other. You know, Kate Waugh was an absolute surprise at the beginning of the season. Right now, she is, you know, hands down the favorite, and that's because she's had to hone her craft and see what her competitor's up against and where she can possibly make her move. And you know, it's something that's fairly new, I think, to the space of triathlon.
I mean, how many times a year did you race your nearest competitors?
Very seldom. Like, yeah. I was the kind of guy, I raced 5-6 times a year at most, across all you know, especially in the later stages as I got older. But I mean, I raced into, you know, my late 30s and 40s. So recovery is definitely not that quick. And again, I mean, this crop of athletes and this generation of athletes has just taken everything to the next step. It's not only the speeds, it's not only the you know, the performance, but it's also the frequency, which is something that in my era at the top of your game just was something you couldn't imagine doing.
I think it's also a treat for us, and certainly in the commentary box, but also watching on at home. We get to learn more about these athletes race by race. We know their strengths, we know their weaknesses. We're looking out for those key moments in the race, the pinch points, as it were, where each athlete is stronger or weaker, and it provides us with amazing entertainment as well. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's fantastic to see these guys racing against each other week in, week out. So Kate Waugh about to lap another athlete there. And let's take a look, shall we, at what this all means as it stands. So, as we know, if Kate Waugh is to win here in Qatar, she will be crowned our T100 World Champion. Julie Derron would finish the series in second on 168 points, with Lucy Charles-Barclay in third place, Jessica Learmonth in fourth, Ash Gentle in fifth, Ellie Salthouse sixth, Lucy Byram seventh, Taylor Knibb, not with us of course this weekend, in eighth on 90 points. Georgia Taylor-Brown throwing herself right up the rankings with only 4 races this year in ninth, and Holly Lawrence in 10th. And interesting there, just to look at Georgia Taylor-Brown pushing her way into the top 10. I mean, don't forget she's, you know, she finished 12th in London, so as Kate gets some support from the crowd. But yeah, Georgia Taylor-Brown, you know, massive well done to her for getting to this stage of the T100 season. Were she to finish ninth in the series, that's $75,000 coming her way. So plenty to fight for these guys all the way down. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, you look down from 11th, which is $50,000.
That's Julie's mum.
I was going to say, I might need a translator there to see it. I can hear the go, go, go. Maybe that's all that matters.
She's saying you can do it, and you can do it. Go, 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 go after her. Yeah, she's trying. You can see she's picking up the pace, but she is running out of real estate.
And Georgia Taylor-Brown will be also wondering if there's more in this for her, because a second place very much on the card. She's stuck with Julie Derron for pretty much the entirety of this run leg so far, and with only three and a bit kilometers left, who's to say she can't get a second place?
Sprint finish, little sprint finish.
Oh, no, I've teased a sprint finish in the past this season, and it's not quite worked out. So I'm gonna leave that to the triathlon gods for today. Who knows what awaits in a few, well, in one lap's time, pretty much. It's the final few corners of lap number 5. It's good to hear Julie Derron's mum. She was out in Dubai, wasn't she, and gave Julie a massive hug after the race.
I think she comes out most of the events.
Yeah.
I remember last year we celebrated in Ibiza with her, and it was Kat Matthews, and her mum was there as well, and it was a very funny evening on a long table with a lot of chilled bottles of Spanish white wine.
I mean, the athletes were drinking mid-season, or just Julie's mum?
No, it was just Julie's mum and I.
Can't imagine.
Actually, Mark Matthews was there, so he probably took care of most of it.
I was going to say, I can't imagine Julie, a highly tuned athlete like she is. I'm sure she might have a drink after the season's done. During the season, I'm sure you're optimizing performance with everything you can do. So that's the QR code there. If you give that a scan, you can find yourself on the T100 Triathlon website, where you can get your second screen up. You can have access to all of the data that we have here in the commentary box, and there's an awful lot to pore over. And yeah, I'd encourage you to do that, because you get a real insight into what's going on a little bit further back in the race as well. Of course, you can keep up to date with the men's race, which is happening concurrently at the moment. We're rightly keeping our attention here on the women's race for the bulk of it until this is over, because there's an awful long way to, not that long to go here, but an awful lot to fight for, and the T100 world title on the line. A little shake of the head there from Julie Derron. I don't know quite what that was about.
I think she knows, because this is exactly what Georgia Taylor-Brown, she's been looking so much better all this time along, and I was actually wondering,
and there we go, that's
if
the pass,
she's saving herself to make a decisive move, as to not to interfere in this championship either. Because if, you know, she was to slowly drag her up towards Kate, yeah, it's definitely something that's on athletes' minds. You know, triathletes are a very fair species, and we hear the bell lap. Let's call this the wild bell.
That will be the best noise that Kate Waugh has heard all day. I can absolutely guarantee you of that. So, one final lap here in Qatar between Kate Waugh and her first T100 world title. This is all on the line now. This is where the year of training, the hours that these guys spend, this is where it all comes to the fore.
And this is the thing that I was trying to mention, because if Georgia helps her to get across, is she going again? Or is this almost looks like the same move? On a slight uphill, Georgia is putting some time in and really making sure that if she goes by herself, rather than, you know, take Julie up to her countrywoman. So much for the tactics I mentioned. Maybe they're just destruction tactics.
Yeah, well, the way Georgia Taylor-Brown is running right now, I mean, who's to stop her? I don't think she'll quite catch up to Kate Waugh, but she's definitely going to be a factor come the final few stages of this race. A remarkable performance from Georgia Taylor-Brown.
What a development too, because it was the French Riviera, right, where Georgia was actually having a good run until she absolutely wasn't.
I mean, she completely capitulated on the run, didn't she?
Yeah.
It was almost tough to watch. You remember she got overtaken, or Hayden Wilde had that thing with her where they were trying to sort of draft each other on the run. Not allowed to do that anymore. That has been banned. So
crazy what's happened in the season, right?
Yeah.
Like, you think about rule changes, you think about developments, and generally, like, my tip of the hat to the organization and also athletes coming out and just refining what is a completely new format. Yeah, of course, it's not all rosy, but wow, Georgia Taylor-Brown making inroads. Fastest run of the day so far.
I dare say she's peaked at exactly the right point in the season. Don't forget, just in case you missed it earlier, she won in Bahrain last weekend. So she's back-to-back at the moment, and for an athlete that hasn't raced a huge amount this year, that's even more impressive, I would say. I mean, we've had our fair share of people doing full distance back-to-back with middle distance, but wow, she looks amazing.
Except that hasn't really worked out for anyone, and she has put absolute daylight. Wow, look at that! Like, Julie has not entered the screen yet. 2.5 Ks. Just at the very top of the screen, you can see her there, the slight downhill. Yeah, that's super impressive running, and it looks a lot more like the Georgia Taylor-Brown we've known and we kind of thought would come on stage, even though she said she's taking a year to figure out what she wants. I think this may be pointing a compass a lot more towards the T100 series for next year.
Yeah, I just think it makes us really excited to see what she can do, because I'm, you know, part of the British setup, I'm sure she's incredibly pleased for Kate and what she's done, but they're both short course stars, as it were, and she will have watched what Kate's done, taken to the T100 like a duck to water and gone, hold a minute, you know, I'm just as good at short course as Kate Waugh, and I want to be there battling. I want to be there with Kate at the very front of these races. So yeah, what a prospect we have in store for next year if we were to see Kate Waugh obviously return on the T100, but also Georgia Taylor-Brown. Worth pointing out as well, the top 10 on your screen right now, as it finishes, they will all get invited to the first race back, which for the women will be the Gold Coast race in Australia. So that will be their first race of 2026, and they will all be invited back onto the T100.
Georgia is just picking off athletes, lapping one by one. Hannah de Vet. So that's Hayden's partner getting lapped right now, and that helps Taylor for sure, just to pull herself closer and closer to other athletes. She's within a minute now. 2K to go, and in the I mean, it's only been a kilometer that she's put in 20 seconds, maybe?
Yeah.
20, 25 seconds. And imagine that. Imagine Georgia comes around and wins this final. It'll still be enough for Kate to take the overall title because she is our leader. But yeah, Okay, yeah, that's a long way. But still,
I'm just going to get my notes
she's
out,
moving.
from what happens if that does happen. I didn't necessarily think that was a possibility, as they will be able to lock eyes on each other there. And that's the gap.
It's still 46 points for Kate, 55 for Georgia Taylor-Brown. And then, of course, I don't actually know third place, but that would be in the space of 38 points, something like that, I think. Either way, Kate's leading, so as long as she finishes ahead of the others, she'll be world champ.
Good maths. Let's
41 for third, so I stand corrected. Thank you, team.
Yeah, there we go. So this is an amazing end to the women's race. Probably not what a lot of people might have had down as their on their bingo card for what will happen at the end of this women's race.
Georgia is flying. This is a slight downhill, I guess 1 or 2%, and she's really picked up some momentum. She's breathing hard, she's chasing, but it looks like it's all come together for her at the right moment. Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, I think what's also awesome is just how comfortable she looks. Checking her watch, she looks comfortable, she looks smooth.
Yeah, you can see the mouth is open a lot more. There's a lot more oxygen coming in and out. She's definitely breathing hard compared to how she looked behind Julie. It just looked like she was really trying to pace herself. I think she probably didn't have the confidence to go any earlier. Maybe because of her experiences where she's really struggled. But, you know, as a champion pedigree that Georgia Taylor-Brown is, if it's 1,000 meters to go, you know you can really hold on to that.
And that is the distance.
Points.
Wow. There
Putting
we go.
herself into 8th.
And not far off Ellie Salthouse in 6th. I mean, you know, a few extra points and positions earlier on in the season. I mean, don't forget, Georgia's only raced 4 races with us. She first came onto the T100 with a wild card in London, then in France. It was 12th in London, so disappointing race. She had all sorts of nutrition issues. She had a bike issue as well. 9th in France, and then 4th in Dubai. You felt was a bit of a turning point and more of a reflection on her form. But yeah, 1 or 2 of those results go better, and she's all of a sudden she's up there in 5th, 6th sort of spot.
Yeah, she's just coming past Megan here. Yeah, again, if she gets another 9 points, she moves it to 6th. So that would be hypothetically if she were to catch Kate. But yeah, what a phenomenal effort to close this out.
It's why the format of more points in the final race in a grand final is such an amazing format for this sport, because it really does add such an extra layer of jeopardy and sort of an extra storyline, doesn't it, to what's happening out here on course. Because yeah, the fact that the points do mean more here in Qatar is definitely critical for a lot of these guys' seasons, and is going to make a massive difference to their overall yearly income from the T100.
Absolutely. As we get eyes on as we get eyes on Georgia there, but Kate still looks solid. She still looks composed. This is a tough ask.
Yeah, a tough ask for Georgia Taylor-Brown to catch up to the leader here. And I think Kate looks like she's just started to maybe slow down a little bit, just start to take this in, and maybe she realizes her work is done.
Well, she's definitely got a long distance stride on. This is something, you know, where you're running more strength based. It's not the elegant lightness. The fatigue creeps in and you're just moving to keep moving. Again, we know if she does have a weakness, she does have an Achilles heel, it's the very end. But I mean, we're talking 700 meters to go.
I think that was a smile. I think she just smiled to
yeah.
There we go. Maybe she's just starting to realize exactly how far ahead she is of her nearest challenger, Julie Derron, now in this T100 World Championship.
And so she will stay in the middle of this whale shark and come down what is a pretty spectacular finishing arch.
I wonder what bet she would have had at one point in her career to finish as a world champion underneath a whale shark, but that's another story.
300 meters, enjoy it.
Yeah. Okay, so Kate Waugh here. One final look, I think, over her shoulder to check exactly where Georgia Taylor-Brown is. But she doesn't need to worry about her because Kate Waugh has absolutely obliterated the field today. She's been super consistent all year, perhaps our most consistent athlete on the T100. It's been a record-breaking year for her, having won in Singapore with the biggest gap we've ever had in a T100 race.
Starting with the highest of highs, and it was a surprise. We didn't know what to expect, and here she is finishing with the highest of highs. Enjoy it as you touch the blue carpet. This is your moment, your first ever World Championship. Kate Waugh, what a season, what a race, and what a way to get your first ever title. Oh my God, she's struggling to hold it all in. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Goodness me. Kate coming over the finish line.
Oh my goodness.
Any second now. She is our T100 World Champion. Kate Waugh, take a bow. And we're just starting to see exactly the effort that she has put in today onto the course, and goodness me, that right there is there for all to see, because just goes to show, Jan, the effort, the amazing endeavour that these athletes go on to do as Georgia Taylor-Brown crosses the finish line in second.
And you can see Kate Waugh, she has given her everything. She is on the floor, she has destroyed. That finish line could not have come any sooner. If this would have been another kilometre, I think things could have looked very, very differently. She kept it together. I think she had some stomach issues. She almost looked like we were going to see her nutrition again. Thank you for holding it all together and having yourself a frameable first ever World Championship photo. As we see Julie Derron coming in, finishing off strong.
So third place there for Julie Derron. She will take her spot onto the T100 podium. Not to be for the World Championship today, but she gave it her best. She was a massive factor in this race, and she'll start to take in exactly what she has achieved. An injury throughout the season, and she built her way back up. Incredible to see, and Julie Derron finishes in third spot, I should say. So wow, we need to catch our breath up here, because that was quite a dramatic finish line. I think when you look at those images, and you know, I'm sure they won't be images that Kate wants to see anytime soon, and we wish her all the best, because it didn't look very pleasant what was happening down there. But it just goes to show how hard these athletes work, how much Kate Waugh wanted that win. And the win she got, the world title she got, $200,000, the bonus for winning the race today, and also winning the race to Qatar standings and becoming our T100 World Champion. Georgia Taylor-Brown actually looks probably the best of all the athletes at the end. What a remarkable end to the race she has. My goodness me, she looked uber comfortable. As that's really good to see her go over to Kate and just probably congratulate her, number one, check she's okay, number two.
We can see
and the inquest starts.
Throughout the day, especially out on the bike, they were all racing at the front of the race. They knew it was going to come down to a run battle, and it had to be a very fast run battle. And that's what it was.
I steal a couple of chairs from the back.
So good to see Kate up and about. I think it's going to take her a little while to perhaps dare say we'll use the word digest, to digest what's just happened. So Ellie Salthouse crosses the line in fourth spot. As you can hear from the announcer there, that matches her best result of the season, fourth in Australia. And for Lucy Charles-Barclay, well, not to be today for her, sadly. She's given us an amazing season on the T100. She knew she had to win today to stand any chance of taking home the T100 World Championship. She wasn't able to do that, but a remarkable season with 2 T100 wins. And this is Ashley Gentle. An amazing result given her news this week. And yeah, all of us here wishing her the best, and fantastic to see her at the finish line, coming over the line. Disappointing season, perhaps you could argue, for Ash. Not quite with the glory of 2024, but a race win, still going strong. Okay, so we cut away from the finish line of the women's race to find ourselves at the front of the men's race, because while all that's been going on, we mustn't forget that there is also a men's T100 world title up for grabs. Hayden Wilde currently out in front, right there with Mathis Margerier, Rico Bogan in third spot, Mika Noodt, Jelle Geens and Martin van Riel, all in that front group. Importantly, perhaps you can see that that's an 11-second gap at the moment between Jelle and Hayden Wilde. And yeah, we're gonna keep one eye on that and one eye on a now smiling Kate Waugh, who perhaps has just started to feel a little bit better after what has been a really tough end to her race. But I think when she sits down later and realises, because I'm still not sure it's sunk in, that she is the T100 world champion for 2025, she'll have the biggest smile in Qatar. And that's quite a group in that men's race, isn't it? When you look at all those athletes side by side. I mean, 19 seconds now separating the top 6. It's tight at the front, it has to be said, but if you're Hayden Wilde, that's exactly where you want to be. And that's really nice to see Holly Lawrence being congratulated there by Ellie Salthouse. And that is Lucy Byram coming over the line. That's going to be an 11th place. And after the year she's had, I think the emotion's there, very clear for all to see. And that's just amazing to see, isn't it? The community of triathlon coming to support Lucy. So that's the finish line of the women's race. We've still got a fair few athletes to come over the line there. Including Hannah Berry. That will be a 12th place for her. So Hannah Berry finishing 12th. Women's race just concluding. So the men's race still going on the right-hand side, of course. We're wonderfully spreading ourselves across at the moment between the two races, as we should, because these places are super important for the likes of Lisa Pertra there, who's just finished in 13th place. We'll obviously work out what exactly this means for the Race to Qatar standings, how much money all of these athletes are going to be taking home today, because it's going to be a decent payday. Some of these athletes are going to basically double their yearly earnings with their result here in Qatar, which is fantastic, and will mean an awful lot to them. But I'm pleased to say we can get some reaction down on the finish line. Jan Frodeno is down with Julie Derron.
Julie, what a day, what a season. Take us through your emotions a little bit now that you've crossed the finish line.
Yeah, that was tough. I don't think I've ever ridden that hard too. I knew I had to commit to the pace and keep the gap as small as possible coming off the bike. I'm a bit disappointed that my run strength didn't really show through today, but to come away second in the world, it's amazing. If you like, I feel like it's the closest I've ever come to a world champion title, and yeah, it just gives a little bit of a fire for next year.
I mean, with all the adversity you've had to face, we actually weren't quite sure on the bike whether you were playing the tactical game, whether you were waiting to unleash that run. But if you've ridden as hard as you said you have, and you still put out a strong run like that, you got to be happy with that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was hanging on to the girls around me. They were super strong, and I knew that I had to just try and stay there to, as I said, minimize the gap coming off the bike. To my coach, we discussed that a gap of 3 minutes I could run down if I had my day, and yeah, I came pretty close, so I can't be disappointed.
I think so. I mean, considering your season, you've come close. I mean, you got to, you know, is it off season now? Are you able to relax, or is it like straight go to work and work on the title?
No, I think I can relax a bit now. I've been on the road for a long time, so I'm looking forward to heading home for Christmas and of course build up for next year. At the beginning of this year, I just wanted to do the season, see how it ends up, and to come away with a podium again at the end of the year, one step higher than last year. So yeah, I guess the only way is up from here.
Yeah, and with a tough year like that, if you've become second, then watch out rest of the world for next year.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I won 2 races this year, which is amazing. Looking back, I can be so happy with my year, and I'll take that as motivation for next year.
Thanks so much for all the emotions and all the great racing you've given to us.
Yeah, definitely.
Enjoy your...
And I think we do have a worthy world champion. Kate was super consistent this year, so she showed up when it counted the most. So congrats to her, and of course to Lucy as well, pushing the pace all the season, and everyone else racing. And thanks to you for commentating. And yeah, I could keep going. So just like overall, thank you for everyone.
Thank you for coming out, and we look forward to you getting out the virtual boxing gloves for next year.
Definitely will. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Thanks so much.
Let's get you straight in. I'll take that. Thank you. Let's get you straight in.
Oh, come. Kate Waugh, you are a world champion. How does that sound?
Oh my gosh, that was the most dramatic way, I think, to win a world title. I've always been a bit of a drama queen, so best way to win it, I guess. But I'm completely overwhelmed with emotion right now. I did not want to see those finish line photos. I don't look.
You held it together. You held it until just after. I think you've got a frameable picture.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, wow, that had it all. It was just hard from start to finish. I think I cried a bit on the bike. I just was suffering so much. And then obviously there was the drama with the water stations, and I was just getting angry. And my dad said to me at one point, okay, just channel the anger.
Yeah.
So set off on the run and didn't look back. And then, yeah, going on to the last lap, I kind of felt the floor starting to kind of tilt a bit, and I was like, oh, I'm in trouble now. I was like, just hold it together. And then Georgia was putting me under pressure, and luckily just about got across the line.
How in that situation, there's so much on the line, you know, you've worked for this a lifetime. How do you channel your anger? Like, how do you, in that moment, take it and turn it into something good for you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it hurt so much, like mentally, like emotionally. It's December now, like I've never raced this late in the year, and I'm tired, but I just kept telling myself I'm going to enjoy my holiday so much more if I just give it one last push. And yeah, I'm completely overwhelmed with emotion. I'm so grateful for the T100 for this opportunity, and yeah, I'm buzzing.
And we're so grateful for you coming and putting it literally all on the line. I think it's going to make your title even more sweet.
Yeah.
Enjoy your holidays, enjoy your world title, and thanks for being around.
Yeah, thank you. And I also want to give a shout out to obviously Lucy Charles-Barclay and Julie Derron. They literally pushed me right to the line, and I think we made for an epic battle, and yeah, I'm grateful to them, and kudos to them as well.
This you did. Enjoy, recover, and get lots of sweaty hugs.
Thank you so much.
Georgia Taylor Brown, have you just been waiting for that last lap all season? Where did that come from? That was amazing.
Yeah, I just needed a 21 race build-up to get me ready. No, I don't know. It's the last one, and my aim was to just have a good swim, and I really fought on the swim. It's really hard at the front. And yeah, I had a good swim. I got out with the front girls. I lost the front girls on the bike, but we didn't lose too much time, so I was happy. And then, yeah, I mean, I have nothing to lose in these races, so I just go for it, see what happens.
Yeah, but between nothing to lose and kind of coming within inches of winning the grand final on the last lap, I mean, that was lightning quick. Putting it all together, racing yourself to fitness, who even does that?
Well, yeah, no, I think that's what I have done this year, just race myself to fitness. But no, I mean, I was getting close to Kate, but also I thought, I can't pass her. She's about to win. It would be really mean for me to pass her now, but I didn't get there anyway. So, but no, when I was running with Julie, I just sat on her shoulder, and then I took a chance. I went, and I didn't look back, and I just hoped she wasn't feeling better than me.
I mean, last week you had a fantastic result. You set a world record. Here you are setting the stage on fire. How difficult is it going to be for you to just let go of that fitness and head off to the Christmas break?
Not difficult at all. It's going to be very, very easy. This week, staying at the Ritz, I felt like I'm on holiday already. So no, I'm definitely ready for this break now.
Wonderful. You've more than deserved it. Honestly, thank you so much for the entertainment, but also the action you've brought. I mean, from having the opposite of this run in France, I would guess, to then building yourself up to be in championship contention. I can't wait to see you next year.
Yeah, let's see. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being around.
Thank
Enjoy your
you.
off-season.
Thank you, I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Lucy, take us into your world right now. How are you happy that that's over?
I'm definitely happy it's over. It's been a great year. I would have liked to finish a bit stronger than that, but yeah, I'm happy that I made it to the finish line and made it to off-season, so I can celebrate that.
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, what a season it's been. You haven't left out any racing, any distance, any spectacle, all the highs, all the lows, and you still, you know, have a world title in the bank. Yeah, how much toll did that take on you going into the race?
Yeah, I feel like I obviously was off the back of a really big high, and then I was trying to knuckle down and kind of do those last few weeks of training, and obviously we're leading into the festive period, so it's hard to do that, but I feel like I definitely did the best I could, and yeah, I think that kind of showed today. That was all I had left to give, so yeah, I've got to be happy with that.
The good thing about this long season is that this is the first time that Christmas morning you're not going to have to go for a long run. How excited right now? How good does that sound right now?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely buzzing about that. I think I'll be enjoying all of the festive food and yeah, refueling, ready for hopefully another big year next year.
Lucy, you're an absolute champion, and you bring excitement to every single race course. Thank you so much for being around and letting us be a part of your journey. Enjoy your off season, and well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. You can hear, can't you, almost the attention turning to Christmas the minute they cross the finish line. All right, let's take a look then at the standings in the race to Qatar. Just to mention, these are unofficial as yet, but I'm sure they'll be confirmed shortly. Kate Waugh, as we know, our T100 World Champion, 183 points for her. Julie Derron finishes in second on 163 points, and Lucy Charles-Barclay finishes third, 152 points for her in that three-way battle that we had at the start of the day to be the T100 World Champion. Ash Gentle in fourth, Jessica Learmonth in fifth, Ellie Salthouse sixth, Georgia Taylor Brown with that remarkable run and performance today. She moves up into seventh spot, Taylor Knibb in eighth, Lucy Byram in ninth, and Holly Lawrence finishes in 10th spot. All right, let's turn our attention back to the men's race, because there is another World Championship on the line. And I'm being told this just happened a couple of seconds ago while we were on the interviews. Keep your eye up ahead. Oh, and that is a nasty crash there for Rico. Wow. Oh my goodness. Be interested to get the thoughts of Jan of exactly what happened there. He's being passed by those out in front. Looks like Mika, Noodt, Hayden Wilde, Mathis Margirier going out in front. But that a nasty accident there for Rico Bogan. He's able to get back on the bike. And I'm sure we'll get another look at that later on. But he's back on the bike, which we love to see. So Rico Bogan still very much a factor in this race. 13 seconds the gap now after that crash. He was right at the very front. And yeah, that was a nasty, nasty accident. I guess if you're going to fall off, a slow corner is the place to do it. And you can hopefully minimise the damage to both your body and your bike. But yeah, not ideal for Rico. Pleased to say Jan has run back up to the commentary box after doing those interviews down by the finish line. We're going to get another look at this, Jan. This is what happened to Rico. I say we were going to get another look at it. We might get another look at it. Rico's obviously got other things on his mind at the moment, like overtaking Martin van Riel. And here we go, Jan.
Oh, what happened? Oh, yeah, you could just see there was just a little bit of sand. It just slipped on the front wheel. And, oh, that's one of those adrenaline situations. It looks like his shoulder took most of the impact. His suit seems fine, which is probably the thing that worries you most, because the thing is, on the adrenaline, you don't really feel the pain as much, but on the run, it kind of tends to make itself noticeable. I think right now, the adrenaline can be one of those situations where it's actually helpful. We've seen championship events where, you know, Daniela Ryf, for instance, she was stung by jellyfish, and it gave her such an adrenaline boost that after a while she was absolutely flying. It's happened before, but yeah, the champion that he is doesn't even rub off the dirt. You can see on his calf, he's still got a bit of, I hope that's dirt. But it looks like, yeah, he's just taken a bit of graze. The problem is with those slow crashes, when you're going around a corner, he seemed to be carrying a lot of speed, but the biggest problem can often be when you fall over. That's when you get the most damage, because, you know, a bit of skin is uncomfortable, but the actual impact, see, his suit hasn't even torn, so he seems to have gotten away with murder here.
Yeah, that's what we obviously want to see. Don't want to see an athlete on the floor in the bike leg, that's for sure. So Rico Bogan has minimised the damage, I think it's fair to say. Caught back up with that front pack. And Jan, let's just sort of digest what's happened in the women's race. Kate Waugh, T100 world champion, but our attention now has to turn, doesn't it, to this men's race and what's happening here, because we've got another slightly vocal Hayden Wilde.
Oh, it's great. When you have that dominance, you just become the leader of the pack and everybody listens.
Okay, so Hayden Wilde there. We just heard him be a little bit more vocal, it's fair to say.
But that's Hayden, just the thing. People, like, it becomes a self-fulfilling kind of prophecy, because you see people just perceive you differently, and you can just see that, yeah, him expressing that. We've got the official standings here of the overall series. Kate Waugh winning World Championship, 183 points. Julie Derron, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Ashley Gentle holding on to 4th, Jess Learmonth in 5th, Ellie Salthouse 6th, Georgia Taylor-Brown moving herself into 7th with a phenomenal performance here. Taylor Knibb still holding on to 8th, Lucy Byron within the top 10, and Holly Lawrence rounding out 10th place.
Yeah, we should say these are now official results. Of course, the results I gave you before were unofficial, but no athletes have lodged a protest. So there we go. That is the official T100 Race to Qatar standings at the end of 2025. And Kate Waugh, our T100 world champion.
Looking down at the finish line, I think they were all too exhausted to lodge a protest if they would have tried.
So that's one World Championship out the way, but there's another one that's still to be decided. The men's race on lap 4 of 6, 36 kilometers to go before they do 18 kilometers of running, and we will crown our second T100 world champion. Martin van Riel, of course, won it last year. He's got a matter of hours, it's fair to say, before he has to hand over that crown. And who is it going to be? Is it going to be Hayden Wilde, who's been imperious all season? He's been basically faultless, and he's had the number on pretty much every single athlete in the field. Having that bike crash back in May and getting back onto the start line in London was truly one of the most remarkable sights I think we've ever seen in sport. So could it be Hayden? Or has Jelle Geens got something to say about that? 21 seconds back on the bike at the moment. He knows he can beat Hayden. He's done it before. He did it a year ago in New Zealand. And this really is the battle now for the T100 World Championship.
Come on, Jelle. We'd love to see a run battle. Him and Hayden coming off the bike together would be an absolute treat for us to see. But of course, this is the one weakness that Jelle has if he's, you know, in the triathlon, is that he is probably more vulnerable on the bike. This kind of course also, it's just a time trialer's delight when you just have big power, flats, kind of getting to that aero position. And we can see he's got a 10-second gap here according to our screens. And yeah, that's a tough bridge to gap.
Yeah, it is, for sure. That is the standard that Hayden Wilde has set, it's fair to say. And let's take a look, shall we, at the incredible season that Hayden Wilde has put together here on the T100.
I'm either going to absolutely smash it or absolutely blow my gasket off. Hey, if anyone wants to start some beef with me, I'm more than happy. And everyone knows I get pretty aggressive.
Hayden's pretty furious.
Ooh, little smile. Hayden Wilde's putting down a ferocious pace.
I'm there to race and race hard and make everyone push their limits.
Hayden Wilde, you're a T100 winner.
It was a heck of a day. You have to be smart out there today.
What's next for you?
Chill out for a bit, and then I was involved in a bike crash with a truck, and unfortunately, yeah, put my rest of the season to a halt. Punctured lung, 6 broken ribs, and a pretty messed up scapula. It was essentially career-threatening. For me, it's very new. I've never had an injury like this before. The first day, I could hardly lift my elbow. Crazy how you just lost all strength and movement.
It's going to be fairly emotional seeing him back on a race start line.
This guy, he's literally bionic right now.
What an incredible, logic-defying performance. 3 wins from 3. Hayden has now gone into the lead. 4 wins in 4 races. He just looks imperious. Hayden Wilde makes it 5 in a row.
You're young once and you're at the top for not that long, so why not get greedy and race a lot?
I know we mentioned this earlier, Jan, but when you actually look back at a whole season and what's happened, it's insane to me that everything has happened that's happened, right? I mean, we've gone from Singapore, and just looking there at what Hayden's achieved in the space of a year, it's amazing, isn't it?
I have to bring it just once. It's wild. It's honestly, it's been wild. Just the whole season, the highs, the lows. I genuinely did not think it was possible to have that kind of a comeback within that short space of time. You see athletes struggling with minor injuries, sometimes for years. And it's like he said, you're young ones, you've got to grab every opportunity. And you know, he said this in other interviews where he always knows there's a position in bricklaying for him back home if all else fails. And he looks like he doesn't want to go back to that in any shape or form.
Yeah, I think that's a way off for Hayden Wilde, although I'm sure he'd be pretty good at it, given how he approaches everything in life. And that right there, you can see on that graphic, he's won 5 races this season. Obviously, mitigating circumstances, you'd have to say, in Dubai with doing the extra lap on the bike. But He said since he was very pleased with his performance in Dubai. There's no doubting he had the fitness and the ability to win. But, you know, pressure does crazy things to people. And as you've said before, Jan, I think that perhaps might have even just been a bit of a shock to the system, a bit of a wake-up call that you still got to work. There's still trip hazards, if you like, between him and becoming a T100 world champion.
Yeah, but you can just see right here, he's going at 50%. Like, he's looking around, he's taking care of the field, he's freewheeling, making sure he doesn't get a drafting penalty. He's so aware of the space around him that it really is the mark of a champion. Like, he's concentrated, he's focused on executing. And let's be very honest here, he's gotten himself to this point before and fallen short. You can see the rubber band bouncing off the back, which is what his back shoe was tied up with. Difficult in the light, obviously, but yeah, they are those small mechanical things. Saw Rico come off. There is so much there, but he is mitigating those risks by being within his own. He's not going off the front, even though I think he has the capability to. Let's see if he does later on. He's kind of said he hasn't pushed out his best bike performance just yet, but yeah. Little glance. Cool cat, he's controlled. Is he starting to... I thought he was starting to whistle a song there.
I wouldn't put it past him. Well, this is what it means at the moment in terms of the leaderboard in the race to Qatar. And if the race was to end right now, Hayden Wilde would, of course, be our T100 world champion. He would finish on 181 points. Mika Noodt in second spot, 168 points. And actually, there you go. Jelle was 152 points. He's in third. In order for Jelle to win, he needs Hayden to finish fourth at best. So there you go. There's a lot to do for Jelle, and a lot of stuff out of his control. But you never know. And Jan, you mentioned it earlier, didn't you, about your own experience of being in a grand final, having to, what did you have to do? Finish top 5. Simple job, I'm sure, with the form that you would have been in, and you were quite a way off it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things. Choking is real in sport, and you know, I had my fair few shares of choking before I could come and have my time in the limelight. It feels like these athletes are just making those steps quicker. They're taking them at a younger age, and you know, learning also by racing as frequently as they do. And you know, that's not to discard. It can happen. We saw last week something that nobody anticipated. It's just a complex event, and you know, we expect everything to go right. We expect everyone to be professional. We expect everyone to go through every little detail, but they're still human beings. They're supremely fit kind of human beings, but they are still human, and that comes with all the difficulties.
Now this is interesting because Hayden's got to make a pass here because he's only got 45 seconds to make the pass. You can see the race ranger there on the back, and there was a small danger there. He was actually going to get squeezed into the barrier, wasn't there? Because he couldn't go down the middle. You have to overtake on the right-hand side.
This is just before the aid station. Also gives you more options because less athletes in front of you would have thrown bottles on the floor. See, like Rico's just cleared out a few bottles, and it just gives you more options. So it's, again, just astute, smart, tactical racing, making sure you've got the most options in case you drop a bottle. Everyone's just trying to cool down, taking on water, because most of these athletes carry their nutrition on the bike.
So that is Mika Noodt, who's had such an incredible year on the T100. I think if you compare his results year on year, it's chalk and cheese, really. 6th in Singapore last year, 5th in San Francisco, 3rd in Ibiza. You compare that to his current run this season, 3 second places, 5 podium results in a row. What an amazing year for the 25-year-old German athlete. Currently, or at the start of the day, I should say, 3rd in the race to Qatar.
Yeah, as we get eyes on Jelle.
So he's had a bike crash already today, Rico Bogan, but to be fair to him, he's got right back in the thick of it. We haven't actually seen Rico since Spain on the T100. He's a race winner, of course, this year, winning in San Francisco. Here he is on how excited he is to line up on the T100 in Qatar.
Being at the end of the season, being around the podium would be really special, and now I'm in 4th place, so I'm there where I want to be, and so I can say it was a good season, and hopefully now with a good final. Perfect race would be if we maybe have a smaller swim group like in Dubai, first off the bike and alone like in San Francisco, but it could be also that we are 3 or 4 guys together, and yeah, the perfect situation would be if Hayden has a gap and then he has to close it, or so he has to work for to come back. But my run is improving. Still not Jelle or Hayden's level, I would say, but I'm really looking forward to race, and yeah, one last time, everything on the start line. So you know, afterwards you don't have anything, you don't have another race, so you can push everything. So I'm looking forward to it.
It's an interesting point that he makes there about this being the final race of the year, Jan, and in terms of emptying the tank, because this is definitively the last race of the year for these athletes. Does it come with an extra edge of, well, I might as well go for it, I'm going to go for broke because I've got, what, probably 2 months at least to recover and build to my next race?
Well, yeah, there is that angle, and then there's also the I'm tired and I've traveled the world X amount of times and woken up in 25 different hotels. And it's interesting which way it goes, as they just had a bit of a gap to close there through those corners. I think he's just being a little bit more timid. Interestingly enough, he got what he asked for in his interview, which was a slightly smaller group. He just didn't think he'd be in the second group with Mika and Hayden. They're obviously off the front now, but yeah, he's done well to come back from what, by his standards, is definitely not the best of swims.
He's also coming after our jobs, because I mentioned he hasn't been racing since Spain, so he's actually been doing a bit of commentary for the German language T100 feed.
Has it really?
Yeah.
There you go.
Not that any of us would have listened to that, because obviously it's in German and we're here because we're doing English. I'm sure Rico's got some fascinating insights to share. Nothing like getting someone who's currently racing to share their thoughts, I'm sure.
Matisse at the front there, looking around, seeing who's with him, creating the pressure. And the one who's really feeling the pressure is Jelle. I mean, he's dropping off bit by bit. And yeah, that's going to be difficult to claw back for him. You can see like his whole body position, like he is a smaller athlete. He's using all of his body to try and force it, but he's here in absolute no man's land. And like we've said, through these architectural masterpieces, the wind does get channeled, which means you've either got it as a tailwind or you've got it as a headwind. And when you've got it as a headwind, it's just mentally so much harder to push against, to try and, you know, work your own way, and you think the guys at the front are working together, even though that is always relatively with a 20-meter gap.
Well, he's still got 25 kilometers to go, so he'll be hoping, of course, that that lead does end up going down a little bit more. But yeah, if Hayden's over a minute ahead of Jelle, that's a rapid run that Jelle needs to put down if he's going to be able to challenge Hayden here for the world title.
Yeah, it's a long way to go, but you got to think this is a testament to how competitive this field is and has been throughout the season. Like, I mean, we're looking at the current 70.3 world champion, and he's struggling to hold on to the first pack, which, again, I know his run is his strength and seasons come and go, but still, it's a testament to how strong these athletes are.
Yeah, absolutely. Our champion of last year, T100 world champion Martin van Riel, right in the mix there as well. Currently in 5th, difficult season for him. again, been battling injuries and all sorts, but good to see him back. But yeah, for Jelle, this is all about sticking in, isn't it? Being a part of the conversation come the run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Martin was quite vocal about expressing his frustrations at his own season. I spoke to him yesterday, and it was, yeah, you could tell he was visibly and actually verbally frustrated. And, you know, that's one of those things where, again, if he can just direct that frustration one more and just not worry about it. I wonder what he's been told here. He's been at the front the whole time.
I was going to say, because you would understand the athletes at the back, or the athletes behind Matisse there, being told perhaps they're on a bit of a warning, or they've been noted for drafting. But the technical official out on course, very much on top of it.
And you got to give him the added difficulty of actually understanding what the technical referee is saying. I mean, they're going 40-odd clicks an hour. There's a motorbike, and then there's someone shouting something at you in a different language. And I love Matisse for all his qualities, but English is not his first language. Let's put it that way. So yeah, I do actually wonder what he said. He's been sitting at the front for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's hear then, shall we, from some of the challenges to Hayden Wilde today. Jelle Geens, well, we caught up with him earlier in the week to reflect on his 2025 season.
I'm quite bummed with my chain dropping in Fréjus in the beginning of the bike. I feel like I really felt super strong during that the whole race actually, but then yeah, just lost a few watts I think on the climb when Rico and Hayden rode away from me, and then actually towards the flat and the downhill, like, they didn't gain any more time. So I feel like if I maybe didn't drop that chain and having to catch up, because then I was probably in like 15th position, had to overtake a lot of people, and actually set some PB powers in that section to go back to the front. That if I didn't have to do that, maybe I did have the power to go with them on the climb, and then a lot was possible. And I feel like Fréjus was maybe the only race so far this year where I maybe could have competed with Hayden if we would come together on the run. But yeah, it is what it is in the end. Like, so yeah, I'm not gonna say here that I'm gonna beat Hayden, because it's been proven to be super difficult, and I'm also a bit unsure on how I'm feeling myself. But obviously, like, it's the goal again for the race to finish first, and I'm gonna give it my all, one last push, and then we'll see where we end up.
Interesting hearing him talk there, Jelle, about the season as a whole. And obviously he's had an incredible season on the T100. A win in Vancouver, second in San Francisco, second in France, and also a third place in London. But do you start, Jan, as we've got on the T100, you know, where you're competing for points across the year, at this point in the season, do you start to look at those moments, you know, like when he talks about his chain dropping in France, all those little tiny moments, but actually the overall picture at this point in the year, there is quite a big impact, isn't there?
There always is, but I think, you know, this is, he doesn't have the time, space, or kind of restedness to actually reflect. At least that's been my experience, where you're focused on the day-to-day. You know, he's become a father, and you know, there's just a lot of things going on in his life where he's training as well as he can, he's resting, balancing family life, and I honestly don't think he has the time to dwell on those. Of course, it comes out in an interview, and he's such a modest guy, you know, you think it's kind of a lack of self-confidence, but he really is just a modest athlete. You know, that's just in his nature. He knows what he can do, but he's just not that kind of guy to come out and make a statement. And you know, this is not boxing either, where athletes come out and just take each other apart. So I think really he's just focused on this race and trying to do as much as he can to conclude a huge year in which he's actually moved continents as well. Was that I think that was at the end of last year.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's just so much going on in his life that I think, yeah, he's just looking forward to having one more big bash.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? And we obviously have such a surface view of it from a sporting perspective, but things like becoming a father and moving, yeah, like you say, moving from Europe to Australia full time, but those are big moments in anyone's life, let alone the life of a professional athlete, where I imagine you want to be on top of all the minor changes and quirks going on in your season, because yeah, all of those little moments really impact. I should say as well, Jelle's probably been making the most of the Qatar hospitality. He, whenever he's flown through here, he's actually paid a visit to the swimming pool, which is in the airport. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
I have not seen.
Oh yeah, the hotel here in Qatar has, at the airport I should say, has a swimming pool. So he's been able to get some training in between going from Europe back to Australia, which is, if you're talking about being efficient, that is certainly efficient, and not a bad way. It's better spending I'd rather be spending it in the pool, I think, than stuffing my face in the lounge.
Probably it is also slightly obsessed, but yeah, I have to confess, I've seen a lot of airport gyms and treadmills and whatever else. It's just one of those ways you try and break up a trip and travel a little bit better. We are just Mika shouting something to someone. But yeah, those are the kind of tricks of the trade, trying to avoid jet lag and travel as well as you can.
Yeah. Easier said than done, I'm sure, from our very cool commentary box up here in Qatar. All right, all season long, our athletes have been competing to earn points in the race to Qatar, knowing that today is the day where we're going to crown our world champion.
We have a race on our hands.
And we've got plenty of races for you at home to join if you've been inspired by watching the pros across 2025 T100 season. You can scan that QR code, which will take you onto the T100 website, where you can find your race for next year. We've got amazing locations around the world. We're going to be starting on the Gold Coast in Australia before heading to Singapore, Spain, San Francisco, London, Vancouver, France, Saudi Arabia, Dubai. And of course, finishing a year from now, it's hard to believe, right here in Qatar.
Oh gosh, one race at a time.
Yeah,
let's just
focus on that.
Let's focus on this world title here first. Matisse seems to be back to strength. Like I remember, of course, at the tail end of my career, I got to race him, and he was an absolute monster on the bike. He was such a strong rider. And it seems like he's finally back there, taking the lead. Kind of 3/4 through the bike course, and he's looking strong and kind of how I remember racing him, fearless and off the front.
He's had a really good season, has Matisse. 6th in Singapore, 6th in London, 4th in France and 4th in Spain, 15th in Dubai last time out, but obviously he did do that extra lap with Hayden, so we'll perhaps forgive him of that Dubai result. But yeah, sort of top 6 results week in, week out is really, really strong. I guess if you're someone like Matisse, Jan, how do you take yourself beyond the 4th, 5th, 6th level into the podium level? Is that an extra gear you have to find in training? How do you do it?
Yeah, I do wonder about it sometimes, because you see those athletes that are there consistently and then never take that step. And I think there is a level of obsession and a level of needing to really keep pushing on, because, really it's all about the person who keeps going and doesn't get bored with the effort. Let's be honest, we're talking endurance sports here. We're talking thousands of repetitions. We're talking, 200 laps a day in a pool, all those kind of things day in, day out. And it's just doing that without losing any enthusiasm can be tricky. And the guys at the front are very often the ones that tend to do that best. Whereas others, like to live more of the lifestyle. They like to be finding more balance and, you know, the occasional coffee shop stop and all these kind of things. Whereas, you know, other athletes just live and breathe the details. Get eyes on Morgan Pearson.
Someone who lives and breathes the details, Morgan Pearson.
Yeah.
Right there. I mean, our winner in Dubai, but his Instagram feed I find so fascinating because he goes into quite a lot of detail about his training. And for anyone watching at home who wants to understand a bit more about the life of a professional triathlete, I really do recommend you go onto his Instagram channel and have a look. And yeah, it's been amazing to watch his, I guess you could call it sort of rise, or his, I think he's probably got, is it fair to say, Jan, more comfortable with this distance, coming from short course, a bit like we've had many of our short course athletes, you know, Hayden being one of them, Kate Waugh, of course, in the women's field being the other, but it seems like he's found his groove across the season. He's trended in the right direction to feel more comfortable in the 100K distance.
Yeah, and the US has been desperate to find their next, you know, triathlon superstar. They used to be an absolute power nation in triathlon, and a few athletes have come close over the years, but no one's really taken that title. And it really is interesting for a, you know, such a strong, historically, tri-nation that, yeah, there's always been that spot. And if you look at racing in the US, the overall quality compared to what we see at T100 races, it's just not there. You can see athletes easily breaking the tape week in, week out, that won't finish in the top 10 here. And for him to break out of that mold and for him to challenge himself against the best is, you know, is remarkable, and certainly something I tip my hat to. And yet again, I don't think his Dubai win needs to be marked with an asterisk. He won fair and square.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair enough. Of course, Morgan, our winner last time out in Dubai. So 15 kilometers, or just under 15 kilometers, I should say, left of the bike course. Final lap that these guys are on. Morgan just catching eyes there with the camera. And as part of that learning process, Jan, of moving to middle distance, it's so many factors. I mean, what would you say is perhaps the most, maybe the biggest change going from short course to long course?
Well, it's really interesting. We just saw on the women's field, right? The T100 distance is a different beast again. It's not 70.3 racing, so the classic middle distance. Because I tell you what, looking at the finishing images of Kate Waugh, if there was another 3.1 kilometers in that run, you know, things may have well looked a little bit different. And that doesn't take anything away because she raced perfectly to the distance that she had to. But the T100, I think, gives guys like Morgan the chance to step up from Olympic distance racing a little bit easier. For some reason or other, those 3Ks just make a difference. And he's coming into the sport at a time where, you know, the light of Hayden shines very, very brightly, and any weaknesses just get exposed. As we see him going around very, very carefully.
Well,
we'll call this the Rico Bogan corner.
Rico Bogan corner, I was going to say. I wonder if perhaps a couple of the athletes have been told that that was the corner that Rico came off at. They might have seen it. Well, I mean, Hayden was right with him. Yeah, he would have heard it, wouldn't he? So just to be extra careful. Obviously, it's relatively breezy today, so as clean as that part of the course might have been yesterday or even earlier this morning, you know, we are fundamentally in the desert in this part of the world, and like you said, Jan, a bit of sand blowing onto that part of the course, or perhaps something being spilt on there from one of the support vehicles. Who knows what ultimately led to Rico Bogan coming off his bike there, but yeah, important to know.
Oh, the course has been set up, and once the course is set up, you can't go through with, you know, with the broom wagon if you want. But again, it's one of those things. I think it's very minor, and it's just unfortunate also, like when you see the way tires have evolved and tires becoming much bigger, much wider, fitting better aerodynamic profiles. You kind of look at a tire width normally now would be between 28 and all the way up to 32, maybe even 34 millimeters, which is incredible if you compare that, you know, 10, 20 years ago, tires used to be 19, 21 millimeters. And what that means is that also the surface area is actually bigger, which means your weight is distributed less intense. So you're actually getting less pressure on these turns. More grip, lower pressures, but yeah, it's just one of those things that can happen.
Okay, welcome back to Qatar. And a fabulous drone shot there of the skyline, which is very much of interest to us. Lusail City there, just in the background. You can see the towers.
And Vincent Louis gets a penalty. 1 minute. Yeah, I guess we'll get some, but it happened somewhere down there. That's where it happened.
That's the shot of the drafting penalty. Get your magnifying glass out. So disappointment there, I'm sure, for Vincent Louis. He'll be frustrated, I'm sure, to receive that. We've seen quite a few athletes in quite tight packs today. I think we saw that in the women's race. We've seen it in the men's race. And of course, we've got technical officials out on the course. So they are very much there to make sure that the drafting, or you need to be beyond the 20-meter drafting limit behind the athlete in front. So they're hot on it. And yeah, in a grand final, the last thing you want as an athlete here is to be given a drafting penalty. All right, we've spoken about Morgan Pearson a fair bit already. He was our winner last time out in Dubai. Here he is reflecting on how his first T100 season has worked out.
You know, I've done a lot of different styles of races, whether it's triathlon or, you know, other types of, you know, bike races, running races. And like, when you're starting something new, it's always, these guys are fully dedicated to it. And it's just like, there's always another level. There's always another level to it. And like the T100 is, you know, probably the highest level of the middle distance racing. So I was just jumping in, you know, head first to the highest level. So I just knew I would probably have a few shocks to the system along the way. So the start of the year was really upsetting because I broke my wrist and I wasn't able to attend Singapore. And then all of a sudden you're just stuck at home. I can't swim, I can't bike outside. You know, February, March is just kind of a depressing time of the year where I live, just shorter days and cold. So I think that was very hard for me, just mentally more than anything. I think to like at least hold 5th place in the overall, or like maybe even get to 4th would be a really fantastic way to end the year.
You almost forget, don't you, with that small injury that he had. It was a wrist injury, like he said at the start of the season, and then you're building up to the T100, getting on that plane, going to Singapore, showing what you've got, and then you're not able to do that. And then he also pointed to the fact that where he lives isn't the most exciting place, certainly in terms of temperature, to be in March. So yeah, it's fair enough. This is what happens in professional sport, isn't it?
If you wouldn't have said it though, by his voice you couldn't have told. I mean, the guy is hard to read. I think also as a competitor, it's actually quite interesting when I see him around. He's always friendly enough, but he's always very much in his own lane. And yeah, I think he's somebody, again, trying to figure it out on the other side of the world of where most of these athletes live. As we see Hayden take over the lead.
Well, I just wonder if, as he overtakes there, Mathis Marjurier to the lead of this race, I just wonder if that is his sort of decisive move 10 kilometres out from the second transition zone. And I wonder if that perhaps, we'll wait to see, but maybe if that was the move that just assures him that he's got the legs, that he's going to get into that transition zone first and very much be in control of this race.
Yeah, it's something he's alluded to in some of the interviews as well, right? That we haven't seen what he's capable of on a bike yet. We know he has really turned himself into a very, very, very strong rider. And, you know, as much as the run tends to be an obvious result, I would love to see Hayden unwind and just see what he's actually capable of. Looks like a bit of a gap, but Mathis is still there. Rico coming around, making sure this train doesn't leave the station without him.
Are you familiar with the term sandbagging?
I am.
Do you think Hayden's sandbagging at all?
Well, I don't think he's burning his matches for the run. You know, every time we see him on screen, he definitely has a little moment of freewheeling, taking those sort of micro rests. And interestingly enough, that's something Rico Bogan previously hasn't been able to do. He's always gone out full blast and not been able to show his run form. But Hayden plays that to a T.
It's, I know it from Formula One, where often race teams wouldn't actually show you exactly what they had at the start of the season because they want to save their pace for later on. And yeah, it's an interesting prospect in professional sport. All right, that is Jonas Schomburg, who has been another sort of revelation, if you like, on the T100, coming to us fairly late on in the season. Raced with us in Spain, got a podium. That was after doing a full distance race just the weekend before. Mighty impressive result. That was 7th in Dubai. And it'll be interesting to see what he can do on the run. He's a very strong runner, as we've seen in those last couple of races.
Another lone wolf of an athlete who prepares a lot by himself, comes from a triathlon family, and really goes about his own way. He loves to race aggressively, but he has had one heck of a long season, as he's here just behind Sam Dickinson, I believe that is, and two of them, yeah, doing damage control, I think, at this stage. 2 minutes down. Group of 3.
Don't know if you follow Sam Dickinson on Strava.
I do not.
Okay, he's a good follow, first and foremost. All of our athletes are a good follow, but I gave him a follow a few weeks ago. And he's been out in Dubai, continuing his training since the race there, and obviously came over here to Qatar this week. He has been doing the same bike lap, pretty much, and run lap every single time. He's obviously keen to stay off the roads that have traffic in Dubai. He did 4 hours on the same bike loop, which I think is about 8 kilometers, 9 kilometer loop.
A 9 kilometers loop?
Yeah.
Isn't there a famous bike path that is like 50, 60, 70, 80 Ks long?
There is, but he chose that bike loop. And, you know, obviously on the face of it, that's kind of mad. But I also think it's, I mean, I don't think many people can do that. The mental, is the sort of spirit that you need mentally to be able to do that sort of training. You know, I for one, I mean, I don't think I could do the same loop as many times as he did it, because he didn't just do it once. He was doing it multiple times a week, sometimes a day, sometimes running around the same loop. So yeah, it just goes to show what sort of training these guys have to do to stay in this shape.
Yeah, it seems crazy, but then, you know, you think about it, people go to the same gym all the time and you run on the treadmill and you're just looking at a wall, or you're riding indoors on Zwift or whatever it is, and just you spend hours there, and it's so much about the process. And I do feel, especially in triathlon, excellence is just connected to repetition. We just spoke about it earlier, you know, in the pool, whatever it is, it's just something, if that's what gives you the belief that it's the perfect preparation. Oh, as we have old mate crossing the road. No worries, go get your shopping home. Sam Dickinson about to plow through your 50k an hour. And yeah, it certainly wouldn't be for me, but that being said, I spend hours and hours working on my bike deficit indoors and just, you know, staring at a wall and a screen and listening to music. As we get eyes on Martin van Riel. I haven't seen him for a while.
That's giving me, watching him make that corner there is giving me kind of nervous jitters after Dubai, where he was able to take it was a really tight and technical course in Dubai, and some of those corners were you almost having to come to a complete stop on the bike as you go round, and he would kind of stop, but he'd really take as much of the road as he could, and he was almost looked every single time like he was going to go into the barrier. That's obviously his tactic. He's a very skilled cyclist and able to do that and come out of it unscathed, but it certainly gave me the heebie-jeebies.
That's the thing, he's off to do some cyclocross racing through the winter. In Belgium there's a famous turbo cross race where, you know, kind of some celebrities and some professional racers all come together for a fun night of racing. But growing up around those parts of the world, you certainly learn to handle a bike. So yeah, I would have thought after Dubai you'd actually be confident in his cornering.
I would. I should say. Interesting then, Jan. I mean, sort of attention does start to turn towards the off-season for these athletes. Obviously, we heard after the women's race, basically kind of all of them mentally were already on a beach somewhere in some far-flung part of the world. Is it, as an athlete, is it kind of quite important? You mentioned there, Martin, doing some sort of an opportunity to do some other form of racing, even if it's not to the level of competitiveness of something like the T100, just something to give them, I don't know, something a bit different, isn't it? Something else to look at and to focus on.
Yeah, the thing is just through the monotony and through the repetitions that we just spoke about, there is something to be said for just having your eyes set on letting go. Like, you can't hold that tension throughout the year. There always have to be phases where you're more focused and then less focused. And I think that's why it's really, really, really important. And again, for most of these athletes, it's just so unusual to have that period of rest combined with Christmas, because normally we're in the off season when everybody else is working, and when everybody else has got a holiday, we're in the thick of the season. So it's a unique time and probably a nice time to connect with friends and family.
Yeah, certainly a lot of the athletes will look forward to, I mean, there's so much travel involved now as a professional triathlete. A lot of, I mean, just referencing Sam Dickinson there, he's been away since Wollongong, Australia, you know, out on the Gold Coast at a training camp, obviously coming to Dubai, then staying out here for a training camp. As much as I'm sure he loves Leeds, it's not going to be quite the same weather that we're used to in the Middle East this time of year, but he will be back to Leeds, back to his home after this race to, I'm sure, exactly that, spend some good time, good quality time with friends and family. So let's just take a look then, as we're 3 kilometres out from the second transition zone at where we're stood. Hayden Wilde still out in front, Rico Bogan in second, Mika Noodt in third. Mathys Margirier completing that sort of front group that we've got. Martin van Riel not far behind either. And then Jelle Geens just in that sort of middle, almost no man's land, it's fair to say. 1:39 down from the front. Actually, that's gone up now to 2 minutes, 1 second. So plenty of work for Jelle Geens to do if he's going to take the fight to Hayden Wilde here. And as things stand, you can see there on the right-hand side, Hayden Wilde is going to win the overall standings. He's going to become our T100 World Champion if he finishes in first spot on 195 points. Couldn't do any better than that. That is the perfect 195 points. There are no more points on offer this season. Mika Noodt would finish in second and Jelle Geens would finish in third. Rico Bogan fourth, Mathys Margirier in fifth.
And it'll be interesting to see for Hayden, you know, in this kind of season. Again, no foregone conclusions here, but how do you motivate yourself after a season like that? You know, a perfect, flawless time. Yeah, it'll be an interesting period, because winning's wonderful. It's just not the time when you question as much as you would otherwise. Although I think he's astute and aware enough to realize that the game keeps evolving and he's nowhere near his ultimate potential.
Yeah, in many ways this season has been faultless and flawless from Hayden, but you know, he certainly hasn't been faultless and flawless at the Olympic distance on the World Series World Triathlon races. He's struggled with that Olympic distance. I spoke earlier in the swim about how the shoulder injury which he sustained from that bike crash, that awful bike crash out in Japan midway through the season, has had a real impact on his ability to swim. I have to say, looking at his swim today, it looks like he's getting back to some sort of form. He was not as far behind as he's been historically in the other races, but certainly when you look at his performance in Wollongong, he had a DNF there in the World Series race the day after racing the T100. And yeah, that is an area you would have to say of improvement for Hayden Wilde, but we're really clutching at straws here in the commentary box, trying to find those.
The interesting thing I find there is that you see the other athletes. So you saw Mika Noodt and Rico Bogan probably having poorer swims. They were hoping to get out ahead of Hayden Wilde, and I think that's down to the fact that they are really trying to push their run. They know they need to up their run, and triathlon is just such a game of equilibriums. You can't just push up one discipline without losing in the others. And, you know, Hayden's dominance on the bike and run obviously means that it's just hard to bring up all three, whereas the others are investing heavily in those two disciplines and therefore paying for it on the swim. So we get the graphic on your bottom left of your screen. Nico Munn has DNF'd. He has decided to pull out. We know it's not a medical. We don't know what exactly is going on. We're trying to get word from him as our top men are coming in for the second transition. Saw Nico out the swim. He had a tough day to start with, but yeah, it seems that these conditions are still pretty brutal out there.
They certainly are. It actually looks pretty lovely, has to be said, as the sun is getting a little bit lower in the sky. The water, barely a breath of wind in the air. But I would imagine these athletes are going to start to feel that.
Little bunny hop from Hayden Wilde as he takes it in. Man, when you're playing, when you're having fun, it's hard to avoid success. I know I've said it before, but it is just so true. This guy coming on, bringing the fun. Even the little aero tuck, the last couple of meters before the red dismount line.
Smooth
it's
as you
all
like.
attention, yeah, all attention to detail as he pushes his bike back to the very first slot of this transition two. Smooth, straight in, helmet off, socks on. Funny enough, I don't think they've got that ice bucket anymore. The women had ice buckets to take on a little bit of cooling. Oh no, that's on the other side. Hayden, shoes on. He's got some sort of tag stuck on his head. It was obviously a new helmet. The price tag must have still been on there.
So there we go, Hayden Wilde seamlessly out of transition as he's been all season. What an athlete he is, and the race is on really to catch him. Martin van Riel there, making his way out of transition. He's getting a cap on, bit of ice in there to try and keep as cool as possible. The fantastic support from some of our age group athletes who are all racing tomorrow here in Qatar. This, of course, the final of the T100 Age Group World Championship as well. So lots on the line for the pros, an awful lot on the line as well for amateurs as they take to this amazing course that we have in Qatar. So there we go, Martin van Riel just behind Mathis Margirier and Hayden Wilde out in front.
So Rico also pretty smooth through transition, but yeah, again, those 2-3 seconds turn into 5, and that's just the thing. He sweats the details. If you look back at the women's race, you know, Lucy, I don't think it was the deciding factor, but it's just very, very hard if you give up those seconds, and he's meticulous about anything and everything he does.
So this is Jelle Geens coming in to the final stretch of this bike course. We'll get our timings here to know exactly the task he has at hand. It's a mighty task. We'll see exactly what Jelle's got left in the tank. I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed to be over 2 minutes back to Hayden Wilde, but there's still very much in his power if he can get a good transition here, nice and smooth. He's got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, you think at this stage he's fighting for podium, but you know there are still some decent runners up ahead of him. 2.5 minutes almost, 2:20. So it looks like Sam and Jonas have actually caught up to Jelle just before the transition. He's out quick and fairly smooth.
Yeah,
but he's going to need his best ever running legs. Otherwise, this is turning into a victory lap for Hayden.
There we go, Morgan Pearson, who we know does have an incredible run on him.
Something.
He's dropped something, yeah. Hopefully nothing too important. Maybe a gel, bit of nutrition there.
Well, hopefully nothing a referee notices, because if they do, then technically he's left something out of his transition gear. I don't know if that's a littering penalty or what it would be.
Interesting, yeah. No, very good spot, yeah.
Jelle moving well. This is a slight uphill.
So it's a really good spot, Jan.
Oh,
he goes back.
Oh, that's not what you want.
Running the wrong way down the course. There we go. Gets handed it by the official. So no penalty there for Morgan Pearson. Very smart racing. Better to spend a couple of seconds going back than being slammed with a minute penalty. And here we go, a familiar sight on the T100 in 2025. Hayden Wilde out in front. No bucket hat, interestingly, today, Jan.
Yep. I think the fans might be disappointed.
Yeah,
it's the
I'm
favorite
disappointed.
piece of merch.
I don't think it matters what he puts on his head. He's still just as quick.
Well, after all the shoe debacles we've had, we know he's got some more comfortable shoes as a second option because of us calling him out that he could win in any pairs of shoes. So he's got himself a fresh pair of Birkenstocks. And yeah, rest of the athletes just seem already that little bit closer to the limit than Hayden.
What do you think of Martin van Riel on this run? I think it's going to be a really interesting run for him because Dubai, obviously, we know what happened. He did the extra lap and was bitterly disappointed with that. And obviously that did have a massive impact on his time and overall finish and general performance. We haven't seen really a Martin van Riel on the T100 in the sort of form we saw him last year. Of course, our T100 world champion, winning in Dubai. You know, second in Vancouver. That was his best result on the T100, and he really hoped he could build from there. But I'm intrigued to see how this run goes. We'll find out, won't we, sooner rather than later, what sort of form he's in come this part of the race.
Well, that's the thing with the way of the final. Like, there is just, you know, still such an opportunity to grab points and to grab prize money. I mean, his biggest frustration, that at least he verbally kind of executed, is that it's just a huge financial hit that he's taking. But to be honest, like, the grading is actually quite fair. So, you know, the steps down is you lose sort of $30,000. I know that's a lot of money, but in other series, it's kind of like first to second is 50% of the money that goes. Whereas here, it's actually quite a fair grading. And even, you know, if you're in the top 5, you're still making 6 figures. So I think he has a lot to fight for here.
And there we go. That is Morgan Pearson already catching up to Jelle Geens. And I mean, this is a familiar stroke, wasn't it? Or familiar run style that we saw from Dubai. Jelle, one of our finest runners on the T100. That is absolutely one of his weapons that he possesses. And this might just be our very own run battle that we're going to see right now. Because Morgan is absolutely rapid, getting up right behind Jelle Geens.
Yeah, he doesn't look as elegant, he doesn't look as efficient, he doesn't look as composed as Jelle, but we know he's flying. He is quick-footed, he's one of the best runners in Olympic distance running as well. And it'll be interesting to see if Jelle can actually surf his wake a little bit, pick up the pace, and really knock some adrenaline into him.
Yeah, well, that's the overtake, isn't it? You saw right there, Morgan Pearson moving up into 6th position ahead of Jelle Geens. And Jelle, really the man at the start of the day you would have put your money on to be the one who was going to take the battle to Hayden Wilde. Hayden, of course, knowing that a win, a podium in fact, would be enough for him to take home the overall T100 World Championship. Jelle would need to finish 4th. Sorry, let's get our maths right. Hayden would need to finish 4th and Jelle to win, and that would be the way that Jelle could become our T100 World Champion. It's a long way from that at the moment, particularly when you're overtaken by Morgan Pearson.
And I mean, Jelle almost incredulously checked his watch to make sure the pace is on, if it's just his feeling or if he's moving. Gotta remember, Morgan went back to get, I assume, his glasses or a gel, or I couldn't quite see what it was. But, you know, again, he would be further up the road, closer to Martin van Riel than he currently is, but this is lap 1 of 6.
Well, there's plenty of age group athletes here competing in Qatar, and one of them we met the other day.
So I'm Fred Vesti. I'm 23 years old and I'm a racing driver, professional racing driver. I race in hypercars in the USA, and I'm also a reserve driver in Formula 1. And on the side, I love doing triathlons. I'm relatively new to the sport, but yeah, it takes up a lot of my spare time. Well, you can compare it. Obviously, a lot of people think we're just sat in a car turning a wheel, but actually it's really hard. Our heart rate reaches up towards zone 3, zone 4, 170, 180 beats per minute. So it's actually a really hard sport. Physically, you need to be on top to be able to succeed. And I think you can very much compare that to triathlon. Obviously, it's a bit of a different way, but still, you need to be on top of your game, nutrition, sleep, how you prepare yourself for a race. And I've definitely been learning a lot in triathlon about my body and how I can push myself more than I probably believed before. And that's a pretty cool experience.
Fantastic to see Fred competing here on the T100. Just goes to show, even a racing driver, someone with all of that in their life, can still find time and enjoy triathlon. It's such a wonderful sport that once you get the bug, it's very much there with you for the rest of your life. And if you want to check out some of our races next year, you can scan that QR code, which will take you to the T100 website. Plenty of amazing locations that we've got kicking off with the Gold Coast in Australia next year. And there's still plenty of opportunity to get involved.
This is something we haven't seen. I mean, 3 of them. I don't think Mika Noodt would be too happy seeing these guys. He was very confident and very much expecting his altitude block to pay dividends already. But that's also another testament to the point that, it's hard making that next step. And sometimes you take all the right steps in training and it just takes a while to settle in. Whereas we see Martin coming in and just almost throwing in some spite, coming in as defending champion. He's had a tough year. He's probably spread himself thin a little bit over distances and races that he did and tried to do the best of his ability. But he's not going to give up without a fight. And yeah, sticking it out here.
Well, this is our 2024 T100 World Champion, isn't it? Right now, he knows that he's got a matter of minutes, less than an hour of his crown that he's been wearing all year. Not literally, figuratively, of course. But yeah, this is the final few moments that he gets to be a T100 World Champion before ultimately he has to give that mantle to someone else. And I'm sure he won't enjoy letting that title up any more than anyone would.
It's just a testament as to how hard it is to be consistent all the time. Overall season, coming in April to December is something new for these athletes. Some of them already decided to start racing in March, and it's just something that we haven't really seen in triathlon. It sounds like, it should be possible, and we've got these kind of races, but you see a pace comparison. Hayden looking super smooth. Morgan fighting his way to 3-minute pace. That is remarkable. If that's accurate, then he's actually within a shot of 18 Ks. Hayden's just frustrated with finding something else to be frustrated at. Casually jogging along at his, 3:10, 3:15 pace. I think Hayden is actually at a stage where he would be wanting for someone. He would relish the fact if Morgan came up and they could run together. He would absolutely thrive on that.
I mean, we would love that, wouldn't we? I mean, what a battle that would be right to the death. Just looking at those comparisons there of Hayden and Morgan's pace. Quick shout out to Alex Yee and what he's been doing in the marathon world, Jan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing stuff at the Valencia Marathon and just proving what an incredible athlete he is, not just triathlete, but athlete, and being able to put his stamp on the marathon as well. I mean, that's just super impressive.
Yeah, that makes him the fastest runner, without a doubt, our sport has ever seen. I mean, 2:06 marathon is absolutely mind-boggling, and he's dedicated himself to that. I wonder for how long for. I wonder if we'll ever see someone like Alex Yee on the T100 series. Would certainly be a great addition to see how he stacks up in an overall triathlon performance, because he is, of course, a phenomenal runner and he's a phenomenal athlete. But time trialing is something that, you know, would take some speed out of those legs for sure.
Is this a call to Alex Yee? Yeah.
It absolutely is. Alex, mate, we want to see you racing T100.
We certainly do. What a treat that would be at some point over the next year, couple of years, who knows? But it's fascinating to see what Alex Yee is doing and getting people talking about our fabulous sport of triathlon. As Mathis Marjurier, Martin van Riel and Mika Noodt kind of found a rhythm here, haven't they, all together? Rico Bogan there just in the background. He's just ahead of them.
This is accurate. It shows Morgan Pearson running 2:59s at 84% heart rate. I mean, he doesn't look to be out of his comfort zone when we got images of him, but yeah, that is remarkable pace.
So looking at the heart rates there, percentage of maximum heart rate, all our athletes hand over some data which allows us to work this out. We can get a sense of how hard our athletes are working. Mika Noodt there, 83%. Just a Friday stroll around the streets of Lusail city here in Qatar.
That can also be a sign of fatigue, though. The thing is, the more tired you get, and especially coming off altitude, there is still such a risk associated with training at altitude that sometimes you're just fatigued. And if you're fatigued, it's almost like you're missing the last year or two to really build and take out everything you've actually got in the tank. As we see Martin van Riel taking over the pace, he's probably getting a little bit fed up. He knows on paper these runners are not of the same caliber. Rico Bogan is not too far up the road, and I know that Martin will want to chase him down for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is why I was so intrigued to see what Martin had, because he, by all accounts, has been able to put together a fairly solid training block the last few weeks. Certainly, he said he was getting back to more of his best when he was going into Dubai, and I think that's probably why it hurt so much that he ended up doing that extra lap on the bike and essentially ruining his race, or certainly ruining that part of the race and giving himself just a mountain to climb in the final stages. But yeah, this is good to see, because Martin van Riel is a fantastic athlete. Last year's world champion, of course. But I wonder who that is going to go to this year. Right now, hard to look past anyone but Hayden Wilde, I would say. He's just cruising at the moment, 27 seconds ahead of Rico Bogan. But these guys aren't too far behind, 50 seconds the gap now between Hayden Wilde and Martin van Riel.
And Martin van Riel, having caught these athletes already, right? I mean, he was slightly behind on the bike. And yeah, Mathis and Mika have therefore been caught by Martin.
Just makes you wonder, sorry to interrupt you, I was just going to say, with reference to Morgan Pearson and just looking at how far back he is, 152, I mean, my goodness me, if he could get his bike legs in a fashion that would allow him to be a bit more competitive, up a bit further on the bike, wow, what a triathlete he would be. As we get a little glimpse at the fan village there, people enjoying watching this race. Best seat in the house, I say.
Well, to that point, he's got, you know, last time we checked, he was 13, 14 seconds a kilometer faster than Hayden. Again, I think Hayden's got a plethora of gears left, but, you know, second spot on the podium, Rico. he's gonna have to keep it together, I think, in order for Morgan not to come, provided he can hold on to this pace, which is relentless.
Yeah, and you've spoken about, you know, building to this part of the season as an athlete. This is obviously where the big prizes get handed out, and being able to be in peak form is definitely hugely beneficial at this point in the season. Just looking at Morgan's results, 8th in San Francisco, 7th in Vancouver, 6th in France, and obviously the win in Dubai. He's really trended in the right direction as he's got used to this distance, used to this form of triathlon, and he's starting to look more and more at home as the season progresses. But someone who is also looking right at home is Hayden Wilde. He's looked right at home all season on the T100. Kind of hard to believe that the season he's had, the tough elements that he's gone through, that crash in Japan after the win in Singapore.
And that's our media guy, Ronan, right there, keeping up with Hayden Wilde.
Shout out to Ronan.
Ronan, 20 meters of fame. Well done, mate.
That's why he trains. That is why he trains. And that's the thing, yeah, that we can't overstate just how impressive what these guys are doing is. You know, Ronan's a fit guy. He can do that for 20 seconds. I'd be interested to know how long a lot of people watching at home could keep up with this pace that Hayden Wilde is currently running. Just in the sort of 3:30 kind of pace, just under maybe.
Well, it's kind of cool, right? At the Marathon Expos, they have the treadmill set at a world record quite often, and people are allowed to jump in, but not without a harness, because most of them just get spat straight out the back. And for many people, it's kind of like a all-out sprint pace. Whereas, yeah, for these athletes, it's day in, day out. Look at that, Ronan, 3rd lap. He went through with Rico, going through his body, making sure he's burning his calories today.
Certainly is. I mean, these guys obviously are working together. You see now Matisse taking the lead of this group. Is that something that athletes, obviously you don't plan to be in this position, it'd be impossible for you to sit at breakfast in the morning and say, right, 3 of us, let's work together. But once you're in this position, how beneficial is it to be racing, for someone like Martin, how beneficial to race with 2 athletes either side of you?
It's beneficial and frustrating at the same time, because on paper, these guys are not his running caliber. Like, if we look at the races, if we look at last season, you know, he was very much in a world of his own, running-wise. Someone like Jelle would have been able to keep up. We didn't really see him go up against Hayden. But Hayden also last year, 2024 Hayden, it's not 2025 Hayden. It's not, we're not talking about the same athlete or the same stage of development. So I think right now it's a mixture of, you know, frustration and kind of happiness that you're going to share the lead for a little bit on this actually slightly undulating course. Like, it's underestimated, but you see people in the major marathons, they complain about 3 meters of climbing, and I'd be interested to know, you know, on the lap, you can always see this goes up 1 or 2%, and you get the full benefit of that on the way down.
Yeah, they're sort of micro inclines, aren't they? But when you've swum 2 kilometers at the pace these guys are swimming, when you've been biking at the pace these guys are swimming, 80 kilometers, you really do start to feel those little inclines here and there.
And Mika making sure he doesn't step on Martin's heels. I think he probably can sense that if right now he were to kick his shoes and they would come off, he'd be a very angry man as they make their way up to Rico Bogan, or at least they're trying to. And Rico has actually been working on his run quite a bit, and you know, he expressed his disappointment, so is his coach, at not really being able to show the running form that he has. That certainly would be a help, these 3 guys taking turns. Great to see Matisse back on that sort of form where he's actually able to do a solid enough race that he's fighting within podium contentions. Oh, no. It's just that kind of thing. Momentum swings both ways, and yeah, they're little things, they're little hiccups that can happen to anybody, but looks like he just missed his special nutrition there. Let's see if we get our eyes on that. Yep. Okay, so you can see that's numbered, and he is trying to get his very specific drink. So he's still got that drink in his hand. I don't know if it's a frozen bottle or if he's got the right kind of carb mix, but you know, athletes train and there is so much energy being taken in these days that you really want to make sure that your stomach can handle it. We saw Kate at the very end struggle with her stomach. I think that was just overall overwhelming everything, you know, exhaustion, nutrition, but also emotions just coming in. Whereas, yeah, Martin, I think he was close to breaking before this race just because of all the things that have gone wrong. And yet this is another little thing that's just not gone his way as he's fighting for one of the spots on the podium. Rico Bogan going the other way, and that 30-second lead he had earlier has come down to much less. And what can Martin do here? Can he get back on and use the slight descent to really get himself back up there, as they can see Morgan just hunting them down. They know he's coming, and he's coming in quick. He's got the fastest lap by over half a minute at 6 laps. That's 3 minutes that he's making up on whoever else is coming in next. And next on that timer is Yuri Kulin, actually, and Hayden Wilde running the same pace. Good to see Yuri back and putting in some decent pace. The long line, as the shadows get longer, sun is starting to settle, conditions probably getting a little bit more pleasant now. There is a bit of a breeze, you can see the leaves moving, and we can feel it here in the commentator's booth. As, yeah, we can see the distance to finish, 10Ks, that is obviously for Hayden. So these guys are back a little bit more. There is still a lot to be done. As we see Rico, and ahead of Rico is an athlete being lapped. That's more. That's not quite a minute in the gap ahead. You can see in his right hand there, Martin van Riel holding on to the special nutrition that he picked up. And it looks like that bottle is frozen. Yeah, he obviously really wanted it, and it was crucial to his race strategy. So whatever it is. And that's just the thing. What is this? Is it what is it actually worth? You know you can pick that bottle up in the next lap. At 3 kilometers at the pace they're running, that's about 10 minutes. Can you do 10 minutes without that nutrition and therefore stay in the bunch comfortably? Because the gap he's just had to close, you know, that energy he now cannot spend to get ahead. He tried to break them earlier, couldn't quite do it. But I am impressed to see that he's fought himself back one more time. I wasn't quite sure if that was going to be his breaking moment, just because, yeah, he looked like he's struggling. Whereas Hayden looks like he's warmed up finally, and showing us that he has ambitions not only to win, but to also start taking some faster lap times. It's almost as though he's in a Formula 1 car and he's heard that somebody in the field is taking the fastest lap. He's almost getting greedy. He's looking that good. Couldn't have said it better than Spectator, making it look easy.
It's what Hayden Wilde has done all year. He's been atop of the Race to Qatar standings now for the last few races, and that's what our athletes have been competing in all year long.
We have a race on our hands.
And what a year it has been for Hayden Wilde. If he was to win here today, he would finish on maximum points for the season. No one would be able to get anywhere near him in terms of his finish position, which I think just goes to show how impressive he has been all year long. Dare I say, invincible is Hayden Wilde, particularly when you consider the crash that he had earlier in the year. And so, Mathis Margirier, Mika Noodt, and Martin van Riel now all taking Rico Bogan in their stride.
Martin joining the group.
Up a place.
Yeah, Martin joining the group coincidentally just as they catch Rico Bogan. And this is the fight for the podium. They do have Morgan Pearson breathing down their necks. He's not far away. I wonder if we can get him in this shot. Not quite, so he's close, but not that close. But that will be the fight for the podium.
I think he'll feel close.
Who's your money on?
For second and third?
Yeah.
I fancy Morgan. I think he could come through, and we just know what a good runner he is. And if he's able to keep up the pace that he's running at the moment, I'd put my money on him getting into second spot. I wonder what these guys have got left in the tank. A bit like we've been saying, it's been such a long season. It's kind of incredible that Morgan's got this and what he's got left, but here he is, and looking pretty good for it, it has to be said. Who's your money on, Jan?
It's tricky out of that bunch. I would agree that Morgan Pearson is probably who you'd have your money on for second place at this stage. There's a good chance I think he'll catch them. And then, yeah, on paper, of course, Martin taking it. But I just think, I don't know, Mathis has this resilience. He just fights back every time. He's just a tough Frenchman, just coming out and clenching his teeth. He's just that terrier that just keeps on biting and holds onto the calf. And yeah, and he's a nice guy, so probably emotional, but I'd like to see him get on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, he's also been coming back from injury as well, so it's not been a smooth season for Mathis by any means. If he was to stick in second place here, that would be by far his best result of this 2025 season. And I mean, how much, Jan, are these results right now? You know, obviously we're in the here and now, right? You know, you finish second, you finish third, you finish fourth, but that feeling, that positive energy that you get to carry into next year must be huge.
It is, and it's obviously great that, you know, you can build some kind of momentum, but I think, yeah, these athletes will all look forward to that break and recalibrating. Because the truth is, whatever you do here and wherever you come here, you're not finishing in the same universe as Hayden Wilde in terms of a static performance kind of gap. And so for him to stamp his authority, not only in the physical sense, but he will live rent-free in these athletes' heads for the next months as they will try and figure out their moves on how on earth they're going to close that gap. You could tell in all the interviews, everybody's kind of given up on it for this year. But that's, I'm sure, part of the tactic. As Morgan Pearson gets eyes on the few runners ahead of him, right about halfway through the run course, a touch over. But yeah, Hayden Wilde is just putting on such a dominant performance. And it'll be interesting to see what the athletes do with it over winter.
I was going to say that's almost the reason why I think it's fair to say he turned up to a race like Dubai. He did not need to race in Dubai. Many would have said actually he'd be better off not racing in Dubai because the ultimate prize is handed out here in Qatar, but he chose to race in Dubai. Obviously it didn't quite go 100% to plan with the extra lap on the bike. That said, he still was able to almost it's another sucker punch, isn't it, to the rest of the field. The more Hayden shows up, the more he makes it look easy, the more difficult it is for the others around him to raise their game.
Well, it is in a way. He also mentioned that, you know, he needs something to keep himself locked on. So he is a racer, and I don't think he actually, you know, takes it for granted. I definitely know he comes in and he hones his process, and he's trying and learning things every single race. And that's why I think it was, yes, in one sense, a tactical move, but more than that, I think he's really just strategizing to make sure he gets through the season in the best way possible. And he just loves racing, and it gives him good momentum rather than locking himself up for months on end.
Yeah, exactly. Different triathletes have different ways of getting themselves motivated, of getting themselves up for these big events. And that there is interesting. So as it stands, Hayden Wilde would finish on 195 points. Like I said, that is the absolute maximum points he could have earned in this season. But Mika Noodt is an interesting one. He needs to make sure he finishes not at the back of this group, basically. So he needs to make sure he finishes 4th or better, because if he finishes 5th, that means he's going to get bumped down into 3rd spots on those overall rankings. And that's a pretty sizable difference in terms of cash. It's a $20,000 difference. So there you go. I'm talking about fighting for position, but you're also fighting for the extra dollars. $20,000, well, that's an extra large turkey I think you can order at Christmas.
Just about.
You see Rico Bogan there at the back end of this group. I think he's had a very interesting season, particularly when you remember that he's won, and he won in San Francisco. And all the talk going into that San Francisco race was he's got the amazing bike power, but does he have the legs in the run? And he kind of proved us all wrong. And I think it'd be interesting to get his reflections on the year, given that we sort of thought maybe that might be a bit of a turning point. He might then be able to, it might sort of unlocked the run potential that we know he needs to have if he's going to back up his bike, which is obviously incredible. I mean, he's got the fastest bike splits in every single race he's raced in this year. So that side of it is very, very good. And yeah, I wonder how he'll reflect on this season.
Yeah, I spoke to his coach, Philip Zipes, and he was, you know, for quite a while, a little bit frustrated that he just hasn't been putting out the run that he's capable of. And yeah, that's something that he will look to do as he continues to develop as an athlete. You know, for a while he was labeled a one-hit wonder because he was the youngest 70.3 world champion. But Morgan Pearson, once again, showing his class and his form as he's about to catch up to these guys.
There he goes.
And this will be interesting. This will be interesting because I don't think he's going to sit on for too long.
So Morgan Pearson there has got Rico Bogan in his sights, Martin Van Riel, Mika Noodt, and that is Mathis Margerier just at the front there. And this move is going to put him from 6th, potentially all the way up into 2nd position.
It's funny, these super shoes, they're so noisy, you can't have a surprise attack, can you? You hear it and you know someone's coming. And Mathis, like I said, he is just straight onto him. You know, clawing to his calves. We'll see how long it lasts for. Mika Noot's already said, nah, not for me. But Mathis is fighting. He's straight onto him. He's just happy to get a bit of a windbreak. Yeah. And hopefully he can hold on for a little bit and gap these other chasers.
So there we go. That, I mean, that is as clear as day, isn't it? Mathis Margerier choosing to go with Morgan Pearson. Mika Noodt, like you said, Jan, didn't fancy it. Martin Van Riel said no. Rico Bogan definitely said no, right at the back of that pack. And Mathis, I don't think Mathis can stay with him for much longer, to be honest, with the sort of speeds that Morgan Pearson is putting down. There you go. Yeah, you can see that the gap has already gone up to maybe 10 meters, something like that. And that's got to be up there, hasn't it, with one of the great T100 passes in terms of position, going from 6th to 2nd.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, you move through and, you know, with it comes a very handy 46 points in the overall tally. But it's just interesting to see the generation here as well, because You see Matisse, I find he's one of the few old school guys who just races on feel and sees how he goes. And straight away we saw Mika Noodt looking at his watch and he's like, nah, that's not my pace. Making a very rational decision, but perhaps missing that old school romantic of, you know, being able to surprise himself in some way as well until it's safe to do so. Like everybody can, you know, lay it on the line for the last kilometer when, you know, you're guaranteed you're not going to blow up anymore. But yeah, I saw that was straight away, maybe at Matisse's expense, but it was nice to see him have a crack, and maybe he can get rewarded and actually maintain some of this gap.
Well, that's it. If nothing else, it's pushed Matisse to separate himself from that group. And now the key question really is how far ahead can he stay, if at all? Because Mika Noodt is a gutsy athlete. He's on a run of 3 second-place finishes. And he's not going to let these guys go without a fight either.
No, but I think, you know, Martin van Riel, he's here, he's sitting in this position, and he is questioning his why. He is like, why should I push more now? Because he knows in the big picture, it's not what he's asking for, it's not what he wanted. But the closer we come to the finish line, I think the more dangerous he's going to be. He does have the quickest leg speed of anyone here in this group. And right now, it's a long way to go. So for him to go with Morgan, who's just absolutely flying by. But I think he's kind of, you know, in this mode of trying to tick over as long as he can. But if he's within striking distance, he's got the leg speed to close a 10, 15 second gap on the last K for sure.
So $120,000 will be going to Morgan Pearson as things stand if he stays in 4th spot. Jelle Heens is going to get 150,000. Mika Noodt would end up with 170,000. And of course, Hayden Wilde would be crowned our T100 champion, and he'd get the bonus $200,000 as well. So plenty still to play for between these. And just worth noting as well, now that Morgan Pearson has gone ahead of Mika Noodt now needs to make sure he finishes 4th or better to maintain that position of 2nd in the standings.
Crazy how one race just changes the whole season around. But that is obviously the concept. That's how it's meant to work. That's how everybody stays involved and engaged until this late in the season. Because it just matters so much more.
It's fantastic. I think it's just a brilliant element of the racing that we've seen on the T100s. And as these athletes get to learn and experience a little bit more of what this means in terms of the overall race to Qatar standings, I think you're going to see as our sport develops, like more athletes going for it in those other races before the grand final, because really every single point, every single position does matter. It's super important. Meanwhile, at the front, Hayden Wilde doesn't look like he's got a care in the world. Maybe a slightly wet wrist after making a bit of a hash of that. That's a bit of coke on there, which mostly went on his tri-suit, I think it's fair to say, on his white tri-suit, which isn't ideal. But again, these are minor issues for Hayden Wilde. He won't be too concerned about that.
I'm pretty sure there's one or the other company that might be willing to give him a new one. It'd be interesting to see also what it does for his status as a sponsored athlete. You know, he is definitely one of the hottest properties in triathlon right now. Like, he's young, he's hungry, he's dominant, and he's a cool cat. He's very marketable and has, you know, a great outgoing personality. And that's kind of, important also from, you know, that business kind of perspective. I have a lot of athletes that reach out to me and want to know all sorts of kind of tips, but many of them actually want to know about sponsorships and you know, what to do and how to be more marketable. As we see a pretty funky camera roll right there. Look at that. On skateboarding uphill sideways.
That's the skill. Wow. Yeah. It's impressive stuff, and he's not doing that slowly either, as we know.
No, this is Daniel Beckergaard's cameraman. And he's done some pretty wild stuff around, but just looked kind of cool, like the Silver Surfer. Yeah, but it's just in terms of the marketability, like Hayden is a prime example of driving the sport forward. As Hayden and Morgan now meet roughly at the same point as Julie and Kate were meeting earlier on. Oh, no, sorry, that's not Hayden, going the other way.
Just on that marketability factor, yeah, and I think the interesting thing with Hayden is I'm assuming he's going to be in LA for the Olympics as well. So we're watching an athlete who's at the very top of their game, both kind of in a federation sense, you know, tied to New Zealand triathlon, but also able to spread their wings and go and do things like the T100 and other forms of competition. I mean, he's obviously been running 10Ks with his shoe sponsor as well. There's so much to an athlete now, isn't there? So many more ways, I guess, you can earn a living, you can earn money, and bolster your career earnings.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of them do it with social media presences and kind of, you know, putting a lot of work in that, which has become, yeah, the whole creator economy. And then you get guys like Alex Yu who are much less interested in that and just manage to still do it the old school way, overperforming and putting in outstanding performances in other areas. So it is great to see how there's just a variety in field. But yeah, as far as our likely champions, Kate and Hayden, go, they do provide a pretty full package in terms of being out there as high-performing athletes who also are just great exhibitors of our sport.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? And certainly helps their cause, makes sponsors want to be a part of their journey.
Matisse holding strong.
Yeah.
He's created that gap and he hasn't let it go. I mean, it looks like they're chasing, but yeah, when he followed Morgan, he just sort of ripped 10, 15 meters into Mika and Martin, and he hasn't let go of it.
I'm going to call this race between Mika Noodt and Martin van Riel the $20,000 race, right?
Ooh.
Right now, Mika has to stay in front of Martin van Riel to finish second in the standings. If he were to drop back, he would move back into third spot and he would lose $20,000. So there we go.
Do you think he knows that?
I don't know.
And if he does, would he say, dude, let's go 50-50?
Yeah.
He's got him.
We'll go Dutch on the line. I'm not sure that's quite how it works, Mika, if that is what you're thinking.
It used to. I've definitely heard of it happen before where athletes try and negotiate, you know, in these scenarios, and they're never quite unfolded. But somebody please go out on the course and tell them that this is 20K, plus, of course, the daily prize money, which is also not to be neglected.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a very successful day in the office, that's for sure.
Oh, but
how successful?
Close that gap on Matisse.
That's really interesting. Matisse Margirier there looks like he's come right back into the clasp of Mika Noodt and Martin van Riel, and I just wonder if he's got either a little problem or he's gone too early when he took the fight alongside Morgan Pearson. It was brave racing, wasn't it, Jan? But this might just be the punishment for going hard and going too soon. I mean, that said, he's obviously managed to stick just in front there of Mika and Martin.
He's still there, but, you know, again, on paper, these runners are better than him, or at least quicker than him. And so he has to try something. And for him to wait for the last 100 meters on a slightly downhill sprint, I probably wouldn't back him, and I'm not sure he backs himself. So he has to try it somewhere. And I'm not even convinced that was his last move.
Seems to be all running with exactly the same cadence and footfall. It's quite a metronomic soundscape that we've got with these guys all sitting in third, fourth and fifth position. You are right, Jan, about the sound of the shoes. I think that might be impacted as well by a lot of water in them, I guess, because obviously they've been pouring water over their heads. But yeah, you're right. You really can't sneak up, can you, as an athlete anymore with these super shoes?
No, that's changed significantly. If you look at athletes like Patrick Lange, for instance, who's probably one of the most efficient runners in the sport, like his absolute pet hate is somebody making a noise while they're running. It basically means they're not activating their glutes and hamstrings enough, and they're just landing a little bit too far forward and stomping their feet down. As Mika takes
Yeah.
the lead here.
That's the
I think he
move.
quickly checked in, making sure that they're in the last lap. And he's a very straight, very serious guy. He's always just got a quick question, making sure, and then he goes about the process.
So Hayden Wilde has looked pretty unbothered and unfussed all day, as frankly he has done all season on the T100. This will be the start of his final lap here. And just like Kate Waugh did, he's going to hear the bell any second now.
You got to say that's a pretty cool effort by the PGO to come out and, you know, bring out these bells. They had them on the bike, they had the digital signboards, they've got them on the run, and everybody tried to learn from the mishap that obviously made the internet explode ever so slightly. As we see Matisse getting dropped, pace is on. It looks like his fight for the podium may just be over.
Well, if it is over, what an effort it has been from Matisse Marjurier, who was sitting pretty in second place, it has to be said, until the closing stages of this run race where, yeah, maybe just Mika Noodt, Martin van Riel had a bit too much for him.
We can really see Mika finding his form here. This is quite common actually after a big training block, that it just takes you a little bit longer to actually get going, as Hayden has done this loop around transition zone already. I mean, yeah, again, we've talked about them being in a different zip code, but it's a significant sort of lollipop that they do here. They go around left here. When they finish, they go right down the middle. And Morgan Pearson will be coming up there on the other side anytime soon as well.
Not a bad couple of races for Morgan Pearson if he finishes second. First in Dubai, second here. That is a phenomenal set of results. And also pushes him up to fourth in the standings, which is $120,000. Which will feel very nice going into the Christmas break. Which will make him extra motivated going into the 2026 season. So that is Morgan Pearson running smoothly, looking good in second spot. As we now look at Mika Noodt, Martin van Riel making their way around these final few corners of this final lap here in Qatar.
And as you can see, the best four results plus the final. Jelle Geens slipping into third place. A tragic hero. We talked about the pressure building up and how he was, at the end of a long season, obviously having had his highs, but also, well, I think pretty openly struggling with how to figure out how to beat Hayden. And in the end, that can also happen if you figure and try and concentrate all your energy on one single person. You know, the rest may just slip under you. And that's clearly what's happened here. He's obviously not had the day he's looking for. 4.5 minutes down. And just shows you it's a long, hard season. He was actually just coming on to the athletes there, so going the other way. Certainly not what we thought with our 1-2 battle. But that's triathlon. That's racing over a season. That's what it demands. Can make or break you. And in this sense, take my hat off for him going out and finishing as strong as he can.
Well, you know what, in tribute to what Hayden Wilde is doing, it just makes what Hayden is doing even more remarkable, I think. When you look at the caliber of athlete that surrounds Hayden Wilde here on the T100, he really is making light work of some of these guys. You know, we've got a world champion there in Martin van Riel. Last year, we've got obviously Jelle Geens, who won the 70.3 World Championships a few weeks ago. These are incredibly strong athletes, fantastic athletes who Hayden Wilde, it has to be said, has just beaten fair and square in 2025, but that's what drives, I'm sure, a lot of these athletes on, to raise the level, to get even better, to take the fight to Hayden in 2026. But I think it's fair to say the T100, certainly in the men's race, this year belongs to Hayden Wilde.
This reminds me of one of the few mainstream triathlon TV ads from about, probably, what would it be, almost 20 years ago. Vanessa Fernandez in Portugal, she was such a dominant athlete. And, you know, the setup of the ad was that she was receiving a cell phone call at this stage where Hayden is right now, and she was so far out front that her mum asks, "Have you got a minute?" And she looks around, she's like, "Yeah, Mum, I've got a minute, what's up?" And that's literally Hayden, able to take a phone call right now, celebrating, you know, 6 victory laps as he rounds out a pretty flawless T100 season. Be interested to hear what he says at the finish line.
Well, we know
there we go.
So Martin van Riel overtaking Mika Noodt. That will push him into 3rd spot. I'm afraid to say that pushes Mika Noodt further down in the race to Qatar standings. So that $20,000 I was talking about earlier, well, put that on the back of Martin van Riel's cap and chase him down, because it's gone in a flash.
Yeah, it's interesting also that Mika decides to stay in his line. That speaks so much to the methodical approach that I was talking about. You know, he's got his eyes set on his performance. He's looking at the clock, and he didn't even move to get into the slipstream. It's something that athletes like to do, also to give the athlete ahead the feeling that you haven't moved. Like, there's that sort of tactical reach for the elbow to let the athlete know, "I'm still here, buddy, I've still got you." Even though you're not as close as you may seem to be in that moment, you sort of reach and tap the elbow, whereas he's just stayed in his line, just, you know, trucking along, very much focused. I don't think we've seen the very last of Mika Noodt's ability to push.
Definitely not. And indeed, I don't think we've seen the last of him. It's interesting when you look through the ages of these athletes. You know, Mika Noodt is only 25 years old. He's got a huge amount of racing ahead of him in his triathlon career. We often, you know, this is the pinnacle of the sport on the T100, and you might think these guys are the finished article, and indeed, a lot of them are. Hayden Wilde, 28 years old, you know, they're right at the peak of their powers, but endurance athletes, the beauty of this sport, you can go a little bit deeper, a little bit longer into the future, but not that Hayden Wilde is going to be thinking about the future too much at the moment. He, right now, has a perfect 195 points in the race to Qatar standings. He, I'm pretty sure Jan Frodeno is going to be crowned our T100 world champion.
Yep, it doesn't look like there are many ways of this not happening. 800 meters from the finish line, as he kindly declines on the aid station. Thanks, guys, I got this.
Bit of water.
Taking a last little bit.
Yeah, amazing stuff. It has to be said from Hayden Wilde. He's taken the applause of some of the volunteers here, and he knows it, doesn't he? One finger in the air. What do you make of that, Jan?
Yeah, just the effortless. This is literally a tempo run for him. Like, he has got this so controlled, and yeah, it's going to be on him to try and figure out how he can get that kind of performance into an Olympic campaign. But right now, he's running towards our whale shark, and that means he's coming towards the finish line. And let's be honest, this is his first ever world title. Hard to believe that this man is only about to win his first major international title.
Yeah. Great sportsmanship as well there with Yuri Kulin, just giving him a high five as he makes his way down to the finish chute. Morgan Pearson is going to finish this race in 2nd spot. There's no doubt about that. That's a remarkable run that he's able to put down. And this, the changing of the guard. Martin van Riel, our 2024 T100 world champion, has got seconds left of that mantle before he hands it over to our eventual champion here, Hayden Wilde.
Oh, thank goodness he turned, because that was, yeah, I mean, he almost had time to do a lollipop, but...
So there we go, the whale shark just suspended above that, but not that Hayden is going to be looking up too much. He's been cool, calm and collected all year on the T100. The man has come back from the brink, it's fair to say. That injury being knocked off his bike in Japan. He's a superhero, a superhuman effort from this Kiwi athlete. Hayden Wilde, our T100 world champion.
Love your work, Hayden. That is awesome. You have done it. You have broken the spirits. You are no longer second. This is your first ever world title. Awesome, awesome, awesome work.
Wow. I wonder exactly what's going through his mind right now. Just how much of this season he's been able to take on board, and we'll look forward to asking him those questions, I'm sure, as we make our way down to the finish line. But this is currently on the T100. A win in Dubai showed us all that he is starting to master this T100 distance, and yes, his biking power isn't quite what he would want, I'm sure. I think it makes us incredibly excited to see what he can do in the future on the T100, because if he manages to stick with those athletes out on the bike a little bit better, well, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He really does have the run power to challenge Hayden. Just going to show how much he's managed to catch up to him here. But he's on the blue carpet. Morgan Pearson's second place here in Qatar. Well done, Morgan.
What a season for him as well. He's built into his form. You speak about his bike, but his bike has improved. And it's getting there one step at a time. Hayden coming in for the high fives. Well deserved. I mean, he's shown he's coming into form. What did he say? He was asking for some sort of sponsorship already. He's trying to manage the athletes while he's there, as we see Martin Van Riel come in. At least a somewhat amicable finish to the season. He's had tough ups and downs, but a podium is always nice, and it's great to see the man smiling, honestly. He deserves it as somebody throws some green stuff in his face, just as a symbol to his season. Coming in, rounding out the podium, and I hope that just gives him some kind of positive energy to finish it all off on. Reset. Mika Noodt, super happy with his finish. 4th place. He's stoked. So he's obviously already knows that he is second in the standings, as we see Mathis Margier with another rock solid performance. Top 5, rounding it out, coming in and finishing a long, tough season. And a great result to bolster his overall standings. Hayden going around. This is his bike group he worked together with. And the crash pilot, Rico Bogan, salvaging another performance. 6th in the grand final. A little down from where he was last year, but the sport has developed, it's moved on. And it's fair to say that he has upped his performance, just not as much as the overall field. Well, Hayden taking a Red Bull. Many of the other races, he had a bowl of rice and chicken in his hand by now. Just always the professional trying to get in the carbs and trying to get in the protein straight after the race. But even for him, it's off season. He knows he's heading off to New Zealand for the winter, but right now it's time to celebrate his first ever world title.
Oh, you're a minute 40, you're a minute 30. I'm like, I'm not gonna get it. Like, I'm going for second, bro.
I was like, when I was running down the chute, the old girls like yeeted a couple of the flowers in the face, and I got me in the eye, and I was like,
I was like, I had like one left to go. I was like, what's the gap on Morgan?
yeah, I was like, oh.
interesting listening to the athletes there, and Morgan Pearson saying, you know, he saw that he was getting closer, and at no stage did he believe that he was going to get him. So he was closing in time. He ran probably a minute and 30 faster than Hayden did in the end. But yeah, these athletes look like they've given everything. Rico, some scratches, as we see the tragic hero of the day coming in second. But despite coming in the top 10, I think 7th he is, he will still finish on the podium, slip down from 2nd to 3rd. So yeah, it's just a sign of how long the season has been. Obviously 150 grand is nothing to scoff at. But I think overall, he's got a few questions he's going to have to answer off this season. All right, and we're going to throw down to Matt, who is down in the finish area with Hayden Wilde.
Yeah, I certainly am. Hayden Wilde, T100 World Champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, no, it's pretty special from starting in Singapore and then being in hospital for a bit and then coming back and yeah, winning a few races and then finishing here in Qatar. It's been a long season, but it's yeah, it's nice to finish up.
I mean, when you reflect on the season you've had with that injury or crash that you sustained in Japan, can you process what you've achieved this year?
No, it's pretty hard to. Hey, like yeah, you kind of forget sometimes of the process you went through when when you come back and have some good success, and you're just going to kind of think about that. And you know, I just came into this race with just an open eyes, and I was like, hey, I made it back to racing, fit and healthy, and I think that's more of a title I'll take to the grave than yeah, also obviously the T100 series. But yeah, really happy of just how everything's gone this year.
Do you feel pressure? I'm standing here, you look the most calm, measured man in Qatar. Did you feel any pressure coming into today?
It's hard to know because like you just prepare yourself so much, and I love the pressure and I love being hunted, and yeah, just kind of had to come in and with a smile on my face. And obviously, you know, pressure is good pressure, of course, but I also love having it as well, and it really fires me up. And to be the guy having a target on his back and having the ability to control the race as well. So it's a pretty like yeah, it's a nice place to be for sure.
Take us through then bit by bit. I want to start with the swim. It seems like your swim is getting back to a place that perhaps it was before your accident. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was a good swim. We were more or less close to the group, and I was really happy with that. You know, 30 seconds coming on to T2, and yeah, I don't have a swim skin, so I have to worry about that, which is nice. So yeah, it only took me yeah, a good few K to get to the bike, but I know Rico was behind me, which was a good thing because we know he was going to come through, and Matisse was going to be strong as well. And yeah, we just kind of went off the front, and wow, that bike was hard. Like yeah, it was just on and off, and got onto the run with obviously a nice gap with the key runners of the competition. And I looked back and looked like Rico was having a good day out there on the run. I was like, I got to keep my wits on about me, and obviously Morgan was having a stormer in the first 15K and was able to hold on. So Hayden, look. Last year, Martin van Riel won. He sat on the finish line. He said, "Hayden Wilde, come join me on the T100. I want to battle you." So I throw this one over to you. Who in the world of triathlon do you want to see on the T100? I just want to see some more short course guys, athletes, come and toss it up with us. You know, yeah, you know, the likes of Matty Hauser and Alex. You know, if those guys want to come over and have a bit of fun. I love this sort of racing, and it really shows how good you can be individually on the bike and the run. And you know, there's a few other short course guys that have been dabbling a little bit as well, like Miguel and Vasco. It would be nice to have those guys, you know. So yeah, just keep people coming along and making this more a competition, and just yeah, keep the competition up and just keep raising the bar. You've basically named the top 10 in the World Series rankings, whereas Martin just went for you last year. So yeah, well, look, we really hope we do get those battles. Quick one, what are you going to be up to over the next few months? Everyone, I was talking to the boys and they keep laughing, but I'm going to Banana Island for a holiday.
What's Banana Island?
Oh, it's just off the coast of Doha.
Okay.
Go there for a few days and then go back to New Zealand for until March, and yeah, go to Abu Dhabi for the first World Series and then go to Singapore and yeah, carry on as usual. Yeah, amazing stuff. Hayden, our T100 World Champion. Give him a round of applause, everyone. Incredible effort. We're going to let you step out.
And we're going to switch with Morgan Pearson.
Hey, how are you?
Morgan, congratulations, second spot. You were just sat down over there. You looked a little ginger as you walked off. How are you feeling?
I'm sore. I've just been trying to engage the glutes for a while, just get them going on the bike, and I think I finally did, and they're just a little bit sore. Haven't been using them as much as I should, so now they're tired.
Your run in this race was just phenomenal. We saw you coming through the field. We saw the sort of pace you were running. I mean, what a weapon you have for being able to compete in triathlon.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been changing my run training the last couple of months. I was maybe a little bit off early on in the year, so I switched things up in the end of the summer. And I've been training like a monster for this race, just like putting all in, every effort in training, and I think it showed today. Like, I just felt good and smooth, and I really biked hard, so to still come out a really a fast run was nice. I was proud of myself.
So in the race to Qatar standings, you now finished fourth.
Nice.
Win in Dubai, and obviously a second place here. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better end to the season, could you?
I mean, I guess I could have asked for a win, but Hayden's another level right now, and he deserves it. So, I mean, it's honestly just an honor to race against him in this format. So, to come out second behind him is, yeah, I mean, it's great. And like I've said this a few times, but this whole season I've just been trying to improve. I didn't want to put pressure on myself. Like, I did the Olympics last year, and it's just like, that's such a high pressure situation, and I just really wanted to find my love for just sport and the triathlon and find the enjoyment again. And I think I did the past couple of months, and it's showing. Like, you're just having fun, and then you're finishing on the podium.
Yeah, you certainly are. We're having fun watching you, Morgan.
Thanks.
An incredible effort. Second place here in Dubai, fourth in the race to Qatar standings. Congratulations on an incredible season. We're going to switch you out now for Martin van Riel.
Yeah.
The recovery will begin for Morgan, and Martin, congratulations, third spot. You made us sweat right at the end there, because it was that amazing battle, wasn't it, between yourself, Matisse, Mika Noodt was in there as well. Tell us from your perspective, how was the end of that race for you?
Yeah, actually on the bike, I was really struggling already. The boys, the biker boys were pushing really fast on the flat parts, and I was struggling really hard. And coming onto the run, I really didn't have any legs anymore. So I was happy to just follow the guys at the start, and then every time someone kind of broke away on the run, but then we caught them again. So yeah, I was really happy to finish on the podium in the end.
How deep did you have to dig? I mean, after the season, it's been a roller coaster for you. You come in and you've had amazing performances. Your champion pedigree. How deep do you have to dig every time you get something else thrown at you?
Yeah, honestly, it's been a frustrating season. Like I won the world title last year, and you set the bar really high for yourself, and maybe I was sometimes like too unforgiving for myself, because I was just not going well, and I was very strict with myself, and I'm never happy. But yeah, to finish the season, obviously in the rankings, I think I will probably be around 5th, which is obviously a bit disappointing, but I'm really happy to finish the season off with a podium, and hopefully that can be a step up to a better 2026.
Man, it's still 6 figures to take you into a holiday break. I mean, you're still making good money. Could be worse, right?
Yeah, that's it. I won't have to eat just bread and Nutella this winter. We can still spoil ourselves a little bit, but no, like it's been an amazing season. Like the guys really, like Hayden, Jelle as well. He had a disappointing race today. He will admit that. But these boys have really put the mark like high this year, and it's aspiring, and I hope I can make that step again next year, and also make it difficult for them.
So Martin, the Christmas holidays, the winter break, how motivated are you to come back next year and take the fight to Hayden, take the fight to those people at the front? You've kind of, I guess, usurped you slightly this year, but I've no doubt next year you're going to be back and stronger.
Yeah, I'm honestly really motivated. I feel like this season I've been kind of like with everything that happened, some mental issues, some injuries, like I feel like I've always been kind of chasing, and every time like the next race was in like 3-4 weeks, and you can't really make up that much in 3-4 weeks. And yeah, like now I'm gonna have a good winter break, and hopefully I can really like build towards my best level again. I know I'm not there right now. I'm not like that far off either, you know, like if I can still finish third here, I can be happy with that. But yeah, I hope to make it difficult again for them next year.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Martin, congratulations. Been fantastic seeing you back on the T100 this year. We're going to let you step out because we're going to check out, round of applause, last year's champion, Martin van Riel. All right, let's take a look, shall we, at the standings and where that result leaves us here in Qatar. Apologies, race result first. So confirmation that Hayden Wilde won with Morgan Pearson in second, and no surprise to see that fastest run, 56.42 for the 18K. Amazing stuff. Martin van Riel in third, Mika Noodt in fourth, Mathis Marjurier with the fastest bike in fifth, Rico Bogan in sixth, Jelle Heens in seventh. Disappointing race for him, as Martin alluded to there. Sam Dickinson in eighth, Jonas Schomburg ninth, and Yuri Kulin rounds out the top 10. So this is what it means in the race to Qatar standings. These are unofficial at this stage, but expect them to remain here or hereabouts. Hayden Wilde, 195 points. He could not have had a more perfect season on the T100. Mika Noodt in second spot on 150 points, and Jelle Heens in third on 149. Morgan Pearson with a remarkable end of the season, a win in Dubai last week, and of course second place here, 129 points for him. Rico Bogan in fifth, Martin van Riel sixth, Mathis Marjurier seventh, Sam Dickinson, what an impressive debut year on the T100 for him, Yuri Kulin ninth, and Gregory Barnaby rounds out the top 10. So I am joined now by Mika Noodt, second in the race to Qatar standings. Mika, you scraped into second by the skin of your teeth. I mean, what an amazing season you've had on the T100. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, pretty overwhelmed right now. Yeah, I mean, on the last lap, my team told me that I had to come fourth if it stays as it is, and yeah, it was everything I had today, and yeah, super glad to come away with like a 1 point lead over Jelle. Yeah, really happy.
In German, you know, we call it Vice World Champion. That's because you are the man who is closest to a world title. How good does it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Like, I feel like Hayden is a bit out of this world this year, so yeah, nearly like first place of the human guys. Yeah, Hayden's performance feels a bit, yeah, as I said, inhuman sometimes. Like, absolutely amazing also today. Yeah, so yeah, really over the moon right now.
Just on the point of today's race, I mean, you were optimistic coming in off your block in Sierra Nevada. You trained at altitude. It looked like you were a little bit slow to get going and then really found your legs. It's almost like you had to fire up the diesel and get going. Turbo diesel, that is. But is that accurate?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like in altitude, of course, you can't get that top end speed really. But I knew that with those conditions, I could do my own race as well. Like, I felt quite confident, even though my training, like the numbers were pretty average, I have to say. But I just kept believing in the process. And yeah, pre-race I said I'm in great shape and stuff like that. But the numbers in training didn't really suggest it. But yeah, I also heard that Jelle wasn't too confident. So yeah, I just said I'm confident, and yeah, it worked out. And yeah, very happy.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the whole pre-race narrative. You know, everybody was talking confidence, was looking how athletes were. You played the game well. I mean, your pre-race interview, it was determined. You're like, nah, I'm here to win. Is that the motto for the off-season? Are you going in charging like a bull?
Oh yeah, definitely. I need a big off-season now. It's been a long year. But I mean, even today, I think I could step up my game even more. So yeah, really excited for next year. But yeah, first some mental rest.
Well deserved. Congratulations. Thank you for providing us with an epic season. All the highs, all the lows, and we are looking forward to seeing you next year. Break that tape and another fight for one more step.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Amazing effort, Mika. Amazing effort. Yeah, a well-deserved round of applause. Mika, we'll switch you out. And welcome in Jelle Heens. Jelle, congratulations. I know perhaps not the race you wanted, but you've got to be chuffed with your overall position in the T100 standings.
Yeah, I guess so. At the moment, I'm still just disappointed about a tough race, a very long race. Felt like I was doing an Ironman out there, but yeah, I think overall it's been a good season. It's sad to finish it on a 7th spot, but yeah, it is what it is. I felt in the race how I felt the last month, like it was a struggle to make it to this race.
You mentioned it being an extremely long season. We're obviously not used to racing until December. It's the first time really I think you've had to push at that level that consistently over a whole year. What are your takeaways and what would you change for next year?
Well, I don't know if I can change that much, to be honest. I did a 70.3 in Geelong as first race of the year. Maybe I should have skipped that and tried to train a little bit longer and wait a little bit more before racing. But yeah, actually last year I had World Champs in Taupo 70.3 in December, and then yeah, not much time with having to race beginning of April, and then I did Geelong in end of March. There was not much off season, so yeah, it's been a long season. Yeah, I think for me going home after Marbella to Australia, it did kill me a bit, probably with that jet lag. But yeah, I think for me and for the family, it was needed after like 3.5 months in Europe. Yeah, maybe we can plan it a bit better next time.
Do you think maybe what you needed then is the strength from the family is what's going to get you now? Strength from the family, coming home and just realizing it is triathlon, it is epic, but it's also only triathlon.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to be home and to actually spend proper time with them and to enjoy it with them home. Like, I was home now for 2 weeks before I traveled to Middle East, and in that 2 weeks it's still not that easy because you're still focusing on this race, and I was struggling quite a bit with like well, jet lag and training and stuff. So you're like too much in your own world and still in the triathlon world and maybe not enjoying life with the family as much as you should. So I'm really looking forward to just spending time with them, having the phone on Do Not Disturb till January and just be off the grid.
Enjoy the time zone change.
Yeah, Jelle, look, you've taken the fight this year. You've been up there with Hayden. We know you said you want to beat Hayden, so come on, how are you going to beat Hayden?
Well, to be honest, I don't think I was up there much. He was just too strong, and I want to congratulate him on an incredible season, and he proved it by far the strongest this year, and we'll see next year. I hope to be a bit closer.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Jelle, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us. We're going to let you step out, enjoy your recovery, and yeah, Christmas is very much starting, I think, for some of these. Right, so we can just take a look at the official standings now, because there have been no protests lodged after the race, and confirmation there that Hayden Wilde finishes on 195 points. Like I said, a perfect season for him. Mika Noodt in second, Jelle Geens in third, Morgan Pearson fourth, Rico Bogan fifth, Martin Van Riel sixth, seventh for Mathis Margirier, eighth for Sam Dickinson. Yuri Kulin squeezes into the top 10, and so does Gregory Barnaby. So Jan, we should probably take stock, shouldn't we, of quite an incredible day on the T100, obviously our season finale here in Qatar. And I want to start by just reflecting on what he's here. A remarkable season, and he just went and backed it up today on race day with an incredible performance.
What a way to get that monkey off your back, right? I mean, he's come bridesmaid, he's been bridesmaid so many times, come second at the world's biggest stages, right? And for him to finish this off in the perfect way, in a dominant way, you know, it really is a way that he can reward himself for the season. It's been awesome to watch the way he's raised the bar. He's come through time and time again and overcome adversity like few of us ever have. So I am very, very impressed with his day. We see him early on in the swim, you know, a bit of a deficit, which was something that we sort of expected.
A look of determination.
He came out, had a quick transition and made no doubt about his intentions. Professional, just raced smartly. And oh no, that's on the other side. Blink of an eye, and he was leading the race. He came around, always smart, and took off on the run for what was basically 6 victory laps for a long, long season. Chapeau.
I get the impression, and you know, we just saw Jelle there hand over his hat to someone in the crowd, but I get the impression the other athletes who are racing Hayden, certainly at the back end of this year, well, they're out of ideas, aren't they, and how to beat him. It is what it needs now to come up to Hayden's level. Is an off-season needed to raise the bar?
100%. I mean, we saw this kind of dominance probably in my area from Alistair Brownlee. He was that kind of guy when he showed up. People did not believe that they could win. And we saw Morgan Pearson, you know, he was running faster. He was catching Hayden by 30 seconds a lap. And yet the encouragements along the road, there were facts being given to him, and he chose to not believe them. He was like, I'm not going to catch him. I'm only running up to him because he's toying with me. You know, that is a testament to the power and to the dominance that Hayden has imposed upon this field.
What impresses you most about Hayden and this year on the T100?
impressive and at the same time jealous. He seems to be enjoying the way he did. You know, for me, it was always a very serious process, and we tend to go down this rabbit hole where things are just very focused on numbers and processes and getting it right. Whereas he's smiling, you know, he's playing with the camera, he's loud, he's obnoxious to some of the competitors during the race, he's being aggressive at the same time with a smile. So it really is the perfect athlete to watch.
Okay, well, it feels an awful long time ago, doesn't it, that we had the women's race finish, but we certainly did. And it was Kate Waugh who ultimately took the victory here in Qatar. That was enough to crown her our T100 World Champion. And we can see a confirmation then of the results here. Georgia Taylor-Brown finished in second, an incredible race from her. She's very much arrived at the 100-kilometer distance. Julie Derron, disappointment for her, was also going for the world title, but she finished in third. Ellie Salthouse fourth, Lucy Charles-Barclay in fifth, Ash Gentle sixth, Holly Lawrence in seventh, Jessica Learmonth in eighth. And this is what it means for the standings. Kate Waugh with 183 points, enough to crown her our T100 World Champion. Julie Derron not far behind on 163. And Lucy Charles-Barclay, the other person who was also in the fight, on 152 points. So that's how it finishes in the Race to Qatar standings. For those of you watching on Eurosport and TNT, you can continue to watch the ceremonies and the medal awards. That will be on Discovery Plus and Max. Yeah, welcome back. Fantastic to see those pictures of what has been an amazing day here in Qatar. Easy to forget, I think, with just how much has happened and everything that we've experienced. And Jan, let's talk a bit about that women's race and Kate Waugh becoming our T100 World Champion. I think when we spoke about it at the start, you know, I asked you, is she one of the most complete athletes that we have on the T100? You said yes, and I guess the most complete athlete is also the most consistent athlete, and that's what I feel like we got today with Kate.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to have that consistency, especially early on in your career. She's 26 years old, and for her to have a breakout season, you know, we see athletes having 1-2 good results, but she has come out and just done so incredibly well over a whole season, gotten herself into that driving position so that when, you know, we started this race, she was out in the front. She wasn't afraid to take the lead for a little bit on the swim and was always aggressive, did all the little things right. Quick, smooth transitions. On the bike, we weren't sure if she was playing tactical games from, you know, she was yo-yoing back and forth, but we could see even, you know, a 20-second gap for a while. She was able to close quite comfortably. And as we got to transition 2, we saw her intentions. She was making sure to make no mistakes and run towards her first ever world title, and gave everything in the process, like absolutely everything. So,
and what a world champion she is. I just want to, I mean, penny for the thoughts of her competitors in both Julie Derron and Lucy Charles-Barclay. I think, is it fair to say that was just one race too many this season for Lucy Charles-Barclay, a 70.3 world champion? I know she'll be disappointed with how it finished, but you know, when she reflects on this year, 2 T100 wins, this is still an amazing season for her.
It has been. I mean, she is a champion, and you know, champions are always kind of upset. She came here and really, I think, she fought her way to this last race. You know, she spoke openly about trying to motivate herself in the winter in the UK after winning a world title. Came out, tried to be aggressive, really, you know, took it to her competitors on the bike, and that's all she had left on the run. I mean, she was really, you know, just out of energy, I think, at the end, due to a long season, the ups and downs. But as always, the fighter that she is, you know, fought her way through and ended up with a podium, a T100, 150K to go with it. Could be worse, in my opinion.
I love that when you put that to Martin. Yeah, could be worse. It's in the by any stretch. Final bit on Julie Derron. You know, she came back with a bang, didn't she, in Dubai? Took the fight to Kate Waugh, but just not to be.
Well, you brought on the term sandbagging earlier on in Formula One, where teams don't put all their cards on the table. And maybe it just wasn't quite tactical enough. Maybe it was also an overconfidence. She said in the interview afterwards that she thought she had 3 minutes to play with, but it turned out she just didn't. Kate ran as fast as Julie did on the day, within certain margins. And yeah, it's just one of those things in triathlon. It can go oh so quick. And Kate is the champion of the day, but also champion of the season.
Fantastic, Jan. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to throw to the women, the women's medal ceremony, which is taking place just behind us. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. أهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا لحفل توزيع الجوائز لقطر T100 Triathlon World Championship Final. بدي زقفة من الجميع. A big applause to everyone. With us on stage to present the medals and the trophies. First of all, we're gonna start with His Excellency Engineer Yasser bin Abdullah Al Jamal from Ministry of Sports and Youth. سعادة المهندس ياسر بن عبد الله الجمال من وزارة الرياضة والشباب Visit قطر. وأيضاً أنطونيو ألفاريز Vice President World Triathlon Undersecretary واللي هو نائب رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للترياثلون. وأيضاً كريس كيرمون the Chairman of the PTO رئيس مجلس إدارة PTO. زقفة كبيرة للجميع. شكراً.
In third place and the winner of the bronze trophy representing Switzerland, Jelle Derron. In second place and the winner of the silver trophy, representing Great Britain, Georgia, Taylor Brown. In first place and the winner of the gold trophy, representing Great Britain, Kate Waugh. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all our winners. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you very much.
First Vice President World Triathlon, and still with us His Excellency Engineer Yasser bin Abdullah Al Jamal.
In third place and the winner of the bronze trophy representing Belgium, Martin van Riel. In second place and the winner of the silver trophy representing the United States of America, Morgan Pearson. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, and the winner of the gold trophy, representing New Zealand, Hayden Wilde. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to all our winners. Congratulations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed shortly with the presentations of our World Championship trophies. So please stand by. Only a few seconds.
Okay, so the medal ceremony is just getting underway there. It's a good opportunity for us just to look at the calendar, Jan, for next year. We start on the Gold Coast at the end of March, then we move to Singapore, Spain, San Francisco, Vancouver, France, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and of course ending our season once again in Qatar. And what fantastic hosts they have been in this part of the world. What are you most excited for next season in that calendar, Jan?
I'm kind of excited for the Gold Coast. I would actually love to see the T100 take off on the Gold Coast. I think it's such a triathlon literate crew. And then we've seen, I mean, the narrative builds and builds and builds. And in the end, it all hinges on Qatar. So I'm looking forward to another exciting season.
Yeah, another new race for us on the T100 calendar. They've come thick and fast. And I just wonder, I mean, we had the amazing scenes in Wollongong, Australia, with Hayden obviously winning there, and incredible fans, incredible support. It's a country, Australia, that loves triathlon, and I think it rightly deserves a T100 race. Makes you almost more excited if we're going to get, I mean, maybe not all of what we saw with Hayden, with some of the fans half naked chasing after him.
That also is Australia.
Yeah, but if we get some of that, I think in Australia it'll be a wonderful race.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Gold Coast, I mean, some of the world's strongest athletes have come from there. I think there is kind of a new generation of athletes knocking on the door. We saw the short course world title go to Matt Hauser this year, so that always brings with it a new crop of athletes. And who knows, by next year we might have some locals challenging our current contenders.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking ahead then to next year as well, I mean, what are you most excited about seeing on the T100 in 2026?
I mean, there's so much there, right? We've got Kate Waugh coming on as our champion. What does that do to her? What does it do to her focus? Is she able to repeat? We saw how difficult that is with this year's champions being nowhere near the front of the race in most cases. So Hayden Wilde, again, the puzzle everyone is currently trying to figure out is how on earth to even get within the same ballpark. I have a feeling it's going to happen. I have a feeling the off-season is just, you know, enough time for athletes to figure some kind of change and plan.
And that's what I'm most excited about, because right now I'm not quite sure how they're going to do it.
Well, I think if you cast your mind back to this time last year in Dubai when we crowned Taylor Knibb a T100 World Champion, she'd had 4 wins across the year, and everyone was asking the same questions. How on earth do you beat Taylor Knibb? And she's been beaten this year, fair and square, by fellow athletes.
Was she beaten, or did she beat herself? And the same question as Martin van Riel. You know, they've decided to go multiple avenues, try different formats, and it's backfired. It's been tricky, and that of course is racing, right? You want to go, and you only have a very limited time as an athlete, so you want to be sure you've seen some of everything and also race where your heart is. But that it requires some sort of experimentation that brings risk with it. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, Taylor Knibb was beaten rather than she took herself out of that equation. And the same thing for Martin van Riel. I think he will admit that probably in hindsight he made a few mistakes that were very costly to his season.
Yeah, he's had a really difficult year, has Martin van Riel, certainly by the standards that he set in 2024. In terms of then the athletes that you're most excited about seeing next year, come on, give us some names who you think who would be likely to take the fight to Hayden and Kate Waugh.
Well, it's difficult to see, right? But you see Mika Noodt, he's been making continuous progress. He is, you know, he is the bridesmaid this year, but a very happy one, and carrying that positive momentum in is just so much easier than kind of picking yourself up. And Martin van Riel, don't discount him. I think he's got extremely quick legs and he's a strong rider. And on the women's side, you know, Derron, Lucy Charles-Barclay, we're going to just keep seeing new athletes pop up, and that is the beauty. When the race gun goes, all bets are off, and we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. We are so excited about the T100 in 2026, but all our attention now is turning on saying goodbye to you in 2025. It's been an incredible season on the T100. It's been a real pleasure to have your company, Jan, but it's also been a real pleasure to have the company of everybody at home as well. Should we do it all again in 2026?
Yes, we shall. And personally, I'm excited about your racing calendar for 2026. You have also gotten into the sport, so...
On that note, goodbye. Thank you, Jan.
He's arrived with a bang.
What an incredible, logic-defying performance.
Jelle definitely has the ability to beat Hayden.
Hayden Wilde makes it 5 in a row.
This is epic. We haven't seen this yet.
There we go. That's it. That's the moment.
Win!
It's been an absolutely relentless performance.
Finally, Lucy Charles-Barclay, you are our T100 London champion. Smooth race for Lucy Charles-Barclay.
The race to Qatar ends here. Kate Waugh is our T100 World Champion. He's a superhero, a superhuman effort from Hayden Wilde.
مساء الخير على شين واهلا وسهلا فيكم بحفل توزيع الجوائز لسباق T100 حفل السيدات دورة بطولة العالم للترايثلون قطر T100 Triathlon World Championship Final, and it's the ceremony of women. ليسعدنا بتوزيع الميداليات والجوائز. خلينا نرحب سوا بسعادة الشيخ جوعان بن حمد آل ثاني رئيس اللجنة الأولمبية القطرية. His Excellency Sheikh Joan bin Hamad Al Thani, President of Qatar Olympic Committee. A big applause please. وأيضا سعادة السيد سعد بن علي الخرجي رئيس هيئة Visit قطر و His Excellency سعد بن العلي الخرجي Chairman of Visit قطر. A big applause. وأيضا أنطونيو فرنانديز أريماني رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للترايثلون President World Triathlon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in third place and the winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain, Lucy Charles-Barclay. second place and the winner of the silver medal representing Switzerland, Julie Derron. Ladies and gentlemen, and your 2025 T100 Triathlon Women's World Champion, receiving the trophy made by famous Czech sculptor Jaroslav Prošek in cooperation with Crystal Caviar Company, representing Great Britain, Kate Waugh. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for our 2025 T100 World Champion, Kate Waugh, and our medalists. Congratulations to all of you.
وحاليا رح نبدأ بحفل توزيع الجوائز لفئة الرجال دورة بطولة العالم لترياثلون قطر T100. ومعنا على المنصة من جديد سعادة الشيخ جوعان بن حمد آل ثاني، وأيضا سعادة السيد سعد بن علي الخرجي وأنطونيو فرنانديز أريماني.
Ladies and gentlemen, in third place and the winner of the bronze medal, representing Belgium, Jelle Geens. Second place and the winner of the silver medal representing Germany, Mika, Noodt. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 T100 Triathlon World Champion, receiving the trophy made by famous Czech sculptor Jaroslav Prošek in cooperation with Crystal Caviar Company, representing New Zealand, Hayden Wilde. Gentlemen, please give it up to our three medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are welcoming back on stage our women's medalist and world champion to join us for our athletes celebration. and gentlemen, please give it up for our medalists and our two 2025 T100 World Champions, Kate Waugh and Hayden Wilde. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give it up for our medalists and our 2025 T100 World Champions, Kate Waugh and Hayden Wilde. Well done. Well done, ladies. Well done, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our ceremony, and now we are continuing.